Hello. We're gonna be starting with a big raid thing, and then we're gonna be covering and talking about a ton of topics. Hello, Lenitas. I finished that book, The Death of the Beautiful Deer, and I've got a few interesting things that I want to share about that book. It is such a shame that it's unavailable in English. It's a really beautiful book. Such a nice book. You know? Great timing. My friend just finished their stream. Wow. You should link their stream. If they're a great streamer, you should link it here so that we can promote it, though I don't know. Maybe they're bigger than me, but still. If they're a good streamer, you should link it here so that we can promote friend streamers. Since it's your friend, then I trust that it's great. I trust it to be great. Wait, I have to go to a Discord server. Where is it? Where's the doggy? Oh my god. Here we go. Party finder, private. We're looking for Kai. Video games. What sort of video games? What sort of the games do they play? There you go. I've joined the party. I've joined the cross something party. Hello, Dome to Dome. Yeah, Dome to Dome. We're starting with a raid in Final Fantasy. This is going to be our start. We're gonna relax with a video game, and then I'm gonna be talking about a ton of subjects. I'm gonna tell you a little story about the book that I've read. I finished it yesterday, and it ended on a very sad note. I never thought that I would get so invested, so caught in a book that's basically a lot of the time about fishing. You know? Hello? Okay, let me see. I'm gonna mute you for now. Which are you? Oh, that's strange. Always. But let me check. Oh. Oh no. Wait, hold on.
Oh, my controller decided it wanted to try with the T5S. At least it's not the worst one to go to.
Wait.
She got snakes, Mike.
Here we go.
Oh, I need to
Repair. Yeah, but it's always better to ask.
Interesting.
Actually, Lloyd, I have to check that I switched my gear set. I didn't know if I repaired my gear set.
Oh, okay.
Oh, I have my XIV UwU get on the level.
True.
Yeah, just think about the fact that still the weapons spell speed scholar.
Yeah, I hate this. My one build is slow spell speed for general content, and then this is fucking stupidly high spell speed.
Do you know how much I hate my gear set because it keeps saying something?
You need to eat food.
I love like high spell speed scholar.
Eat food or die.
Did I die?
Yeah, yeah.
Wait, hold on 1 second. Oh my god. Wait. Okay.
There's one point left at Lucy.
Okay, great. This works.
Everyone shun Lucy for taking her time.
Alright.
Hey, let's go.
Hey, there's the great.
Perfect.
I hope so.
Oh. On me?
Animal Crossing.
Ooh, thank you.
Kai is a big Animal Crossing fan, aren't you, Kai? Aren't you?
Sorry?
Aren't you a big Animal Crossing fan?
No.
You're lying to yourself.
Dat fucked me over.
There's one in. Melee out. Everybody out.
First one go,
Second one.
second one go.
Always.
Move.
Let it region.
Oh. Okay.
Move. Bravo Delta got Alpha Charlie. Move.
Oh no. That was unfortunate.
Lose.
Got her?
Yep.
Good recover.
Let it region.
I'm pretty sure we see out and in.
Yep.
Yep. Probably gonna see dashes as well with Lucy going in weakness.
In. Stuck.
You should kill it as slow as possible.
It's on the Bravo.
Go
Got
trade.
Alpha.
Huh? What?
I can lose it.
Okay, that was pretty ridiculous. Okay, I'm not having luck this pull.
You have to anti-knockback if you get res there. You won't get the shield.
Yeah, I can try to slow res.
I can swift cast in a second. Okay.
Well, nails are here.
There
Oh
is...
my gosh.
I'm gonna focus on the
It's on
Lucy's
me.
nail.
Mm-hmm.
Alright, I'm already helping on Lucy's nail.
Try to go to the bubble.
Nope.
Okay, this pull will be a lot better.
Lucy, get it together.
Dying on dashes. On that dash, that was embarrassing. Okay. Get some extra food. I'm ready.
Go, Carby. You can do it.
Carbs.
Carbon wants to get a prime spot ready for the pull.
Come on.
There it is.
There we go. On mid. Thank you.
Everybody in. Melee out. Everybody out.
First melee go. Second melee
Lucy.
go.
Move.
Great.
Let it reach it.
He didn't hear, I think.
Move.
AC.
Alpha Charlie, go Bravo Delta. Move.
Oh, I got hit.
I got you. Don't worry.
Thank
about
you.
it.
Okay.
Move. Dead.
Yeah, she died too early.
Go Delta.
D.
On me.
Charlie Delta.
But we're supposed to skip it.
On me? Remember, you can stay on the side, shorter range, easier to heal and damage.
Stay at the wall. Good Delta. Right.
I think I'm a little bit back. Yep, still fine.
You have to reprisal. Yep.
Move. Move again. Out. In. Good at Charlie.
Okay.
On Nancy.
It's on me.
Back up. Go to the tank after the tank buster. Go. Rotate. Wait. In. Oh, I'm an idiot. Oh, come on. Don't worry about it, it won't affect us.
Okay.
Don't expect good damage at the start of Holtman.
Never.
May have popped a 2-minute by accident.
It should be like max 10 seconds off. Because I did as well.
I'll see. If it's like 10 seconds off, so there's no point in using it, you may as well save it.
Yeah.
Most of my
Wrong,
bursts
wrong.
are after 10 seconds.
By the way, you can let it that region to save MP.
It's gonna be 15 seconds off, yeah, that's not getting used.
They'll be out behind them.
Yeah, I think we also killed Titan a bit quicker than usual. So
But what do you think? I gave us 1 extra DPS at the end.
yes.
5
2
seconds.
Feel okay damage though. Move. Everyone to A except for me and Emo.
Everyone else stack here. Not on exactly on A. On here. Second line on the ground.
Back then right. Middle.
To middle.
Split. Kagura away. Away Kagura. And
Nope.
move. Invon Kagura.
Right, fuck. I pressed it.
Way too late.
Yeah, I know. Fuck.
Stack up.
Stack.
Right. Left. Good job.
I thought I was still in one, sorry.
On Nancy.
Oh.
Who dropped those things there?
Go.
Tether.
Yeah, that's my
Nancy's
ball,
dead.
right?
Yeah.
Yeah, but at
Anna.
least the first part I did it right.
Yeah.
That went well.
Me and Lucy killed Mike.
Okay, it's fine though, it's fine though. It's the first time I saw this.
Dude, I'm happily running like, oh, I can go to group. Seats are sticking like, what the fuck?
Can I go pee real quick?
Okay. I forgot.
That was hilarious.
First thing I forgot I have to go left there, but
Yeah.
I managed to get to left, and then I forgot about the invuln. That's fine. Just earlier invuln, okay.
Careful with saying more because just reach.
And then at the weight of the lance, I instinctively went left instead of going right. But I know it's right, left, right for me.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Hugh Lloyd and I think it's Trini take. Yeah, it's Trini taking it with you.
Oh, okay.
Have the
And
dragon in.
then I get the ball with you guys. Then there's landslides, I think.
No, move to the side for Feather Rain.
Oh, feather rain. Then take the next ball.
Mm-hmm.
Then it's landslides. Then take the next ball.
Mm-hmm. And then one more ball. You have to take 2 balls at the end.
2 balls.
Yeah, 2 balls.
Okay.
Because we're using the 3-3-1-1 strat. Which is the most commonly used strat.
So the balls that Lloyd took there.
Yep.
At the end.
That's the one you should take.
There we go,
Because,
ball.
I got aggro, so I also take auto attacks. So I cannot take them.
They're very finicky then, because what them balls do is that, you know, at the end when we have to pop the 4 sets. Kagura.
Yeah.
You know how there was 2 sets close together and 2 sets far apart?
On the balls.
Yeah, at the very end, you know when I showed you at the very end before when you have to use tank LBs.
Yeah.
Because the first 2 balls are taken with 3 people, the 2 sets
Back.
of balls at the end have a long tether. And then because you're soloing the last 2 balls, the last 2 have a short tether. And it also gives us the best in rage timer.
Yeah, but 1 second though. It's weights, right? Right, left, right. Take
Yep.
ball with melee and off tank.
Yeah.
Alright.
It's go to the side of Titan, right?
No, so just
Or
go to the
feather-
side of the bus.
The side, yeah. I mean,
Yeah, these are
side
Titan
of the
Ultima.
boss. Yeah. The side of the boss. Bait the feathers there. Then go back to the left leg. Then
Yep.
Nothing like a
it's
strategy meeting.
stack at 1.
Yep.
Okay. That's
And then
what I
dodge
wanted
your
to know.
landslides and back to 2
Yep.
balls.
Okay. Alright. Fine.
The only person not stacking at 1 is the healer at the other end.
Let's go fishing. No good fish today.
I went fishing. I caught a Garuda.
That's a bird.
Me?
You never said what type of fishing?
Bird fishing?
Thank you.
A
I
cast
only
line
know
hit a bird.
fly
Fly fishing.
fishing.
Cast a line
Birding?
hit a bird.
Bird fishing. It's a new hot.
If you haven't tried it, you should. It's rather fun. Move. Helps you put some bread down first. Everybody in. Melee out. Everybody out.
Bastard. Okay. First melee go. Second melee go.
Move.
Let it tick.
Move. Bravo Charlie got Alpha Delta. Move. He's on Delta. Got Alpha.
It is great.
On you.
Bravo Charlie.
We might not.
Unmute.
Gonna be close.
Let's burn a little bit more.
At the wall.
We did, yes. Stay at the wall. In quick.
Ooh, will I have enough MP for TBN? I do.
Go Delta.
Ba-da-ba-da-ba-da, ba-da-ba-da-ba-da.
Nipple. We're going right. Perfect, Giles. Alpha.
On me.
Back up to the tank after the tank buster. Move onto the tank.
What?
Too close to the wall.
I can get loose here.
Downward. Nah,
Yeah, don't-
go for it.
Okay, I'm
I
gonna
lost the thing. For some reason.
dodge. Dodge. Dodge again. Tumults.
Yeah, reprisal.
Oh, that's okay. Oh, it's gonna be over.
We could have probably actually left Lucy dead.
Yeah.
Lucy's not critical to this part right now. We could have rested with the healer LB, she wouldn't have got weakness.
I mean, the weakness will pass.
And the weakness.
Yeah, the weakness ain't gonna affect us. We're not going for clears right now, so
No, the
I think
weakness
the-
will pass before the
Yeah,
fall will start.
that whole scene is more than a minute.
yeah, that might just about pass actually.
Yeah.
Right, LB? There we go.
We got 30 seconds after the tank LP, so.
So actually, we've got 30 seconds from the first primal spawns in.
Right. I'm already on 30 seconds now.
Yep.
Yeah, it's God. 30 seconds from now.
Oh, I'm on 20. The weakness.
Literally, it's the second that your foot pops in that the 30-second countdown starts. And it's about 10 seconds when Garuda goes pop. Yeah, 10 seconds now.
And it's gone.
5.
Oh, my fishing net. Well,
Go.
Not towards Titan.
Yeah. Not
They're
towards
going ahead.
Garuda either.
Yeah.
Oh,
Step up,
I'm
right?
dead.
No.
That was a messy.
Move.
I got Nancy.
I got Lucy.
Thank you.
Welcome to the right spot, even.
True.
Back then right. Middle. Split. Ready for 2 feather rain. Move. Move again.
Oh no, I got hit by a veteran, sorry.
I will slow rush here.
I have got.
Oh, go for it. Then. Go, go, go. I will.
Crew, stay where you are. Dodge, everyone else. Dodge back to Gagura. Now dodge Gagura. Lucy, stack on me. Move. Oh. Drop the feather reins on top of each other there, Lucy.
Go 3D.
Hmm? Yeah.
Move.
Oh, I gave you TBN.
I was
Oh,
so
shoot.
amazed that I survived.
Feather.
Yeah.
No! Wait, what the fuck? I couldn't take it. Yeah.
Oh, yep, that orbs is janky as shit. Move.
I feel like
think
you're
I
saving me
also
every
moved
time.
too far.
Fuck! I was on it! The fuck?
Yeah, the thing is, you can't. Don't be on it. Be in front
Yeah.
of it.
You
Yeah.
You have
You
Yeah,
know
yeah.
it's going towards the group, so just stand slightly to
Yeah,
the
okay.
left. 'Cause
That was really weird.
Dude, those orbs are jank as fuck.
It's Final Fantasy. The whole game's written on spaghetti code.
Dude, that is not spaghetti code. That is like fucking.
That is like,
spaghetti orb.
The hitbox is lying to me. Like,
Yeah. It's like everything else in the game. It's not about the effect. It's about the telegraph. That orb's already moving before you see it.
I think I was invulning too soon, but I still got the invuln off, I think.
Yeah, you'll get the timing right. It's just.
I still got it though, I think.
the easiest way to check is the debuff timer. So about 3 to 2 seconds. That's when you invuln.
So,
I can say when it's
how
on
long
the-
is home, gang?
When it's reached the homing laser text until last letter
10
first
seconds.
word, it's the
Trini, you can
moment
pay
when
him
you
off
do it.
by joining the static.
I have my limits.
So, can't I home gang or invuln both tank busters there? Basically the debuff and the tank buster before. Because it's 10 seconds.
Yeah, that's what I say. So if you're home gang at 2 second timer of your debuff, you take the first hit and the second hit with your invuln.
Okay. So at 2 seconds debuff, okay.
Good to hear your friend finish their stream making content sounds funny and fun.
Okay.
Hello,
GM0.
Harmony.
I can't hear
Well.
Garuda's song, but I wanna hear the...
It's gonna take time for you to get the timing right. Like it's gonna take time for people to get that.
You
down
know,
pat
Hal
before
Harmony,
we
it
have to
makes
get
perfect
around
sense
in
that you
to
would be a
go to it.
Chad Logic fan.
Yeah, this time you
It
can
actually
see
makes
I'm
perfect sense to me.
Yeah, Lucy, stack right on the edge of the boss
Yeah,
hitbox
yeah,
to the
but that-
side once we've dodged.
But that ball is a piece of shit though. To be
Yeah.
honest.
I can agree with that one.
It makes perfect sense to me, Hell Harmony, that you of all people
you
would be a
okay with
Chad
Lucy
Logic
stacking
fan.
with me at the side of the boss's hitbox after the 3 dodges. I take a silence as a yes.
Yeah. Wait, what? Where? When?
Right, you know after we dodged the 3rd eruption on Annihilation,
Yeah.
stack on the edge of the boss's hitbox with me so we can leave the edge of the arena free for Mike and Mike or Nancy when they come to join.
Okay.
We don't want to drop a feather rain in their way like we did with Mike on the last pull before where we
How many feather rains
Alright.
annihilated the guy.
are
I
you
think
calling
it's-
all
I
feather
think-
rains?
It's there's loads of feather rains and every time it's 6 random people.
Yeah, I got hit by like.
So you can get lucky where the people who you're moving with don't drop feather rains, but it's at least 6 of us will.
I also have one more question.
Yeah.
After I was in the south and the dashes all happen, I go back to the rest on one.
No, you stay as far south as you can from the group when we move in, right? And then you don't join the group until your debuff goes away.
My gosh.
stand-
Yeah, but
last
when
line
it's
on the
off,
team.
I can join you again.
Yes.
You can only join us once the debuff goes away, but it takes a while.
Yeah. Okay.
When it ends, you run into the group, so we can just easily.
The
shoot
best thing for
everyone.
you to do from back here, Nancy, right, at this point, is to try and focus, you know, after the dashes go off, and you're back here and you can't really do much, can you try and focus Kagura?
Yeah, I can do that. And I
Because
need
he's-
to stop somewhere here, right?
Well,
You
yeah,
stop
stop.
on the first line. That
Yeah.
is here. You stand exactly on the middle. Because if you're standing here, the people who gonna come on the circle will get knocked off. Same with here. If you stand this side, the tank that gonna take last door will get knocked off. You wanna stay exactly on the middle on the last line.
Yeah, basically as far south as you can get.
Okay.
So you dodge the
But
dash.
first, but I need to make a stop here first, and then go to that position, because here is the Ifrit cross.
Yeah, you wait for the Ifrit and Titan's first mechanics to telegraph, right? As soon as you see Ifrit dash, you run into Titan's landslide. At the side, then you run straight like that, basically.
Okay.
You just want to get into. So after you've dodged the Titan, you just want to basically get inside the circle as far south as you can get from the group.
Okay.
And then just stay there, focus Kugura, because he's going to be taking a lot of damage.
Okie dokie.
The rest of the group at that point should take no damage. For a minute or two, anyway.
Okay.
Let's go.
And whichever healers with the group, I'm sure can whack a regen on everyone.
Now you're demanding too much for me. Your region.
Or
Every
shield.
1 minute.
Ready?
Lucy doesn't
Lucy?
seem to be ready.
Oh, I'm here.
Probably talking to a stream.
Oh,
Here we
and
go.
I thought it's going to be calm, but now Kagura is doing Shiro's job.
What?
Bouncing around.
Is that someone's job?
Yeah,
1 minute.
obviously.
At least I don't do it while we are doing the raid.
I would bounce around, but I'm a bloody caster.
You can still bounce around. Wiggle, wiggle, wiggle.
Not as much as I'd like. No.
That is just called his weakness.
Everybody in. Quick cleansers. Melee out.
Let me see.
Everybody out.
First melee go.
Whoa!
Us? But us?
Lucy, why were you in
Too
the
fast.
Yeah, he called
Lucy,
first
you
and
went
you went in.
immediately. you went immediately. Like you're second. Calm down.
Huh.
We said fast. We didn't say instant. You still have a good like,
You bastard, you didn't.
even at that rate, you still have a good like 10 seconds bubble to cleanse him. You don't have to be that quick. I'll still call it anyway. Or Mike, or someone. We'll both call it.
On you?
You.
Not quite.
Move. Everybody in. Melee out. Everybody out. Melee 1. Melee 2.
Almost went 10.
Move.
Yeah. This is Final Fantasy 14. Well, you have literally quoted a Chat Logic video.
Move.
Hell Harmony. So, there you
Easy.
go.
Got Alpha Delta. Move.
It is. It is the Final Fantasy. Or maybe you're a Bad Empanada fan. Someone left a puddle for me. Bad Empanada is a very interesting character. He's very anti-Israel until he's not.
Oh god. Mike got it.
Well, it's on me.
Go Alpha.
Bad Empanada is very anti-Israel until he's
I'll
not.
get Lucy.
I was with everyone. Maybe not. Maybe not that. Remember when Bad Empanada once quoted Netanyahu? To basically use his opinion to criticize me, which is very interesting, very
What the hell?
pro-Israel
Lucy's now spawned into the
position.
half elf.
Weirdly pro-Israel from Bad Empanada.
Oh, what's that nail? What's that nail?
That gonna die, isn't it?
I'm dead.
I got you.
Nails are okay.
Alpha Bravo.
Plus he's vacant, so.
On Nancy?
No. Bad Empanada
How do you say that? Hit
basically said that Netanyahu criticized Poland for something, which means that Poland must be bad. Which is very,
Mana issues at the moment.
very interesting of Bad Empanada to treat
Definitely not. second.
Netanyahu as like the authority on
I don't know, we can
what
do
is
it
good and
as,
what is bad.
Let's go
We don't need
team.
to. We don't need to adjust.
Very, very interesting.
Moving to. Quick 2.
I guess Israel becomes good when it serves a Bad Empanada argument.
We should be alright, Emo, but we might just want to prepare.
Maybe how Harmon,
We've
you
got
can
10
explain it
seconds,
to
we
me
should be fine.
as a big Bad Empanada fan.
Wall.
I reprisal this.
Move. Move back. What's the bus? We're going to Bravo. Nipple. Left of the nipple.
Oh no. Too far.
No.
Middle boulder was well up.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Move. Everybody in. Mad out. Everybody out.
It's okay.
First million. Second million.
YouTube chat be tend to be
Move.
funky.
Move.
AC.
Alpha Charlie go Bravo Delta. Move.
True. It is.
Move.
Nipple fantasy. 14.
He's on Bravo. Got Alpha.
What?
You just stopped moving
Vaush.
on my screen. That was weird.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, and on my screen, I only had the disconnect sign for a short moment, and then I was dead.
That was long enough.
Yep.
Oh, wow.
You disconnected just as you were getting out the puddle. You were still in the puddle when it went off on our screens.
That is so weird.
Oh,
On you?
The cats, the catnip.
No problem.
Maybe we will clear now.
Oh,
Charlie
wrong order.
Delta. Charlie Delta. You can't go with it. Charlie Delta.
On me.
It was fast, so it went in the wrong order, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah.
We should be able to recover.
No, it's because everyone started to focus the other one before the other nail was dead. So I used an AoE, which killed both of them.
Well,
Do we need to adjust?
No,
No.
we're moving one as well. This is
One and
golden.
fast.
Go. We actually worked out, so don't worry about it. Oh, we got lucky with that.
Wall.
Nog een puzzle.
Move. Move back.
Oh, fuck you, game.
Go to Delta.
Delta, Delta.
Delta. Nipple.
Rescue me.
Right side.
No, I'm on the wrong side. Oh,
Both healers are dead.
because I
Yeah.
rescued. That was stupid. Oh, man.
And Gel got fucked up anyway.
E.
Oh, Gel in the wall. Emo.
Panic.
Or Lucy. Or Lucy. Oh, the front one in the correct spot anyway, so. You have plenty of time to get to your marker.
oh, that's actually a funny story. It's not Diablo, was Ifrit. Also, a friend of mine actually recommended Samurai
At
to
that
me.
point, it's probably best to res after the knockback.
I was playing Red Mage, but I'm sort of... Samurai was a better fit for me.
Miracle. On me. Thank you.
Move.
It has a very free-flowing nature to it. Samurai is like a job that has a
Everybody in.
pretty flexible
Right out.
way of playing, at least to me.
Everybody out.
I do like Red Mage, but Samurai is
Personally.
more of a main to me.
Second million.
Move.
I don't think I have any jobs that I would outright dislike.
And reach.
Move.
Hey.
Alpha Bravo, go Charlie Delta. Move.
I mean, red mage is a DPS. It's a sort of a hybrid DPS in a way. It's both magic and melee a bit.
Oh, damn it.
Move.
I got it.
You know?
Come on, Trini.
No, Twinny died.
Floor is beautiful, but not that beautiful.
I got
gonna
my
stay out.
anus cleaved.
Out. In. He's
Okay,
on
let's go.
Bravo. Got Alpha.
Yoink. Okay. You're right. Red mage is too communist. You have to equally balance the white and black mana, which is communism. Because you need to give the same amount to both. Why can't one just pull itself by its bootstraps or something? You know?
Charlie Delta adjust.
Not skipping.
We had a death, I didn't think we would.
And Nancy?
Won't be far off though. Only be a percent or two off. 32% just. Removing one.
Oh,
That was tight, Mike.
Hmm?
That was tight, I saw that. Wall.
No proposal.
Could make a work about X amount of mana being Y amount of.
Move back.
Like that would be in poor taste.
We're going to Charlie.
True. Bad taste.
To the nipple! Right at the nipple.
I'm doing big run. Oh no.
Ooh,
No.
I'm
Ugh.
perfect.
Yeah, that's not
I
gonna
mean,
work.
my jail was
He's not
perfect.
making.
That's not gonna work.
That was
Yeah, but I was at the right position to the
Yeah.
right, at the right
Yeah,
time.
you were. Unfortunately, the person connected to you was miles off. Lucy, you're not having a fun time with Giles tonight, are you?
yeah. Yeah.
Yeah. And let's do a 5-minute break. Clear our minds and then
Yeah, we're halfway
continue.
through. That's fine.
So we're having a break. Which means I can drink some water and look up things. You know?
Kagura,
Yeah.
you interested in doing the new Savage tier?
I don't know. I don't know if I have the time. I know you're looking for people.
Yeah, Lucy, can you stick around after raid, by the way? And
What's
mute my
happening
screen.
after raid?
I want a word with you.
Oh. What sort of
Don't, wor-
word?
don't worry about it. Just I want a word with you after raid, okay?
Okay.
Okay. Speak
How
after
long? How long do you think a savage tier takes?
I'm looking for my group to clear in 10 to 12 weeks, but then you gotta add on reclears.
Is it once weekly?
3 times a week, 2 hours.
Nah, can't do that. Sorry.
You can't do that sort of thing.
Yeah, 3 times is a lot.
Yeah. That's why we
Am I in trouble?
clearing in like 10
I do
weeks
play
off,
with a
yeah.
controller. I do play with a controller.
When is the new savage tier coming out?
You have to spell the
About
boss's
3
name.
weeks.
You have to spell the boss's name as you battle.
Spell.
I do.
Holy shit.
Otherwise
Yeah,
we
it's
die.
it's the
This
week
is why
after
we're
the next
wiping.
patch.
Why did this patch take so long?
No, the patches have been taking long ever since fucking like COVID and that. They basically do 5 patches over 2 years. It's 4 months between each patch.
Ooh.
But they break it up by having like you have your 4.1 or what? Sorry, 6.1.
You have savage raid and alliance.
And then
Savage
you-
raid alliance.
Well,
Ifrito.
no, you have your 6.1, and then you also have your 6.1.
I do.
Which brings in your Hildebrand, Criterion dungeons, and stuff like that.
Yeah, but that was last patch, which is already like.
Yeah, that was the
Cool.
that was 2. That should have been 2 months. Should be 2 months between that patch and the next patch. I got a notification on Discord here. Fuck off.
Alright.
Static's raiding tonight because I didn't raid last night. I wonder if the 3 people.
Anastasia.
Yeah, did you see me? Did you hear? I got Lucy. I got Anna her Savage clear.
As a healer.
No, I joined as summoner for the clear.
Oh.
Yeah.
Well, it's not
so
as impressive then, is it?
She was getting a group together to get her clear. So 7 out of the 8 of us have cleared it before. I was playing a ranged in a melee spot though.
A butler.
We played 2 cast. We played double caster instead of double melee.
A butler. Played as a butler.
No melee.
A melee butler.
No, not a butler.
Isn't that just called battle mage?
No, technically I'm the father. Supposedly I'm the father of a child. I still don't believe this.
Yeah, those are my guidelines. It's true. It's true more than ever. Especially since I do speak Japanese.
She's muted herself now.
I have. I'm discussing with the chat how much trouble I'm in.
How long have you been pregnant, by the way, Lucy?
Well, you should know. You made it happen.
Yeah, I should know. Yeah.
At least 36 months.
More like 2 years. It's becoming like though in those American animated shows, and I'm gonna be just pregnant forever.
Well, yeah, the good thing is you're pregnant forever. I don't have to pay child support. Let's
It's
go.
gonna be like this pregnant character in this show.
I don't have
Oh
to pay
yeah,
child support unless
as in
it's born.
I think it's Family Guy that Bonnie is like pregnant almost all the time. Over 18 seasons, I guess.
Yeah, Lucy, if you want child support, you're gonna have to poop that fucker out. And
Oh,
I want a
no.
DNA test. Then I still want a DNA test.
You don't trust me.
No, because I don't believe at any point in my life I've participated in bestiality.
You have. When I visited Birmingham in the Botanic Garden.
Might just what happened in that then.
True. A chatter said, make that guy accept responsibility for knocking you up. True. My goodness. My goodness. What is the world coming to?
Mike, apparently
The botanical garden in Birmingham
Mike.
sounds like a nice place for a
apparently I
day.
fucked a duck.
In Birmingham, in a botanic garden. It's a really nice garden, by the
Are you
way.
sure that you're not Welsh?
Yeah,
How
that's
fucking
what I
drunk
said.
was I that night?
I
No,
bet
the
it's
Welsh,
a nice
the
place
Welsh is
to have
sheep,
a
and
day.
actually I am half Welsh.
You know,
There's the genetic.
that garden has a nice kitty that's always there and sleeps there. And is an
Or is it-
attraction.
Don't you judge me, you
Lucy,
bastard.
emo.
A what? Emote?
Lucy and emo. You two weren't ready.
I'm here.
Yes, they are.
No, they are, yeah.
Hey, emo.
No, you're not emo. Emo's emo.
I thought he's your Lala brother from another.
He's my Lala brother, but his name's emo.
True. Have you been... Well, I know you've been at least once to the Botanic Garden, but have you been apart from that one time?
No,
Why not?
because the only time I went, I was forced to go by school.
Oh, how horrible that must have been.
I mean,
Yeah, I just got
I would have been
forced.
happy. That probably
if I
meant
had
no
a problem here-
classes.
Where's the Garfunkel, mate?
That probably meant no classes. I would have been glad.
Ah, that's what happened.
Who's he gonna kill next? Just wipe it.
Kai, that was karma, I guess.
Just wipe it. Why did I press the accept button?
That was
Yeah.
karma.
There's a person in the team called Emo.
Come on, Kai, I know that you love winged animals, but try to relax, mate.
Come, guys, focus. You got no good job, Cat,
Uh.
today. I want to at least give one.
This sarcasm is
I know,
being
I know, but
appreciated.
we're discussing a very important topic.
What topic?
Did Kai participate in bestiality?
I mean, you have.
What the fuck?
In the
happened when
Botanic
I was
Garden.
gone?
You were not gone for 2 years. Were you?
I found his inner king.
The
Never
inner
had to go by health.
quackening.
Move.
The inner quack. Quackers.
Ooh, that's fast.
Everyone in. Mad out. Everybody out.
Okay, now I need to.
First.
Melee one in.
Oh,
Melee two.
Okay. I've done it.
Move.
Or rather, I have not done it.
You gotta call out a second before you want it to happen because you gotta take into account reaction time.
I've not destroyed the group.
Move.
Okay.
Alpha Bravo, go Charlie Delta. Move. I know what's fucked up.
What is?
I know why I'm.
Hello,
I know why I'm missing Cat.
Shy.
Because you suck.
No.
Did your food run out?
Yes.
Push.
I'm running spell speed food.
I was hoping no push. Because now I'm missing some resources.
Are you hungry?
So delta,
D.
delta.
Alright. We're gonna pot. Look at that.
I was wondering why I couldn't fit all my Bahamut casts in.
Hello, hello. It's gonna be an extreme stream. We're gonna do so many things. But first, I'm gonna have to talk to Kai a bit after the raid.
And Nancy.
Can't the fairy stay with me? Like, come to me and be nice company?
Bravo, Charlie.
Do the next thing here.
Adjust.
Bravo, Charlie, adjust.
But we should skip.
That would be so cool. She would just be next to me, flying around like a cute butterfly.
On me. Don't worry, I'm like slave master to it. More work.
Get the whip out, Mike.
I would never come to this conclusion.
I don't know what you mean.
Yeah, this is a skip.
It's sharing my ambit.
If we really push, we might be able to skip the stack. No,
Nah.
it's gonna be just after.
See the stack skip.
Look how close that was, 0.3% when the stack went off. Well, I'm using all my personals.
Okay.
Let me use physique.
Guy doesn't trust the healers.
No, it's the fact that physique's just completely useless.
You want me to use physics on you?
Move. Summoners is worse than fucking yours.
Oh, go to B.
Go to Bravo. At level 90, max crit, I can do about 930 heal.
How about Simpson mine?
Right.
Oh, fuck you.
Perfect.
Should work, yeah.
Back up.
I'm not sure I like that noise. That's not what I want to hear when a jail explodes.
We need Mitchie here to roll our ass for you. Move.
Oh, don't.
I'm just happy that it worked.
What is
I'm
happening?
just so happy.
What is happening?
Good, Charlie.
I swear, in this group. Are you hearing this, everyone? Okay. I'm gonna get the talk out of the way, and then we're just gonna, you know, get on with the show.
Oh, what?
I got it. I got it.
I'm
Focus
dead.
on Lloyd.
I've got nothing.
I got it.
Ooh, fucking go.
Oh!
Use the
Tag.
I spent everything on Lloyd.
Thank you.
Keep going.
This will look
Well,
scary, but it's
You should
fine.
be able to recover, just keep going.
It's fine.
Just leave Kagura dead.
Yeah.
Don't worry about Kagura, just DPS. Lloyd, can you handle it from the rest?
Yes.
Okay, then we're fine. Just DPS the fuck down.
Because everything was still on cooldown at that time. Now,
That's
Just
fine.
don't
we're
res
fine.
me.
Move. Move again.
I'm just using my 1 minute. so
Move once more.
I'll do a bit more.
We're gonna clear it easy.
Yeah.
Res could go with the
Don't
LB
res- no,
free.
don't
Resin with
res.
Resin
Somebody
with the LB first.
has mentioned you, yeah.
I already have weakness.
You're right, Murasaki. You know, I used to go to a Japanese calligraphy school called Murasaki in Warsaw. It was the only Japanese calligraphy
Sorry.
school in,
Nancy.
you know.
I was gonna say.
The pool, it was
you
the
don't
other
want
pool
me
you got.
to-
No, it was the other pool you got it. But with this fight, so a lot of pools drift together.
Oh my gosh.
No way, I got this region, so don't worry about it. It's a fair.
I wonder how long. I'm just wondering how long Kagura's weakness is still going to be there for.
1 minute.
Yeah, I know, but I'm wondering exactly how long. We'll find out.
Will it pass?
Okay, you're gonna have it for about 20 seconds or so.
What is a weeb?
No, sorry, about 40 seconds.
It won't be gone for him.
Yeah, you're gonna have about 40 seconds. It's
10 seconds.
It's 45 seconds now.
Isn't a weeb someone that just
buff it a little bit
Sh-
more because of it.
sort of participates in a culture, well, in Japanese culture, in a very shallow and superficial way? Isn't that sort of like the definition?
the thing is, death came before this phase. This
Of
is the
a-
phase where you can't die.
Weeb?
Away from Garuda, don't go towards
Oh,
Titan.
I have to take off my stance for this. Because I just took echo.
Well, then I guess I am. I actually studied it at university for a bit. Japanese culture.
Nice trainer.
I want it to be different.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Nice. I saw you do it by yourself. Proud of you.
Oh, thanks, Dad.
You learned something.
Proud of you. It's a tear to my eyes to see you doing it.
I'm also a big fan of Vietnamese culture.
Because they gave TVM way too late.
Back then left.
To the point that I will be wanting to discuss
Middle.
the history of Vietnam, like on stream as segments.
Back up.
Nazi.
Vietnam is a really beautiful, wonderful country.
No,
And it has
smooth.
such great food. You know?
Stack up. Good job, Kagura.
If you ever have a chance to go to Vietnam, you should go.
Where's the
Okay.
like we need to fish?
It's very nice and interesting.
If the fish succeeded.
Move again. And split up.
On me?
Move. And as soon as you see a foot go, move.
Fuck.
I didn't pop sprint.
Rip.
I think I need to pop sprint here, right?
Some people do, some people don't.
Oh, interesting.
Yeah.
Vietnam is a very, very
We
interesting
will not see
country.
anything else, so-
Well,
fucking hell, Lloyd is on the wall.
I'm surprised
Yeah,
that
myself.
people want to talk about.
Hey!
I wonder if people talk about France and curriculum in like.
Knockback resist.
In tank cleave, in tank cleave.
I wonder if people talk about it in French
And then it's gonna be out
curriculum.
after the tank buster, which yeah, that's one way.
Yeah.
You will not
But you know the country responsible for the war was France, right? It all started with France.
Percentage was it? Okay.
55.
But
Yeah, so there's only 5% off
I
impulse.
definitely procced there. 100%.
It was only 5% off impulse, so.
Mike, why
Yes.
did you die? Why did
Yeah.
they die?
Well, after World War
Probably need
II,
to go inside, like under it.
during World War II, at the end of it,
Yeah, but
Vietnam
tank.
You do not go under
managed
it. When you
to
go in and you stay on the edge of the blue circle.
managed to kick out Japanese soldiers on their
You
own.
just go in and you stay right on the edge of the blue circle, so you're gonna be about here.
Let me
And
let me wait for them to.
knife,
Oh wait,
damn
I'm
it, I
just
was
gonna
looking far away.
mute
Apple
them.
healing light there.
And when I say right on
So,
the edge of the blue circle,
Vietnam managed to fight for its own independence and gain it. They fended off the Japanese, and then France, after World War II, decided it wants its colony back. And this is how it's all started.
you'll pick a couple people, I believe, because they moved too far in.
They moved too far in. Yeah.
Yeah. When you move,
You know?
you want to move to the side, and you want to move in just to the edge of the blue circle.
So a lot of
Let's
pretty
assume that,
complicated
Lloyd-
history, but it's also very interesting.
For the weights, we are like here.
There are quite a few dishes
Go here with the
that
cheese and
started out as French dishes, but Vietnam sort of took those dishes and improved on them, added more spice, added more
then I go
interesting ingredients.
again.
So they took the base of a French dish and made it far more interesting.
Yeah. Then as soon as
You know?
As soon as
I've
Ifrit-
eaten a few of
Ifrit
those
dashes,
in
you
Vietnam.
run to the landslide and then run to your orb.
Yeah, do you know what I died to? I know
What?
now. Ifrit.
Yeah, you wait for Ifrit to dash, then you
Yeah.
run. Ifrit
Yeah,
is the
yeah.
starting
You know?
pistol there. As soon as Ifrit goes, you fuck off.
We're gonna be talking about
But
a
I
few
need my
things
prop,
today.
Until then.
It's gonna be
At that point,
great.
Literally, at that point, you can't wait for the call to move. You have to use your
Let me
eyes.
see.
You have to look for Ifrit dashing.
You
I
know,
think everyone should be focused on at that point.
oh, most people don't like calligraphy. That was a really, really nice class. We would start
People are
with a bit of meditation. We would just sit in place and deep
Unless I become God,
breaths,
I'm able to call it like 1
really
second
calm
at a
down. And then it was all about very slowly and meticulously practicing drawing the characters. It's quite nice. The Vietnamese version of the
Move.
French dishes is really good. Vietnamese food overall is extremely good.
Everyone in.
It is great. Calligraphy is great. If you have a
Yeah.
chance, you should try it.
Everyone out.
And of course, you should go to your local
First we go.
Vietnamese restaurant
Next.
and try some dishes.
Move. Pretty deep.
And
Trini, you can go behind the box.
I've already talked about it, and my friend has told me about it fairly recently, but
You can stop if you were instead.
there's a lot of sense of community in Vietnam,
No.
you know?
Move. Bravo, Charlie.
Wow.
You're welcome.
Like, in Vietnam,
Move.
there are those small food places called street foods, you know?
True news.
And they are on really high restaurant level because they are made by people that specialize for like 40 years in one dish. And when there are poorest members of the community that cannot afford any food, they will,
There's not enough of them.
the street food places will basically sell the food to them almost for free, you know? And there are also
The positional Yoshi P, it's too hard.
other community places that give out food.
He's He's on Bravo. Got
You know?
They
Alpha.
need to get rid of the mana so
It's really nice.
healers can live their life.
I don't think that necessarily has to
Vessel
do
was
with
when Ninja had to use trick attack.
the communism.
Oh, yeah.
Especially since Vietnam has a lot of
Bosses that had no positionals.
capitalist elements
No,
to
that
it
wouldn't
right
matter,
now.
then no positionals didn't count, but if it had positionals, it had to be done from the rear.
The Warriors Berserk getting them pacified.
Passive the best thing.
Oh god, the lack of
Yeah,
Any
people,
DPS on the sphere?
It's very strange. This speaks
Why
to the
haven't Raven not to
difference
attack that?
in the relative value
No one
placed on
else does.
communal action. Yeah.
Yeah, I got the reason. I was too far away.
I'm casting Rune 3, it won't count by the time I
It might be the case, but it's also a bit baked into the language.
It was on such a
Like,
low page, no one
you know how
attacked it.
Asian languages there are a lot of the so-called
We're not parsing people.
honorificators, like Japanese has san, sama,
Well, technically,
chan,
you
kun,
and Lloyd probably.
and so on, right?
even then, I'm still attacking the nail.
And so, in Vietnam, a lot of those honorifics are family member names.
Now damage counts.
Like, an older boy will be called older brother, a slightly older man will be called an uncle,
No, it technically is because it shows.
and then it goes into grandpa.
Out.
That is slightly present in
Yeah.
Japanese. Not exactly, but
Second melee.
in Polish, when you're being polite,
Yeah.
you speak to people in the third person actually. You know? When you're not on a first name basis with somebody, you never use you.
Seriously.
You will speak with
I
people
had that problem.
in the third person also by using things like sir, you know?
Yeah.
So if you wanna ask someone who's a stranger
Delta, go Alpha,
with
go
whom you're
Alpha,
not on a
Alpha.
first name basis, you don't like if they would like to sit, you don't ask, would you like to sit? You ask, would sir or would madam like to sit? You know? Would sir like to sit? Would madam want to sit? Would sir want something to drink? Would madam like something to drink? You know? You never say you. Never just say, would you like something to drink? Tommy or mommy?
See, people panic when my plume don't die.
Dude, I just love to see the Titan on the background going. Die. Ouch. In?
Yeah, it is considered really rude to just
He's on Delta.
to
Go
say you to a
Oh, two people died.
Nancy.
person.
Oh shit, I got Nancy as well. I could misclick.
You know? It's considered rude.
I will get Lucy slow here.
It's not acceptable.
Wait, I can get her. No,
No, you
I
cannot.
was pressed on the wrong side.
Alright, wallet.
I didn't pay attention.
I was gonna say this. What is
I was rest on C.
Yeah, try not to res people until you get to A, Mike. Or at least out of the boss's hit fucking tank buster range.
To be fair, I was on the middle.
The middle still takes.
Wait, who?
It's okay. I mean,
Who
maybe
was-
I should
who?
have reacted faster.
Who was
I
ordered?
was not
It's,
expecting.
am I? I'm sorry. What? I might be missing something because I'm in top chat and I
Just
cannot
trying to
switch
bridge
to
the
live
forest
chat
so
because
much
I'm
now.
raiding. But
I don't expect you to.
what's happening?
Even
I
in
have-
Savage, I won't.
I don't expect you to. I have a higher, I have a higher expectation for you and Mike at the moment.
Yeah. Haven't you seen my deep dungeons?
No, the only reason I have higher expectations for you two in here is because you two have done, like me, have done this before. Everyone in? Lay it out. Everybody out.
Who?
Next one go.
Move.
Wait. What's? Oh. Wait. Really? Oh my gosh. Hello, Karasu. Hello, everyone. We're doing a bit of raiding still, but don't worry.
There you go.
This is the plan. We're gonna do a bit of raiding still, then the leader of this group wants to talk to me. I don't know what it's gonna be about, but we're gonna
Alpha,
find
Bravo,
out.
Go Charlie, Delta.
And then we're gonna cover a few things, to say the least.
Move.
And also I'm gonna be talking about a beautiful, beautiful book that I finished reading yesterday. There are actually two books in one. The Death of the Beautiful Deer and How I Met with the Fish. It is by a Czech Jewish author called Ota Pavel.
Fuck you, controller. Normally when I run away there and retarget, it targets the ad following me.
Well, it's nice
No,
that
it's
he's
like
being
it's
held
someone else's
accountable.
ad this time.
That is really
Oh,
nice.
because at that point they answered that, but there was still one left. Yes.
No, my ad still adds up left when I do that. Go Charlie,
Here we go.
I see.
run through.
It's a real shame that it's unavailable in English, it seems.
Because I was trying to target.
But I'm
the last
pretty
map
sure
myself, and I
The Death
targeted
of the
yours.
Beautiful Deer should be available in Hungarian. For sure. You know? I'm pretty sure that one should be available in Hungarian.
For me?
I think Ota Pavel is pretty well known
Come to me.
in Europe
Very, very
as an
cool.
author.
Oh god.
Oh, Kai, what happened?
There you
Okay,
are.
thank you for being
Oh,
here,
that's quite a tight
Fake.
little gap on the
Alec,
thing.
Kyle Parker.
Kill that nail, kill that nail, focus the nail, focus the nail. Okay, it's Alpha Bravo, no adjust. I will be up in time, don't worry.
On mute.
Okay.
We're seeing
I was talking about The Death of the Beautiful Deer, a book by a very well-known, at least in some countries, Czech writer called Ota Pavel. It was a book written in an institute for psychiatric care as form of therapy, because I think he suffered from a heavy case
We're moving to
of
slow to though.
schizophrenia. And he actually mentions it in the book itself, which is where the book becomes quite saddening or sad. But I have to say, that is a very therapeutic book, in my opinion. Someone feels like is suffering from depression. I think that's a book worth reading. It's very calming and therapeutic, for the lack of a better word.
God. God again.
Which is fitting since the book was written by the author as therapy for himself.
Run in.
Really good book.
Right at the nipple.
It's not me.
Really good book. Did it.
Yeah.
Good, Charlie.
On me?
On Mike.
True. I don't know, reading this book, it felt really, I'm not sure how to describe it.
Oh, come on.
It puts you in this very specific
Getting
mood.
Trini after the tumult.
I'd focus Lloyd. I'll get Trina.
Thanks.
Kagura.
Shoot the tank?
Oh,
What? Oh, that's.
It is not exactly like that,
I
Talisan.
don't know.
It went on the two people who rest.
The
Oh man.
There's more than one way
That-
of the land. So even if it went on the people that
the
rest,
title
it would
has
still be
to do
fine
with
to
something
prove.
else. He
Yeah.
describes a beautiful plain, which is also a plain of death where beautiful deer come to die.
You waiting to appear, but
I'm sorry, but they just did not go off.
You know? Because that book is
I need
full of
20
two
seconds.
things: description of nature, and
Why were they in
which I really
order
didn't
so-
think that I would be so caught up in reading.
That's what I'm wondering.
Description of fishing.
I don't think there was. I've got it clipped.
There
though,
was
so I
in the
should
middle.
be able to-
Straight in the middle.
yeah, there was two on the middle.
There's 3 sets of weights and I only saw one.
The end of the book,
There were
the
three of
book
them.
ends with the story how you met with the fish, and it's actually ends on a quite a sad note. The whole book ends on a sad note, in my opinion,
And placed it perfectly,
because
so they overlapped.
the author sort of describes at the very end of the book
On something.
Perfect thread.
his mental state, and in a way, and what the things that
There, just put it anyway.
he wrote about meant to him. And the reason why it's sad was because of his situation. I probably talk about it after the raid.
That'd be a good.
Really good book.
Cool, and go kill.
I actually think it's one of those books that I might read again.
Is it worth?
Yeah, it's gonna need support. Go yourself.
Maybe I'll just find something else.
Missed the day where Titan giggled tank.
Well, the way Pavel describes fishing is a bit from a perspective of a fisher. So he says how he went to the sea. He described how the fish were acting inside of the, in the river, the color of the fish, the type of bait that he used, the type of, fishing pole that he used, etc.,
Back
etc.
then the ferry was more
You know.
also useful.
Yes. Both fairies did.
Also, he described when he fished during World War II to get some food for his mom
After being buffed.
when both of his brothers and his father were taken to the
Oh
camps,
yeah,
and it was just him to get alone with his mom
I remember that one. That was indeed good.
because
Those things like
the action, so to speak, of the book takes place during his childhood before the war, during his childhood during the war,
Go on,
and
Carbuncle,
then
you can do it.
a bit of his life after the war when he was an adult.
Oh no, Carbuncle didn't get the shield. Whatever will we do?
they used to get shields.
There are a few
The unkillable
funny
Carbuncle's gonna die.
but also very
No,
heroic
I don't want it to die.
parts to the book.
Shielded.
Don't worry,
Did you
cannot
hear the
pick up
statement? The
decoration on my house.
unkillable Carbuncle.
Oh, it can't die.
No, Carbuncle
It
can't
doesn't
die.
have HP anymore.
No.
What do you mean? Before it had HP, like
Yeah.
my Chocobo?
Let's move. Back when the game first came out, you could have Titan Eggy tank. Everyone in?
Even the fairies did have HP.
Melee out.
Wow.
Everybody out.
Did you just make me feel extremely old by now?
I'm sorry, but I also heard that the
Also-
Bard was able to rest, or that the Bard has an
It's
LB3.
the LP3.
Melee.
Go, go,
Hello.
Lucy.
Oh. Move. Yeah, the Bard LB3 used to be the healer LB3. Because back in the day, you just had a healer LB3. You didn't have White Mage LB3 and Scholar LB3. All the healer LB3s look exactly the same.
Okay.
I mean, it makes sense that
So,
they
yeah.
make it dude,
It's
and everyone just
such a
tries to
good
start with
book. I'm gonna talk about it in
Everything
detail,
is the
you
same
know.
for the tanks and the DPS as well.
AD.
AD, so go BC. Move.
I mean, I like the Bard because the Bard can support the whole group. Like, it can give shield, it can also Isuna.
But used to be extremely supportive. Not anymore, so.
Didn't you
I
see Joe
only
Cat?
hear, don't
When
play
you see Joe
Bard,
Cat's
you
guide
make
to
no
crap
damage.
guide to Final Fantasy Ranged Edition? Move.
Hey, I can't say anything. I like machinist modes on the ranged classes.
Mike, I'm
Black
still
Mage of the
providing
Rain.
moral support.
I need to sneeze.
Delicious.
Okay. He's on Bravo.
You
He's
should
on
read that,
Alpha.
but it's unfortunately unavailable in
That was gonna pick up.
English
I might
from.
need to sneeze again in a second, not sure. I'll keep you informed on the sneeze situation.
2 million each.
More news at 11.
Little fairy, do you want to come with me again?
My gosh.
Run away, fairy, it's a crab.
No, it's not.
It's a
I'm
crab.
taking good care.
That's what they
Come
all
with
say.
me. There you are. What took you so long? Your tea is getting cold.
I kept it with me a little bit longer. There is lots of weird people. Like,
What?
Didn't get
No,
killed.
people, they'll
One more pull, then I'm calling it for the night. Because otherwise we're not going to have time to do prop pulls.
Alright, we're gonna have the talk.
Lucy's now is a bit high.
Sorry, what?
Your nail is a bit high.
Well, it was?
But
Yeah.
didn't you just say Lucy was a little bit high?
I said Lucy's nail was a little bit high.
Okay.
Oh my god.
High is high. High is high.
Oh my god. Yeah, I hope that Kai is high, otherwise he's not able to endure this.
Oh hell no.
Oh, I want
Just
to
don't move,
rescue
mister.
you.
Don't worry, I will slow walk.
RP walk.
You can start hearing the Michael Jackson song from the background.
Move.
Oh my god.
Everybody in. Nail out. Everybody out.
What? Did I get hit? Did I get not hit? I don't know. I'm confused.
Fine.
Okay, everything's fine.
First
Second melee. Move. Oh, that's some good DPS by now. It's a challenge to see how long I can keep my damage above 3k. Move. Minute and a half, not bad.
Easy.
Oh, Charlie got Alpha Delta. Move.
Okay.
Move. And I'm back above 3k. Had your damage on the ads.
And you're below 3k.
Yep. Sad. Now the question is, does it reset? He's on Charlie. Got a Bravo. No.
Energy. Energy.
Okay.
Barry, come with me. I have cake.
No wonder that yours is so fat lately.
No fat shaming here.
Hey, I'm the fat fuck, I got the rights.
Alpha Bravo adjust.
Yeah, we're definitely skipping.
Alpha Bravo adjust.
On me?
We are definitely skipping.
What more TPS? Okay.
More DPS, more! More!
I am.
Brains.
Skip the stack, let's go! Yes, stat wall. Good job.
But
How,
my bubble is not
We had nothing up for me either, but to keep doing it.
Don't worry, we got everything up that we need.
At least the DPS were nice and healthy because they didn't take a stack. Move. Move again. Go,
Charlie.
Charlie. Nipple. Left of the nipple.
Perfect.
No, it wasn't.
Wrong side.
What?
Last
Are
one.
you kidding me?
You needed to be slightly further back.
I feel betrayed.
It's
Call it for the
either
night anyway.
further back or to the left.
Oh boy.
I felt
It
betrayed.
was more to the left. Because if she went further back, she wouldn't have hit mine.
Right distance, wrong side.
Oh, it's the wrong side.
Okay, I'm gonna have the talk now. So I'm gonna have to mute the voice chat and listen.
Yes, please. If you wouldn't mind.
Fine. Have a wonderful evening.
Yeah,
Don't
everyone have-
Okay,
subscribe.
Bye bye.
let me see.
Good.
And donate.
Okay. Here we go. I'm here, but I have to talk quick because I'm still running the stream. I'm gonna take my medication just in case something goes off the rails. Yeah. Sorry, can you repeat? Okay. Tell us what the times are. So it's late. Okay, which probably means that my friend will be able to do it since he works a lot. Okay. Hopefully. The one that we are in right now, yeah? Okay. All right. I'm gonna want to do a bit of this here. Or we could do it before. Hello. Oh, you could do it before the new, thing hits. All right. I've not done any of them. Yeah, you do. Okay. Oh, well, on back to rating. Nice. Back in the thing. Okay. All right. All right. All right. Well then, I'll go for now, and I'll see you. Okay. I'll see you. Bye bye, and bye. Okay, we're done with the rating. Is anybody still here? We're done with the rating. I want to talk a bit about the book. Harasu, you're here. Do you know an author called Ota Pavel? Do you know this Czechoslovakian author who was Jewish as well? I want to talk about a few things from the book that were very funny. Yeah, Otto Pavel. Yeah. Since you wrote his name and surname perfectly, I assume that you know the author. Since you wrote the name and surname perfectly, I assume you know him. My mom recommended his book to me. It's 2 books in one. It's The Death of Beautiful Deer, and it's also How I Met with the Fish. Otto Pavel later in his life, well, not later, he didn't actually live super long. He died at the age of 43, I think from a heart attack, but he died. He suffered from very serious mental health problems, schizophrenia with elements of paranoia, and as part of his therapy, he was, yes, that's right, his original name was Otto Popper, and he uses the surname Popper a lot in the book. He actually uses the original surname a lot when describing his childhood, when describing his life. So yeah, the name Popper is in the book. And he wrote the book as therapy. He actually does mention that after the war, they have changed the surname to Pavel from Popper, maybe out of fear. There are a few segments in the book which I'm very sad to report is unavailable in English, which was on one hand very sort of heroic, on the other hand very funny. And the whole book has like this very interesting atmosphere. The first one is that the author's father, who was a salesperson, had a pond of his own near the house. He owned a pond with a lot of carps in it, a lot of fish, and he owned the fish as well, of course. But when the World War II came, when the war had started, the pond got confiscated. The pond got confiscated and he lost all of the fish. And then what happened is that one night, it was after the older brothers of the author got sent to the camps. He woke up, the author, in the middle of the night. He was like maybe 12, something like that, and said, "Wake up, buddy," because he actually did call his son Buddy from time to time. "Wake up, buddy, we're going out." He was very scared because his father had an axe in hand, and they went to the pond which was frozen. And so, also my family actually also changed the surname after the war. But that's like a whole other thing. But they went to the lake, and his father said they didn't make a hole in the pond, they're suffocating. And he smashed a big hole with his axe, and then he stole all of the carps from the pond one by one, and he took it home with the author. And the author said that he was very proud of his dad at that moment, and he saw him as a real hero at that moment. You should read it. You really should read it. You should get it and you should read it. I highly recommend it. That is the heroic part of the thing that I'm talking about. The funny part is that sometime later, the Germans came in to officially fish out all of the carps from the pond with a big orchestra, with a bunch of soldiers at a big pump. And then they discovered that the pond was already empty, and they didn't know what was going on. And the way the author described it was that his daddy, because he wrote the book in this very childlike way, he wrote mommy, daddy, and he said that daddy practically stole his own carps from the pond. It was a very fun moment. You know? There was this very interesting moment about not judging a book by its cover, I guess, when the author's father and two older brothers were taken to the camps, and the author started fishing illegally from the town pond to feed his mom. There were the old pond and the new pond, and he liked the old pond more. But a very mean man was guarding the pond, who was hunched like the hunchman of Notre Dame. He compared him to the hunchman of Notre Dame, and he said that people like him that are disabled can be very mean and evil people. And he said that he practiced running because he knew that he would outrun him, and that when he first approached him, he wore a big hat, a big coat, and he also sort of limped for the evil man not to recognize him. And so he started fishing, and the man started chasing him with a big, big plastic stick, like the ones that cops use. And he escaped to the forest, and later found out that the German policemen were looking for him, and he figured that the evil hunched man, ratted him out. And so he stopped going to the pond for a bit. But then, hunger set in, and he sort of thought to himself, no, I must go to the pond again. And he went to the pond, and then he suddenly realized that he was being followed by two men he didn't know. They were probably people from the SS. And so he threw the rod to the pond and started running and running. And then he went into an alley, and when he left the alley, suddenly, out of nowhere, the evil man who was hunched sort of came out of nowhere and caught him. And the author was terrified. He was 12-ish year old or something. He was terrified. And suddenly the evil man sort of swung his big stick, but he swung it at the air, and he, told the author, start screaming right now. And the author was confused for a bit and started screaming the loudest that he could, And the man swung at the air for a bit and then stopped and then asked the author, how are you? How is your mother? Are you getting any letters from your father or your brothers? And then he said, you should go to the new pond. You will be safe there, and nobody will catch you. And you should also limp on the way home. All the way back to your home, you should limp. Just the way how you did when you first saw me and you pretended to limp for me not to recognize you. It was this really nice moment of realization that the evil man was not an evil man at all. So that was one story. And of course, there is the sad story of how their father said that his sons must eat some real meat before they go to the concentration camp and went hunting. But I'm not gonna spoil any. I'm not gonna spoil any more of the book. It's a really interesting book. It's a lot about fishing. It's a lot about nature. The book is dedicated a lot to nature, to rivers, to forests, to the beauty of the natural world, and to fishing, of course, because the author's father was a big fisher, and he himself was a big fisher, and his brothers were big into fishing. It sounds familiar. Karel, it does sound familiar, but I'm not sure. I'm not sure. The book that I recommended now, or two books, the death of the beautiful deer and How I Met with the Fish, were like recommended to me by my mom. Really great stuff. I wish it was in English. Who is Karel Čapek? I'm gonna look it up, and then we're gonna jump in to today's issues. We're gonna jump into the reaction. We've got a lot to do today, believe you me. I've heard, actually, the video that I've made about the debate did pretty well as far as my channel is involved. It's closing in on 100 views. Here we go. Also a writer. Yeah, the portrait is, I recognize the portrait. I do recognize the portrait. Ooh, right. Very nice. Should read something of his. 1890 and died in 1938. Very, very interesting. Yeah, he first used and popularized the word robot. Damn. There's this grave here. There were ekranizations of his works. Very, very interesting. I'm gonna turn on the thing that you like to see the most, which is the browser. Then we're gonna jump into the misadventures of a person known as, well, you know who is known as Foolery, of course. Let me see. Here we go. Transform, fit to screen, and we are ready. What is this? Oh, we've seen this. Okay. We're gonna come to Tom Foolery. There is a bunch of things that I want to talk about when it comes to Tom Foolery, actually. I don't know why this happened. The other book, very interesting, is Valka. I'm lucky for with the news. Oh. The book that I'm recommending is a bit like more autobiographic. It is sort of real, but it's also a bit dreamlike. Tom Foolery is a conservative content creator. Yeah, we've already had the occasion to talk about Tom Foolery. He considers himself like a... Yeah, we've actually watched her video on a recent stream. I think we've actually watched her video right after covering the debate between President Sunday and Lav. We just jump into it. We jumped into it and we did a react to that video about the trans debate. You know? It's because this is a high energy stream. We jump from one thing to the next, and then after the streaming ends, I just go and read like a good reader. And then I go to visit my mom because my mom is on rehab again. She got her free rehab this time, you know, the one from the NHS. And it's like only 6 months late, but okay. He admitted her for 6 weeks, which is wacky, you know? She's mostly fine, so it's like she's in the resort. Well, it's not a resort, it's like a rehabilitation center. Interesting, this time she's with another person in the room. Okay, video, right? We're looking for a video. Tom confronts on abuse of Grace. I don't know what this is about. Oh, my mom is pretty well, you know? You could say that it's just basically polishing. Like, at this point, it's not really the question of mom recovering. At this point, my mom will be in like super shape, you know? At this point, it's like adding extra positives to her recovery, if that makes sense. She's at this point she's getting like extra, you know? She's gonna be in extra good form, hopefully, you know? I mean, right now, even before going for the extra rehab, she actually ran to the bus with me one time, you know? She was able to run, not just walk. Love berates Boots for being a bad feminist. I don't care. Do I have to look for a whole stream video or... Wait, where's the... Do I like have to look for... I think I'm gonna have to look for a whole... Hello, Jacob. Hello, hello. Okay, you think we're gonna have to... Talking to Mentorp, don't care. I've actually not seen this. I've just sort of... President Sunny versus Laugh talking to kid not kin? Is this the thing? Yeah, is this the thing? I'm looking for Tom Foolery going over President Sunday's debate and talking about how he misunderstands reality, and then talking about how, well, you know, the whole thing about sex segregated spaces. I think this is it. President Sunday versus Lav. Didn't he talk to Lav about it as well? Okay, let's Wait, 3 days ago, not 3 years ago. Yeah, 3 days ago. It says 3 dni temu. Oh, okay. We're gonna read your interaction in the chat.
Being abusive, no.
We don't care about that. Now the real event begins.
I don't want to leave out my YouTube audience from the festivities, right?
Maybe we're gonna be watching this on a bit of a speed up. That's okay, right? 125. Because we've got a lot of ground to cover today. Got a lot of things to do. A ton.
Okay, we want to make sure. Unequivocally, yes, that was. Costuming is important for the job. I got my iconic hood on today, okay?
That's true. That's true. Maybe I should.
Look at this, guys. Look at this. It's right in the middle. It's also evenly spread. Look at Wick moving on up in the world.
Wow. Yeah, she is. Right. Well, maybe I'll just make. I don't know. It sounds very strange when it's sped up, so I'm just gonna do it normal. Generally, I dislike people speeding up the content they react to if they don't react at the same pace. Yeah. I'm just gonna do it normal. Just for you, Lenitas. I'm doing this specifically for you. You know? I anticipated that you wouldn't like it, so I sort of felt it in my mind, and I'm taking it back to the normal speed. We're not in a hurry.
He's going to stay on my screen and everything throughout the entire review. Look at that. It's amazing. It's an amazing thing, guys.
Tom Foolery is a very slow speaker. Okay. We're gonna be looking for Karasu's comments as well. Wait, we're not rating anymore, so I might as well sort of, I don't know, shout out the stream for more people to come. Shout it out in the Orbiters Club. Oh, my Talk with Anastasia video got 3 hearts. Have you enjoyed the conversation? Have you enjoyed the video, the conversation with Anastasia? You know, we've actually kept in touch, and we might get a second talk, Anastasia. There are a few topics that we would like to go over. Or certainly a few topics that I would like to go over. Maybe I'll practice my Ukrainian the next time we talk. Right. Wow, thank you. We're gonna have another. I'm pretty sure there are a lot of topics to talk about when it comes to those things. I'm gonna also add everyone because today we don't have weird problems when it comes to the. Where is this? Where is this whole thing? What is happening? Okay, where is the... All right, I'm gonna add everyone. The fun part of the stream begins. Get in here. There we go. We're advertising it to everyone. Hello, Jess. Hello. We're getting in on that. Oh, yes, he did. Oh, yeah, he did. We're gonna cover his coverage of the covering of the thing. Let's go. And now, we go. Publish. Don't care. I'm a very aggressive streamer. Have to be very aggressive to succeed in the streaming world. One of you says anything about Demon Mama. Oh, that's a good question. I didn't think of that. Oh, wow. Yeah, that's a good one. Yeah. Ducks are pretty aggressive. I am. Also, in 48 minutes, I'm going to have to go fetch my med. And by my med, I mean HRT. Fantastic talk. Thank you.
A feminist who invoked SpongeBob SquarePants twice as an argument against post-structuralism.
Oh, of course he complains about Demon Mama. Wow, that's gonna be a sight to behold. Let's just say I was really disappointed with Tom Foolery's. A lot of things.
Has declared me a member of a shadowy cabal of gender special agents silencing all gender dissent. A load of barnacles, only Squidwardian.
I mean those are facts. Why are you looking at this tweet before even watching the debate? This is fact. Lav literally uses SpongeBob as argumentation. Tom Foolery's foolery. True. That is true. I actually retweeted this tweet. Okay. And I actually added a response that was liked by Demon Mama. Because someone asked what this is all about, and I basically described it in a few words by saying that Demon Mama called in to question some of the interesting views of Lav. That is what happened. Gender document, gender research. Yeah, apparently Tom Foolery has a gender document.
Land.
Well, I hope I'm not putting you to sleep.
Goodbye. You really haven't got any brains at all, have you, son?
No. No brains.
Why did you send me this?
I wonder if I'm gonna be in there. I don't think so. No, I'm not in there.
Whoa.
Because I replied to that. What is this about? Well, his channel is not that big. 1.77 thousand subscribers. So he's not that much huger than me. If you could put him a bit louder, of course. Of course, for you, everything. Or anything. Or both. The point is that I will do it. I will make him louder. Low energy. I'm sometimes worried if I don't sound too low energy. Because I'm trying to be more expressive in my talking. Bigger for now, yeah. I know, right? Bigger for now is right. Anime. Oh, no. Yeah, I do. That is good. I've actually... if I sound more higher energy than normally, that's because two great things are happening. One, I'm back to raiding in Final Fantasy XIV. And two, I will be joining Xanderhal's elite group. That's right, I will be joining Xanderhal's World of Warcraft guild. and I will be streaming playing in the Xander Hall World of Warcraft guild. That's right. Yeah, I think so. It's a good way to build relations with Xander Hall through the classic guild. Also, in 3 days, Diablo 4 stress test. I don't know. Ellen Degenerate invited me to the Discord for the guild. The doctor, oh no. You will make it. You will make it. Today's a long stream. Today's a longer, fake Alec Kyle Parker. So you will definitely make it. Ellen is based, especially that one interesting incident with the quote, you know, with that other interesting creator. We remember that whole discourse. Well, you know, I remember. I remember it like it was yesterday. I was, you know, this is how we build memories. This is how we build memories. Hello, good for Gaby. Yeah, I remember that was. Okay, let's. I don't know why Tom Foolery is showing us this. You know, I've actually had a bit over 30 viewers recently. So one day we will hit that 50 and then you will be able to see not the avatar, but the person behind the avatar, me. Well, you know. I mean, that is pretty cute, but
It used to be knee socks, so.
I have my spray on artificial hair.
Nice.
spray on artificial hair. If only that was a thing.
Okay, well, first of all, welcome to both of you. Thank you for agreeing to do this. I know.
Yeah, lest anyone have any confusion.
I do have to warn you because that was a thing in the original debate, and so by extension, it is a thing here. President Sunday feels like he's like a lot louder than the rest. So he's of course gonna be a bit louder here than the rest. And we get to see you. That's right. I'm gonna prepare myself. You know, I'm gonna see my bookshelf. You're truly gonna see why I'm a President Sunday orbiter. Basically, if you're gonna see my setup, it's like just bookshelves. They're gonna call me a President Sunday wannabe.
About this is all Wick's fault.
Oh yeah, I invited them both to be here. So this is on me. I am responsible for whatever happens. So today we're gonna have.
He always is everywhere. Do you mean louder?
Have just a discussion about what is a woman. It's a broad topic. I'm sure we'll get into other areas of it. But just some ground rules here. We are going to stick mainly on topic. It can get a little tangential, but we're not going to go towards outside dramas or anything like that. That's not the purpose of what we're doing today.
I'm sorry, what debate going on in my server? What? I'm sorry, what debate? What's going on in my server? We haven't really started this yet. It's just, we're here for tomfoolery thoughts. We've already saw the debate. What's happening on the giggle card? Who got kicked? Wait. What? I'm sorry, what happened? What? There's drama in my own server? Wait, what? How did this happen? What happened? I guess I'm gonna need to look into this later. Wow, what happened? What happened here? Okay. I'm gonna ask them later. I'm gonna ask them later about it. Right. Uh, okay. I'm gonna look into it later. We're not for this right now. We're not here for this right now. We're not here for giggle card drama, even though it might be dramatic, but you know, that frog was so cute. Okay, let's jump into this thing. All right?
No slurs, nothing tossed. That's nothing that's gonna get me demonetized. But
somebody said that she's like updated her argument to include a lot of my arguments throughout this. So I'm interested to see if it's actually like evolved past what it was when her and I had this debate.
other than that,
what are we on? Are we on Twitch?
We are on Twitch and YouTube right now. So.
Okay, Twitch is really weird about gender topics, so you might want to just single stream.
I understand. I accept the risk. Just no slurs is what I'm asking, right? So don't drop the T slur, the F slur, none of that. Okay.
Sure, I got banned for 2 weeks for saying that I don't think a trans woman is a woman, though, and that's the whole debate. So
That's began the Lucy drama streamer arc. Well, hopefully not, but we'll see.
I believe the debate by your request is what is a woman.
Yeah.
The whole thing will end up in me doing a weird podcast with Chud Logic.
Yeah. Well, I wanted it to be our trans woman, but that was your choice. I agree. It's a better title, but.
We'll get into it. We'll get into it.
Are we gonna debate the title first?
Yeah.
That's not gonna happen.
But yeah. Sorry, give me a moment. Welcome, one.
It's really cool. How does he? I'm staring at this. How does he have the glare right there?
The what?
When that's likely the black on the Discord. How is that happening?
Oh my god.
Is it part of like the green screen or something? I'm
no.
so confused.
And all the WIC TV cross ideological platform where we bring together people with opposing viewpoints.
Oh my god. Wow. Wow. Okay. All right then. I'm gonna just move past this.
Discuss topics from the political to the cultural, from the silly to the serious. Today, the question
Hello,
is, what
Palman.
is a woman? We're going to allow both of these.
Oh my god.
Back screen? Right, but that's the thing, is that the back of this is likely actually just the Discord.
Oh Jesus, he's going on about it.
All of the black on there.
Oh my god. It really feels like someone is really, really high, you know, and just starts talking about things at random. Turn up the video. It's maximum. It said maximum. Video is at maximum. Everything is at maximum. Damn, everything is at maximum.
Is likely just the
Like, it really does feel like a person that's super high, but like starts, oh, look at this shine, it's pretty cool, man. Like this effect of shining, it's pretty cool, pretty darn radical, man. Like, I don't know. That's my sort of, but I'm incapable of making it any louder. What is this commentary? This would be like you're in a lecture and you start taking notes on how the presenter's audio is distinct. I mean, that would be annoying, but I don't know how to make it louder. The volume is max on OBS. You know? It's pretty much max. It's max on my... It's pretty much max on my whole browser thing. It is maxed on the video itself here, as you can see. It is maxed in the OBS. I guess Tom Foolery's video is just a bit quiet. Oh.
the black from the Discord. So when I pop out Discord like this is so obnoxious. I don't know why it changes size.
This is really what we need for a segment like this, right, everyone? This is really what we need. A side tangent about tomfoolery's aesthetic preferences when it comes to Discord voice chat.
Goes over to this screen.
My God.
But yeah, so he has the black.
What is
over
happening?
here, right? And he can't get rid of that. The only way he could.
So I'm pretty sure you can tweak with the background.
Is if he like.
Okay, we're gonna make it. We're gonna make it a
right
bit
up against the
faster,
lines, 'cause
I
you can
guess.
still see the green lines popping up. But the problem with that as well is that he has 3 triangles there, not just 2. So he's not able to
And
pop it like this.
okay, it's now at 1.5 speed. I'm gonna note that he still sounds very slow, okay? He's still very slow sounding.
He has to, but somehow the white glare is coming down past these squares. Like it's coming down past it. Triangles, yeah, like you can't crop in triangles. So when he has 3 different screens here, his has to crop all the way out to here and then to here. But this black is coming down behind this.
Okay. That's great.
Individual brief opening statements, and then we're just going to get into it.
It's great that it does. Figure it out on your own time. With Google. I barely notice a difference. That's because it's not a big difference.
And with that, on with the show.
Have you ever been so blazed that you thought an in-game minimap was supposed to represent your local meat space and then you got upset because it wasn't accurate and NPCs weren't showing up as blips on it? True.
Any questions before we begin? Any other things that you guys want to know? Any questions about format?
Yeah, define brief. I don't think we.
President Sunday and Lav are pretty new, actually.
Read at a time, but I anticipate I'll need about between 5 and 10 minutes.
For your opening statement?
Yeah. Heady topic.
No.
I sent it to you.
You said it, but that's not.
I sent it to you in advance. You approved it.
Yeah, but that's not 5 minutes. If it takes you 5 minutes to read that, something has gone wrong.
I'll read quickly.
Okay.
Okay.
Oh God.
The bricks, etc., is probably in front of the Discord window.
Oh
I
my.
agree, but again, this.
Oh my God! Is this for real? We're back at this again. Oh my God. This is Sunday versus Lav, but we're not focusing on President Sunday versus Lav today. We're focusing on Tom Foolery's supposed reaction to the debate, but it's not happening yet. Tom Foolery has fixated on the Discord layout. If you want to see my coverage of the debate proper, the video is up. You can watch it.
Down, like it looks like it comes down.
Wasn't Wick on your funding stream for my mom? No, he wasn't. He wasn't. Like, President Sunday was because he was the organizer. Demon Mama was because she was the organizer. Doe was at some point. It joined at some point. Aiko was on the thing. Merrick was supposed to be on the thing, I think, but she couldn't. And Vaush sort of joined at the very end to talk a bit. Oh, I don't remember Wick being there. I know Stardust joined to sing a song. You know? Yeah.
Down behind it.
Well, it went pretty well on President Sunday's side, in my opinion.
And even if it doesn't, that means that it is a green screen, but the green is fading, and that's really hard to do.
Okay, fine. We'll start with you, and then we'll allow Femoid to go. Go ahead.
No, I
So, like, I have a border for this. There we go. So yeah, so I have this border.
Oh my God, I swear to God. Okay, I hate to say this, but I'm gonna have to speed it up again. Jesus Christ. Are we gonna get to the anything?
For like my shared screen, right? I have the border, but it has a green screen on it. And so I can turn off the green screen and it'll just completely cover up.
Now he almost sounds normal speed.
That are like right here. You see all those lines on it? That should add some sort
I
of
don't care.
some like fading. And so that's what I think is happening.
Is this really so important for the stream? Well, he didn't cut this out because he has not made a video out of this. I'm watching a whole stream video. There is no video of just this as far as I know. You know? This is not a video of just this. This is a whole stream video. But there is no video of just this. A video of just this does not exist. I've checked. But why would you do this sort of thing on stream? Come on.
I think I'll allow you to first.
You can think whatever you want.
Okay, we can go back to normal. Things are getting back to normal now. Yeah, DK would leave it. Okay.
I flipped the coin before this.
I think it's unfair to Lav to make her wait through my opening statement. Let me poison the
Go
well.
first. Go first.
Start us off.
very well.
Come on,
First
King.
of all,
You got this. Go
What is
ahead.
a woman? Ladies first.
touche. Thank you, Lav, for not ducking out. Thank you, Wick, for making me go through this.
Ducking out.
To begin, I want to highlight that even the very
See, President Sunday very subtly sort of referenced me. President Sunday gave me a very subtle shout out in this debate by saying, I'm glad you didn't duck out. See? I know where I'm being shouted out. I can sense it. Oh my gosh. He's not drunk yet.
of this debate, as Lav predicted, is conceptually fraught. The question we are supposedly debating tonight is, what is a woman? I take this question to mean what is it that the word woman identifies? A sex, a gender, a set of bodily characteristics, a social role? If we proceed etymologically, the word woman as we pronounce it today comes from the Old English word withman, I think I'm pronouncing that right, literally white
I
man
never
or female
stretch.
servant. We of course refer to the male in heterosexual
I
relationships
never
as either
stretch.
simply the man or husband, meaning quite
He
literally.
gave me a shout out.
No, that is incorrect. No, he is incorrect on that. With man.
What?
meant biological female, like an adult human female. That is what with man meant. Over time, it started to mean of a man, not servant of a man, but just of a man.
So I don't think adult human female was a definition back then.
And so we split off words, wife, which meant of a man, and then with man, which meant
I am going to have to look into this, but I already know that adult human female was not part of the definition.
adult female human, because man just meant person. Man back then just meant person. So when we talk about like mankind, we're talking about like that's what person meant. Man at the time did not mean adult male. It meant
Also, keep in mind that for the longest time, women were not considered to be human beings. Okay, that like this should give you some perspective that there were serious, scholarly debates on, is a woman a human being? Okay. So is woman a person? You know? Exactly, Karasu. Exactly. You're correct. You're exactly correct.
a were was adult male. That's why we have like a werewolf, because were was an adult man. So a werewolf is an adult man wolf, right? So where and with were the two like gendered words or sexed words that we used back then. It's not but it was not it is not what he was saying it is. It was not like servant of a man. Right.
Well, I'm not sure if I agree with this, since in practice for a long time that was the case.
The master of the house. You can already see the problem with the question, what is a woman, in that it comes to us not as a simple designator of a visual archetype, a human possessing breasts and a vulva as opposed to a penis and testes, but with heterosexuality baked in. The word woman is a modification of man, taken to be a sort of universal person to whom she is but secondary and created as a help, as in the biblical account of Eve's creation. If woman means anything beyond a particular social context...
I mean, that is correct. That is literally correct. It is baked into all of the debates that ask, is a woman a human being? Because a lot of those arguments go back to the Bible, that woman was just created as help and did not enter humanity upon creation. That was a real argument that was being made during those big debates.
In which one's place within a rigidly heterosexual system is constitutive of one's identity.
Is this just for English? I think it's Old English. I believe it's Old English.
Well, at least he's checking stuff now.
The word is of Germanic origin from Proto-Germanic wibben or wibben, woman. So whiff changed to whiffman to say adult human person, and then whiffman over time changed to woman because whiff was now wife to say of a man. So now to say it's not of a man.
I don't trust tomfoolery enough with this not to check all this on my own.
It's just its own person. We called them woman. That's how they split off. But this is wife etymology. I want whiff etymology.
All right,
Cool.
give it
There's
to
nothing
us.
here. That's awesome. Thanks. Thanks a lot. Thanks for nothing. I think it's my screen. It like wait, there's really nothing here. Etymology, alteration of with. No.
Oh, you're gonna disagree with the wiki. See, I told you I don't trust tomfoolery on that stuff, okay? Like, this is starting to be a mess. Tomfoolery is starting to argue with the wiki.
What the hell? In the past, it was pronounced with the vowel as in modern English, we. It meant woman, not female spouse. Boom, told you.
Well, it doesn't say adult human female here, so no, you did not tell us.
As it still does in housewife, midwife, old wives' tale, Germanic weeb, and Dutch wig, or weave. Very clearly, man and noun, person, see man meant person, was added to it, and by a series of phonetic changes.
Like the whole adult human female is added by you.
Whiffman became woman. Boom. There you go. I'm right. President Sunday sucks. From Middle English with, from Old English woman, wife, from Proto-West Germanic whip.
Yeah, but woman doesn't mean adult human female. Like, I would be really surprised if old English societies use terms such as adult human female.
So with just meant woman and turned into wife.
I don't think tomfoolery is a linguist. I'm more of a linguist than tomfoolery is.
In fact, woman derives from Old English words with man, from the roots with and man. A woman with man was a wife person. Man was the generic word for human being. So yeah, I don't blame him all that much because there's a lot of like feminist propaganda out there.
Feminist propaganda, I see.
Says they're like, well, why do we call it mankind? Because we're sexist. Because we are saying that we are all some kind to the man. We are all in relation.
The very fact, even if it's true, what he's saying that man person had to be added to with is the separation of the norm, male, and the Sunday is correct.
To the man. No, it's called mankind because man used to mean person.
Yeah, but okay.
Or they say, well, do you know, with comes from German,
Yeah, feminist propaganda. I love this sort of language.
which actually means with. So it was with man because it meant you are with a man. That is, a woman was only ever in relation to a man. No, that's not correct. That is not true. With meant adult human female. That's what it meant.
No. No, it didn't. It meant woman. Like, no Old English or Old Germanic languages use terms like adult human female. I want evidence of that being used in Old English. Adult human female. I mean, I'm gonna repeat it once more. All the way till the beginning of the 19th century. All the way till the beginning of the 19th century, there was a debate on whether or not women are human beings.
That is just what it meant. It did not have anything to do with your relation to a man.
Let's not go on to that even, Talisan.
Just an adult human female. That's it. That's all it was. But there's tons of feminist propaganda out there that just like makes stuff up.
That cannot bear any relation to this. We should not like to say outside of heterosexual patriarchal culture that women as a category do not exist. By woman, we want to identify something more universal as man in the aforementioned etymological account. Something that can describe a type of person present.
I like the whole,
Oh my god. Great. Pausing to get horny over lav.
Radical feminist professor look she's trying to go with here.
Is this a radical feminist quote-unquote look? It's just a normal look. It's just a normal look. The fact that you see this look as radical in any way is just, I don't know, a self-report or something. It's just a normal look. Like, I don't know what to say. It's embarrassing.
She's trying to get that, What's up, Killing?
We can make a note on how the word which used to mean person became the word for one gendered category and what that implies, though. Well, it implied what people were telling for hundreds of years, that women are not persons.
Sure. She's trying to get that whole aesthetic going.
No, it's just a normal look. Like, I don't like lav much, but it's just a normal look. It's just one of the many, many looks that women can have. Okay? There's nothing special in it. It's not some... Okay.
It works. It works, especially if these are the types of conversations that she's going to continue having. She's buying in.
Oh yeah, she's really trying to get into this look. It's working for this kind of conversation. I'm smart. I'm making commentary. I'm making deep analysis. My goodness. This is embarrassing.
Within all cultures, both patriarchal, matriarchal, heteronormative, and those that recognize a wider array of social roles and sexualities. Where to find this universal type? I argue that there isn't one, but let's run down the list.
Radical feminism is when jacket.
As the account just given indicates, it is not to be found in some common experience, because no common experience exists. Experience varies widely across cultures and individuals. Even with the example just given, not even women under heteropatriarchal models were understood straightforwardly. Aristotle's account of men and women as sharing the same essence yet differing as an accident of matter springs to mind. It is also therefore not to be found in a performative social role, as Judith Butler understands it, since woman does not describe a universal
Deep like the deep from the boys.
Category. It quite simply is the performance of a specific role within or derived from a specifically heterosexual and patriarchal linguistic structure that...
Yeah, though I've read Judith Butler, and I appreciate a lot of the stuff that she says, I read her to really challenge the way that I think about gender. I think a lot of what she has to say on the topic is just pure bullcrap. Like,
I mean, I'm not surprised that you, of all people, think that people that know more than you are full of bullcrap. I'm sorry. I don't think you're the best person to judge academics on being full of bullcrap or otherwise. Actually surprised you read at all. Yeah, I mean,
Like Lav is correct. Judith Butler is just kind of useless when she talks about gender. It's
Lav is correct. Judith Butler is just useless.
yeah, it's just ridiculous. And so when people actually appeal back to Judith,
Are you gonna explain why you think it's ridiculous, or are you just gonna assert it? My God.
If they're appealing to an argument that she makes, I appreciate it. If they appeal to an idea that she believes to be true, I don't generally like it. It's normally...
One moment, please. I'll be right back, okay? It's time for my medicine. And by medicine, I mean HRT. I have to fetch it from the other room. Continue the discussion while I go fetch my thing real quick. Ready to take it. I'm gonna be taking it, and then we're gonna be discussing tomfoolery at the same time. I mean, we all saw tomfoolery's debate with Lav about gender. It was an embarrassment on both sides. So, what am I supposed to say? Seti butter by the using of she/her for Judith Butler, but I guess they said they accept those pronouns.
Normally bullcrap. So like even like performativity as some, it's a like a way that we engage with gender. True, but performativity is not gender. Performativity is just a way of communicating gender.
Only recognizes woman by opposition to man and retroactively treats sex as the immutable cause of the characteristics this heterosexual frame imposes on subjects. Excuse me. Nor is it to be found in a type of body. Not only do amputees, people with birth defects, and hermaphrodites exist in our world, there is, for instance, a condition called Klinefelter syndrome, in which cis men with penises, testes, no ovaries, and no breasts nonetheless have two X chromosomes. There are likewise cis women with both X and Y chromosomes who have breasts, vulvas, and ovaries. This may happen to girls with androgen sensitivity syndrome. And thus, woman as a universal category is not even to be found in sex, which is itself gendered by a hegemonic heterosexuality, which insists that binary sex is what governs behavior. Woman is an identity constructed within a very specific heteronormative framework. However, constructed does not mean invalid or less real. It simply emphasizes that one's identity is as much a part of one's contingent situation as one's location in time and space. Trans women, therefore, are women. All gender may be an unnatural artifice, but then so are we. Thus, if someone is so constituted that their identity is that of a man or a woman, even against the pressures of enforced heteronormativity and heterosexuality, which wants to conflate sex, gender, and desire altogether, so that not only physical characteristics,
I mean, it's all correct.
become associated with one gender or the other within a binary, as for instance in the psychological theory of Richard von Krafft-Ebing, who described homosexuality.
It's HRT. Just took my HRT for the day. You know? You can do a small HRT donation if you want.
Men as having their object of sexual desire inverted from that appropriate to men, then if the shoe fits, wear it. Thank you.
Okay. Wow.
In the shoe? In the
5 to 10 minutes. What was that? Like 1 minute? Maybe 2 at most?
shoe is a high.
You cut out there, but I'm sure what you said was very funny.
It was a high heel, I assume. Right?
And the shoe, yeah, the shoe is a high heel.
You mean the form of footwear traditionally associated with the
Biological sex orients behavior. It's hormonal. Hormones are enforcing the supposed heteronormativity. I would say they influence. I wouldn't say they enforce, but I would say they influence it.
Hormones influence heteronormativity. What do you mean? That is a pretty strange statement to make.
I don't know. I just literally had this conversation with Kid Not Kin right before you got here. But, and I have a whole document on gender.
Yeah, I don't think I press X to doubt when it comes to your document being very good.
My description, if you haven't read it yet, you want to read it, it's there. Go save it, because I'm not going to put it in my description literally every day. I only put it there on days that I know I'm going to be talking about it. But yes, if you guys would like to read it,
It
I am
wasn't
going to be
great.
updating it. There's a professor who wants to use it for a project within his class, and so he wants a finalized version of it. He doesn't want
A professor wants to use Tom Foolery's document. A professor. Is it a real academic professor? Or is it a high school teacher or something, or primary school teacher calling himself a professor? Because there's a big difference between those two things, okay?
something that I'm going to be updating over and over. So within the next week or two, I am going to have like a full.
Why couldn't that professor go to like someone with a real document like Vaush?
Version of this. And if I change it from there, it will
Oh my
be on a
God.
new document that is like the
Internet professor. Oh, I gotcha. I gotcha. Internet professor.
version.
Oh
so
my
that
God.
I'm not constantly changing this one. Right now, the idea is staying the same on this one. I'm just trying to communicate it as best as possible when I finalize it. Once I finalized it, that idea will be forever
Forever.
encapsulated in time. And if there are new ideas to this, they will be on a new document. So
I mean, fair enough, Carazo.
European royalty?
Yeah. Those are a little long-winded, buddy. Anyway.
That's how I roll.
What a reaction once again. That was a little bit long-winded, buddy. Buddy. Buddy.
And I'm here to say that a woman is an adult female, an adult human female. A female is a sex that holds the novel, larger sex gamete. Feminists and women have fought for women to remain a protected sex class, a material reality and not an idea or postmodern.
Feminists and women have not fought for women to remain a sex-protected class, whatever that means.
Post-constructualism construct. I suspect this debate will go a few places in terms of rhetoric, and we will talk about gender and its relation to the sex body. Gender identity definitions are completely circular or reliant on gender-based stereotypes. I want to decimate gender roles, obviously. Men.
Once again, Lav wants to remove 1/10 of every gender role, aka decimate them. Yes, I'm always gonna be making fun of how Lav uses the word decimate incorrectly.
Have attributed to themselves the prototype of what it means to be human, positioning women as their inferior. Women as a gender is a role that revolves around.
Yeah, they literally fought to be acknowledged as people, as human beings, not to be protected class. Actually, sex-separated spaces were created by man, by the patriarchs. You know?
Masochism.
I don't like the way people try to set up sexual disorders as like different sexes entirely. Well, the problem is that if we, by the way that we define sexes, they're going to be different sexes entirely. But that just means that sex is not bipolar, but bimodal. So
bipolar? You mean binary? Bipolar is like a disease. Bipolar disease. What? Bipolar? Is this a Freudian slip or something? Bipolar sex? My God. Depression. Sex is depression. Bipolar. My God. Bipolar. Alright.
It means that, like, it doesn't exist on a spectrum, but it is bimodal. Like, it is, it has, like, a couple of
The bipolar code. You know, in computers?
different variations within a bipolar, or a within a dichotomy.
Bipolar. He doubles down on the bipolar.
Self-hatred, passivity. I resent I am to be seen as fragile, submissive, pink, and ditzy as a woman. I resent that I must be a hole for fucking, a mouth for fucking, and an ass for fucking, a nurse, a saint, a mother, an object. That my hair has to be long, my legs shaved, my eyelashes always at the feminine length, even when I am sick, even when I am dying to be a woman. I will not be pushed into these things to affirm my spot in my own sex class or protected class. And when a male does these things, it and should not give him access to my bathroom, my sports, my prisons, my crisis centers.
My bathroom, my sports centers. My bathroom.
My affirmative action opportunities and my body in a medical setting and the right to call himself a woman in anything other than fictitious play pretend. I'm arguing as a feminist. Feminism is about the liberation of the female sex. I resent the idea women are defined by their performance of femininity, or that sex-based oppression is entirely hypothetical and women can identify out of experiencing it and that men can identify into experiencing it.
Okay, and with that, I guess we'll open it up. I will start with a question, if I may, to both of you. And this is something that President Sunday mentioned in his opening statement. I'm curious.
Yeah, but bipolar. Keep in mind, Lenitas, bipolar, as you said, two extremes means that there's something in between those two extremes. For there to be two extremes, there must be something in between those extremes, okay? So no, bipolar is incorrect. It's binary, okay? The term is binary, not bipolar, right? My God.
If you didn't see my debate with Lav on this, okay, I would highly recommend it, especially when she continues to go on to debate other people on the same topic. This one right here. Well, so
Like you can't have two extremes without there being anything like between those extremes, because if there's just two, that they're not extremes, they're just two things, right? My gosh.
you say we wouldn't engage with them that way because that isn't their truth, I highly disagree that that's why we wouldn't treat them that way. And we wouldn't treat them that way because it's fallacious to say that this group does X, therefore this individual is more likely to do X.
What a banger.
I should have said this group does X more often, therefore this.
If everything is in two cases, then neither case could be considered an extreme, but it's a weird way. I'm not so sure. Like you could be like no, I don't think so, to be honest. You know? Like if there are just two things and those two things are the default and there's nothing else, then what makes those things extreme towards one another, you know? 0 and 1 in the binary code are not two extremes. You know? They are extreme in relation to what? Right? To one another? I don't think I buy it.
This individual is more likely to do X. I messed that up. But anyways, in this conversation,
I think I buy
the
it.
title of it is Lav concedes what a woman is in gender debate because she concedes what a woman is. And so when people are telling me, hey, she's really taken a lot of what you said to her and incorporated it into her argument, this is why I'm interested to hear this, is because
Oh my god.
in this debate,
Well, your argument must be really terrible then, Tom, because her arguments were really terrible here.
like the conceptual sense of what I'm saying, a woman
Conceptual
is,
sense.
she agrees with it on a pragmatic level to say, yes, you are correct. This is what is currently being communicated.
Yeah, but even nonsensical views can be understandable, but it doesn't mean they're not nonsensical, if that makes sense. Yeah.
Communicated, but I believe that we should not be communicating the word woman in that way. So she's advocating for something different. But the framing of this debate is what is a woman, not
Oh
what
my
ought
god.
a woman. So
I think what you wanted to say is what ought a woman be? What not ought a woman? What ought a woman what?
we need to assume that she's going to be engaging.
Right? It should be what ought a woman be? What ought a woman is like nothing on its own.
In a pragmatic way.
What ought a woman duck, exactly.
To say, this is what a woman actually is.
If you agree, Lav. He said that there is no such thing as a shared female or woman experience. Do we think that's true?
No.
Why not? Can you elaborate a little bit?
I think all things that women share are that they are male. So it's the biological reality of being female, whether or not.
Can you restate? I didn't catch that last thing. What did you say exactly?
The biological reality of being female.
Of being female. Sorry, I just heard the biological reality of male. Your audio is just dipping a little bit from time to time. Just
that's really annoying. Is that a me?
She needs to turn down her sensitivity.
Problem? Are you hearing that also, Wick?
Oh my god.
It's a little bit, right? But I can understand what you're saying.
Maybe I'll just hold it here.
Whatever you need to do.
I don't know what I need to do. But yeah, I think we all share the biological reality of being female, and then obviously that has different
Female.
connotations, denotations, depending on the person.
I have not seen this part, but it explains why we had a clash. Tom Foolery simply does not understand the difference between prescriptive and descriptive statements. I see. Well, that is interesting.
Oh, okay. My favorite part of that response completely ignores the very concrete example I gave, wherein the very word woman itself, think about it for 5 seconds. It's a derivation from man. Man does not contain any such prefix. We are presuming a heterosexual patriarchal situation in order to define.
It is not a derivation of man. He is just incorrect here. He is just incorrect.
Woman even as a discrete category in that way. That's not universal. Even if it were the...
Like, Tom Foolery can cry about etymology all he can, but the truth, the reality historically was that President Sunday in practice was correct. Yeah.
The case that at some point in time that described every single society in existence, we can imagine very easily societies in which that doesn't uphold. We would not therefore say, there's no common experience there at all. What you're describing is a very particular cultural contingency, and you're simply asserting that it's universal.
It's the material reality of being female. So that's
the material reality of being female is contingent on time and place.
I'm sorry.
Among other things, even within a single time and place, even with.
So I don't know why he has to talk in the most convoluted way possible.
This is convoluted? Tom Foolery considers this to be convoluted. English is not my first language. This is not convoluted. This is as straightforward as it gets. Unless you're an idiot, I'm sorry to say. Like, this is convoluted. I don't know what to say. I don't know what to say, to be honest. This is convoluted. Okay. Carry on, tomfoolery. And professors, take your documents. Professors, use your documents for their lessons. Press X to doubt on that one. Like, this really makes me doubt the whole professor story. Really, really does. Not to be mean, but I don't know. The only thing that President Sunday said, well, like the female experience depends on where you live and when you live. Convoluted. Okay. Alright, tomfoolery. It's like some deep theory.
It's amazing that Aiko sat on a Discord call with him for like 4 hours, and then I jump in and she starts talking about how everybody misunderstands what I'm saying. So right here, when he's saying that sex is contingent on time and place, sex is still
Wait, hold on. Hold on.
Station place. When he misunderstood like 4 Aiko,
Hold on.
I'm sorry.
Among other things, even within a single time and place, even with
that 4 hours, what I'm saying. So
My God.
right here, when he's saying sex is contingent on time and place,
Okay.
sex is still some sort of categorization. It is still socially constructed to some extent. So when we say this is how we define what a male is or what a female is, today we would say that we define them based on gametes, but we have not always defined them based on gametes. We have always had words like male and female, but we have not always understood gametes. And so over time, what we use to define...
Well, even gametes are not very good. Like, if it's by gametes, then how can sex be bimodal? Idiot. If it was by gametes, then sex would not be bimodal at all. It would be binary. What? It makes no sense. It would just be a binary, not a bimodal system. What's happening? And we didn't even always have male and female. That is correct. Oh my God.
Find those words changes, even though what we're...
Also, this is supposed to be less convoluted. This explanation is supposed to be less convoluted.
What we're communicating stays the same, and what it is we reference stays the same. The definition changes based on time and place. False sex is biologically constructed. Yes, but we're not... Sex is... When you say the word sex, okay? You are using a word to communicate something, okay? We choose what that word communicates.
Yeah, and right now, we choose it to communicate a distribution of certain biological traits. One could even call it a bimodal distribution of certain biological traits. Hence, we call it a bimodal model, right?
Sex could communicate an alligator, but it doesn't. It communicates something else because we chose to categorize a specific type of biology as sex and labeled it with the word sex. We chose that. The categorization is not a biological reality. The categorization is us choosing to use gametes to define these two separate sexes.
We don't use gametes to define those two separate sexes. You yourself said that sex is a bimodal system. Bimodal, not binary or bipolar, as you put it. What? Like, come on, tomfoolery. At least you understand the classification thing more than Lav does. I'll give you that. You understand that part more than Lav does.
It is us
But it's
choosing
not convoluted.
to do that. Whereas we could choose to separate them based on genitalia. We could choose to separate them based on chromosomes. We could choose to separate them based on the social construction and concept of man and woman. We could.
We do it by observing several different traits. We don't do it by a single trait.
Choose a number of different things to use the word sex to communicate and to categorize something in a way that helps us communicate that thing. We are choosing to do that. So that part is a socially constructed label. You are using sex as its last definition. First and foremost, it is biological. You're not understanding what I'm saying, Mac. You're not even engaging with what I'm saying. We're not even talking about definitions. We're talking about how does it get a definition? How does it even have a definition? How does it even have a word that communicates it? How? How is that possible? We chose to do that. We chose to have a word that communicates sex. You understand that, right? Even the word biology only communicates what we choose to communicate it with. We put specific things under the umbrella of the word
not communicated with, but communicate with it.
Biology. We have chosen what goes into the word biology. And it is based on how we categorize it. How we define the word biology affects how we categorize things. We could have like one or two words different within the definition of biology, and it would be a totally different group of things now. Yes, that is the evolution of language and giving words the expression, linguistics. What's your point? My point is
within
that
a single time and place.
My point is that sex is socially constructed. That it is a categorization, and all categories are socially constructed. 100% of categorizations are socially constructed. 100%.
I mean, at least he understands this part more than... I mean, at least he understands this part more than Lav. Of course, he's totally incorrect on how we categorize sex, even though he himself has said that it's bipolar, that it's bimodal before, not bipolar. He said it was bimodal, so I guess he doesn't understand what bimodality is, which again makes me really worried for that professor.
There isn't one. If you would like to name a categorization that exists in nature, you will be the first person in human history to be able to do that. Okay? Absolutely nobody.
It is a low bar, yeah.
A category that exists within human nature. So what do most of humanity believe those words mean currently?
Oh my god.
Yep, he's absolutely correct. Language be like that's right. We only are categorizing these things in our heads based on the label that we give it.
Okay.
But there is not a reality. There is not an objective reality to the category. There isn't one.
I mean, that... No. I'm gonna say people really want to believe that Lav is really smart. But I think people actually overestimate Lav. Unironically. People unironically overestimate Lav. That is my opinion. I'm gonna take a radically different opinion. I think people massively overestimate Lav's intelligence. You know? How actually she's super smart. You know? True. If she was smart, she wouldn't be an internet daughter of Mr. Girl. True.
So I think most of humanity understands the
I don't know. I think they're both pretty horrible in their own special ways, Tomfoolery and Lav. They're both unique individuals. True.
words to like female to mean adult, or like when we're talking about a person, we're talking about a human who produces the larger gamete, and a male is one who produces the smaller gamete. Is that
Well, no, because if that was the case, once again, sex would be binary. And it is not. It is bimodal.
I don't remember.
For real. Oh
You'll
my
most
god.
likely recognize in your head someone who may be trans as a woman. It was language working as a reflex. Yeah. It's kind of hard to decide what humanity is defining. Most people don't speak the same language. Right. And different languages have completely different categorizations for some things that we don't even have in English. There are categories that do not even exist within English, and we don't have the ability to conceptualize it. We don't even have the ability to conceptualize it. There were languages that did not have
Jesus.
a word to describe biology. For most of human history, there was not a word to communicate biology.
Oh my god.
If there was not a label to communicate it, the concept could not even exist. The categorization itself could not even exist. And so you're telling me this objective reality existed.
That is not entirely correct, by the way, the whole biology thing. Because different words could encompass the same concepts. Like medicine could encompass the concepts of biology. So that's not exactly correct either. True.
Yet nobody even, like...
We don't test babies with gamete production at all. True.
Nobody was capable of engaging with it? No. It existed when we acknowledged it.
It still relies on an inspection of the doctors helping the birth, based mostly on looking at the genitalia. Yeah.
As existing. When we decided it existed.
There will be women who are lesbian. There will be women who are amputees.
And
there will be hermaphrodites.
are still either, and you're still female.
Which means what precisely?
Which means that you are the sex that holds the stationary larger.
Here, let me give an example, okay?
Oh my god. Nobody cares about your examples, Tomfoolery.
So within your body,
Oh my god.
we're talking about biology, right? So within your body, you have a heart, right? Your heart is not a thing unto itself. It is only a thing.
Yes. You know, males and females are like the internet. Females are the stationary internet and males are the Wi-Fi or something. This gametes is really the dream and push definition of TERFs. In reality, it's really different, yeah.
Connected to many other things.
You know those larger gametes aren't really that stationary, well, you know.
We choose to categorize the heart separately from everything else that it's connected to. We choose that. It is not objectively a separate thing. We only choose to categorize it separately from everything else based on what it is that it's doing. Same with the brain. Your brain is not objectively a separate object from the rest of your body.
Well, no, because I'm pretty sure humans categorized the heart like before people knew what exactly it did.
We are choosing to categorize the brain as a separate object, but it is not objectively a separate object. It is the most important organ next to the brain. Yes, but we choose what importance is. So I hear what you're saying, Mac, and I'm not disagreeing that you're right, but you are stating things like 10 steps down, whereas I'm stating things 10 steps back. I'm saying you need to start earlier than that and recognize that you are only capable of communicating what you're communicating because we already chose we already decided that that was the case. Wait, nothing in nature exists without language? Nothing in nature exists
Oh my God.
separately from other things in nature.
Well, what? That's not true. What? Okay.
So, like,
I don't think Tom Foolery understands fully what he's saying.
is a tree objectively not part of the ground? Is it objectively a separate thing from the ground? No, it is not objectively a separate thing from the ground. We are choosing to categorize it as a separate thing based on different characteristics. A tree has different characteristics from the ground. We recognize those.
So are you saying that a flying bird is not objectively not a part of the ground? A flying bird? Yeah, I'm not sure he gets it either.
Characteristics, and so we categorize them separately. But it is not objectively a separate thing from the ground.
You are capable of creating a child within your womb.
There are women without wombs.
Yes, but it's because of a disease that affects their female.
That doesn't matter. That doesn't matter. You're defining Lav. Lav, that doesn't work. You're defining the female by reference to an organ. If the organ isn't present, that doesn't work. You can't just insist after the fact, after the organ's gone, oh, well, it's still female.
It's of the.
I had this, so this is what I was getting into it with her at the end of my debate with her. And she kept insisting that what she was saying made sense. And I kept saying, like, I don't want to talk about it. I don't want to get into this. This is a whole other debate.
Oh my God.
This is what people are saying. I'm blown away that that's what you think people are saying. But yes, what you're saying is
You're
what
blown
they're saying.
away.
When they say a female brain inside of a male body, they are saying it is a male's brain.
And yes, Karas, I also understand what he's trying to get at, but yeah. Also, this route literally goes against the argument he wishes to make.
To act like a female brain. How we categorize things is based on the pattern. So if the pattern matches what we would call a female brain, we just call it a female brain. Obviously, the brain belongs to a male, and it's in a male body, so it is a male brain. It just happens
Wait, but we categorize the patterns as well, so yeah, it does go against the argument you wished. Oh my God.
Follow the pattern of a female. What else would we possibly mean besides that? Like that somebody transplanted a brain, or what?
Yes, that is having a female, or what you are saying. What you are saying right now is that it's a woman brain by your definition. It is a woman.
I understand why what it is that I'm saying is hard to conceptualize. I do. I get it.
Because you're so really deep and smart.
I'm not talking down to anybody. I had the hardest time engaging with these ideas for such a long time. It's hard to think outside of the box that you have always existed within. It is very, very hard. and it takes practice. It took a long time for me to continue practicing linguistics to understand language as best as I possibly could, to then understand these things. It is a separate thing from the ground because they are both nouns describing different things. Yes, you realize you're appealing to the language that we use to separate them, though. You are not appealing to the objectivity of them being separate things. However, a tree needs the ground to thrive. That is biological truth. Yes, but we have already decided what biological truth is. You understand? You are not continuously appealing to things that we have decided, not things that are objective. You are appealing to things that we have decided.
Okay.
Woman brain, it has feminine attributes as according to female.
So yeah, we literally had this exact conversation.
The nature to it's the capability, being able to hold the female. I mean, being the
Are you going to do hardcore in D4? I might for the stress test. Yeah, I think I might for the stress test.
sex that creates.
But I think I'm gonna play a regular character when the actual game comes out. At least my first character is gonna be regular.
The larger.
Yes, and long ago we decided that sex equals gender. No, we did not. Gender has always been separate from sex. Since the inception of the word gender, it has been separate from sex. It has always meant something different than sex.
That's actually not true. That is actually not true at all. I would like to see some proof of that statement, because that is not true at all. No. Various institutes and disciplines descriptively using different things to categorize people. What uses a legal category in society? What is a man and woman? Yeah. What, like, gender and sex were not always cleanly different things. No, that is not true. Yeah.
Never been.
And that again is a legal category and categorized by still mostly categorized on general recognition at birth. Yeah.
And the same thing as sex, ever.
That is not true.
Gender, the male sex or female sex, especially when considered with reference to social and cultural differences rather than biological ones, or one of a range of other identities.
And this is supposed to prove that this has always historically been the case. Your Google definition is supposed to prove that that sex and gender were always historically separate. Are you okay?
That do not correspond to the established ideas of male and female. In language such as Latin, Greek, Russian, and German, each of the classes, typically masculine and feminine common, neutral of nouns and pronouns distinguished by different inflections that have and require in words syntactically associated with them. Grammatical gender is only very loosely associated with the distinctions of sex. No, this is not updated. The word gender was invented by John Money, bro. You realize this, right? You realize John Money invented the word gender. You realize this, right? John Money made up the word gender. He made this word up. What do you mean not true? Oh, wait. In 1955, the controversial and innovation sexologist John Money, the first to use the term gender in a way that we all now
take for granted. In a way.
To describe, well, so I guess this is different then. Where did gender originate? The modern English word gender comes from Middle English gender.
Oh my, what an embarrassment. Oh my God. This is embarrassing. He's embarrassing himself in real time. And oh my god. John Money created the word gender. The modern English word gender comes from the Middle English gender. Gender, a lingua from Anglo-Norman and Middle French gender. This term came from Latin genus. Both word means kind, type of or sort. Oh my god. Gender and sex were always different, you see, because John Money created gender. Oh my god. Now, for example, we understand those who get hormonal treatment of estrogen will need to visit specialists who said for cis women because they are prone to develop breast cancer. Yes, and they are prone to have less of a risk of prostate cancer as well. My God. Yeah, we just read. I was going to check the etymology of gender to counter his John Money claim. Like, oh my God. Is he gonna walk it back now? Is he gonna walk it back?
Gendre, this turn of phrase came from the Latin.
John Money created the word gender. Tex-Mex, I'm going to tap out. It's just too foolery. Oh, come on.
Kind, type,
Don't leave me.
Here, let's get.
Oh my God. Tomfoolery. Come on. Tomfoolery said sex and gender were always two different things. Because John Money created gender. And then it said that John Money used it for the first time as we understand it today, which means that it was understood differently in the past, which means that gender and sex were not always different. Gender etymology is from 1955's John Money's book, Gender Bender.
Late Middle English from.
This is what the fear of being wrong does to MF.
Old French. Gendre. Modern genre.
Like, embarrassing.
Based on Latin genus, birth family notion. Okay, so it's saying that genre is
embarrassing.
Gender refers back to genre.
Embarrassing.
But it didn't mean sex back then. It meant something.
It was used interchangeably for the longest time. You can cope all you want. You can cope all you want. I'm sorry.
Something very different.
No. That is incorrect. I'm sorry to say. I'm gonna be President Sunday for a bit and say no. No, I'm so sorry. This is incorrect.
Genus. Kind, sort, or class, or kind of persons or things sharing certain traits from Old French genre. So even here, it is saying persons or things sharing certain.
From stem of Latin genus, genitive generis, race, stock, family, kind, rank, order, species, also male or female sex. Read it till the end before you embarrass yourself.
Certain traits from Old English, genre, kind, species, character, gender. From stem of Latin genus, race, stock, family, kind, rank, order, species. So yes,
Also, male or female sex.
It male or female sex from pi root.
Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Yes, they were not used as that different things after all. Oh.
Give birth.
Uh-oh.
Beget with derivation or derivatives referring to procreation in familial and tribal groups. So yes, so it has always been types of sex.
Wait, what?
Hold on.
He kept saying that those were always different things, and now he said, so yes, they were always types of... What? Is he an idiot? Is this for real?
He created the post-structuralist distinction in mainstream medicine.
Jesus Christ.
And then gender was another word for sex. Post-structuralist made the distinction. It was different than sex. From my understanding, that didn't happen until after John Money.
Well, before you said that it was always separate.
Confusion between sex and gender didn't happen until after John Money. Before John Money, the word gender was not even used in common parlance.
I don't believe you.
You're a female sex gamete?
Okay, but
I don't believe you.
Our biological role in reproduction.
But it is not simply the case, first of all, if there are only two sexes along those lines, because there are once again people we will both describe as women who do not produce larger gametes, and they're hermaphrodites.
But they are still of the nature to produce larger gametes.
What do you mean by of the nature to produce larger gametes? Nature has not supplied them with the tools to produce larger gametes.
So are you saying that male and female does...
Resident one day. Well done. That's very original. Notice how our language and how we use it is inferred by older languages
Of the nature too.
Evolved into what we use now. Yeah, this is one of the really frustrating things when I talk to people like big tech who will say things like, no, words kind of have objective meaning. And I was like, you realize the English language is the most malleable language out there. It changes faster than any other language ever.
Does it? Wait. What? Does it? Wait, I'm gonna...
And it is only derived from a bunch of other languages. We have taken parts of a ton of other languages to create our language. There is no...
That's not true. What? No. English was Germanic, and 70% of its vocabulary is of French origin. It didn't take pieces of millions of languages to be formed. No, that is incorrect, in fact. That is a load of horse crap, in fact. What do you mean?
No objective meaning. What?
You should learn some history of the English language. That is not what happened. That is not how English formed.
English has the farthest from objective meanings within our language.
What?
The farthest from any sort of objective meaning than any language ever.
What?
Because there were aberrations?
Are you stupid? No, that's... What? Oh my god. Now that's a claim. My god. Wow. Jesus. Okay. I don't think tomfoolery understands how language works.
No, I'm saying male and female are genders.
So male and female, you're arguing are genders and not sex-based.
Yep,
Can you elaborate on that, please?
absolutely. So,
Wait, what did he say?
larger gametes.
So are you saying that male and female doesn't exist because there were aberrations?
No, I'm saying male and female are genders.
So male and female, you're arguing are genders and not sex-based.
Yep,
Can you elaborate on that, please?
absolutely. So, when we identify or
This is, just to be clear, this is like, this really is a point when you are decategorizing things to the point of absurdity.
No.
I understand that people think that's what I'm
No, it's not.
doing. That is not what I'm doing. I am I am deconstructing things only to reconstruct them. He is deconstructing them to deconstruct them.
No.
organs and cells and chromosomes.
That is not what's happening, tomfoolery. I think you got lost in the sauce.
Of that sort, as being those that are of the substance of femaleness. We are not actually discerning femaleness in those cells. We are registering that people who approximate to the cultural image of a woman, which is culturally contingent, obviously, typically bear these characteristics. Case in point, the situation of cis.
To a point, he's correct, but there's also the utility of a female, like having babies. There are different. Their bodies are utilized differently. Even
What do you mean by utility? So what? If a person cannot have children, they're not a female? Is that the utility you are alluding to, tomfoolery? A woman born without a womb is no longer female? Because there's utility to calling females only those who can give birth children? Because we treat them differently? And yes, we treat in medical settings infertile and fertile women differently? What? What utility are you talking about?
that we have sex or like the hormones. Like there are so many things. That
Yeah, literally. A woman without a womb is, by tomfoolery's logic, not a female. Because there's no utility to having sex with such a person because there will be no babies. Therefore, not female. That is the logical conclusion to what he's saying. Let's listen to it again.
But it is not simply the case, first of all, if there are only two sexes along those lines, because there are once again...
Karasu is giving us a clue. Something interesting happening.
Nature to produce larger gametes.
What do you mean by of the nature to produce larger gametes? Nature has not supplied them with the tools to produce larger gametes.
So are you saying that male and female does...
resident one day. Well done. That's very original. Notice how our language and how we...
Yeah, exactly. Woman is utilized by having a baby. But again, Karasu, that means that a woman that cannot have babies is not a woman anymore by his logic. Okay, you know?
Is inferred by older languages that evolved into what we use now. Yeah, this is one of the really frustrating things when I talk to people.
Yeah.
Objective mean it changes faster. Derived.
Yeah, English changes faster than any language ever in history, and it's less rigid than any language ever in history, which is a stupid thing to say. If you know any languages, you know that's BS. I'm sorry to say. That is incorrect.
Of other languages. We have taken parts of a ton of other languages.
And no, English absolutely did not form by taking a ton of different languages. That is just incorrect. Well, I don't think tomfoolery has a answer to that, Karasu, to what utilizes species, state, nation, God. You might as well say God.
To create our language. There is no objective meaning.
I mean, I know the biggest two roots for English are Germanic, the Germanic main root, Old English, which was Germanic, and French, which was the language of the nobility. And it actually fed 70% of the vocabulary for the language.
Like, English has the farthest from objective meanings within our language. We are the farthest from any sort of objective meaning than any language ever.
What does that mean? That is such an empty statement. What does that mean? How do you even know that? Do you know any other languages?
English has the farthest from objective meanings with
English has the furthest of objective meanings.
We are the farthest.
We're the farthest. This is some weird American exceptionalism.
Meaning than any language ever.
We have the furthest of the objective meanings from any language ever. This is so stupid. If you knew any languages outside of English, you would knew immediately that is not the case. Since when did language have objective meaning? True. Like, what? Yeah, what does utilize that, Karasu? God, I guess.
Doesn't exist because there were aberrations.
No, I'm saying male and female are genders.
So male and female, you're arguing are genders and not sex-based.
Yep.
Can you elaborate on that, please?
Absolutely. So.
Wait, what did he say?
Larger gametes.
So are you saying that male and
Maybe if you stick your head out of your ass, you'd hear.
Doesn't exist because there were aberrations?
No, I'm saying male and female are genders.
So male and female, you're arguing are
Ay, he's getting lost.
and not sex-based.
Yep.
Can you elaborate on that, please?
Absolutely. So, when we identify or...
This is, just to be clear, this is...
Are you gonna let him elaborate, or are you gonna pause to give us more of your BS?
Like, this really is a point when you are decategorizing things to the point of absurdity.
No. Literally no. You're an idiot.
I understand that people think...
You know what? This is the perfect moment for me to just repeat what Karasu said in the chat before tomfoolery here continues, because Karasu gives perfect context for what is happening here. Tom says that woman is utilized by having a baby. By whom or what? What utilizes that? The species? The state? The nation? And I even added God?
What I'm doing, that is not what I'm doing. I am like...
A genius.
I am deconstructing things only to reconstruct them.
I'm gonna translate what he's saying. I am quote unquote reconstructing things to basically reaffirm them. There you go.
Deconstructing them to deconstruct them.
Organs and cells and chromosomes and things of that sort as being those that are of the substance of femaleness. We are not actually discerning femaleness in those cells. We are registering that people who approximate to the cultural image of a woman, which is culturally contingent, obviously, typically bear these characteristics. Case in point, the situation of cis.
To a point, he's correct. But
He's
there's
just
also
correct.
The utility of a female, like having babies. There are different.
What do you mean by utility of a female? Who decides the utility of a female? He does assume something utilizing reproductivity of the body of males and females. Yeah. This is very bizarre. And this is where he's close to the organic society concept of fascism. Yeah, I know. Because if there's utility to female having babies, then anyone who cannot have babies is not female. I'm sorry. That is just the case. It's just fact, Tom Fuller. You cannot escape it. Are you gonna retreat to the lab of the nature too?
Their bodies are utilized differently, even the way that
Utilized by whom? That is a great question, Karasu.
have sex or like the hormones. Like there are so many things that are different. It is not just the gender in which they exist. It is also the utility of that being.
Well, some people cannot be utilized, quote unquote, in those ways. Some females, quote unquote, are born without a womb or any other body parts necessary to give birth. So what then?
Is different in kind.
You cannot escape from this question.
It is just categorically different. The more we learn about it, the more we understand the differences. So it isn't just a
So everything's constructed, but actually not. Those things are categorically different and just are. So you have basically contradicted all of that what you've been saying all this time. Congratulations.
gender. This is what I'm talking about. Like, yes, he is deconstructing it to the point of absurdity.
No, he's not. You're just an idiot. And you're contradicting yourself.
Have two X chromosomes, and cis women who have an X and a Y chromosome. These are not determinative of gender, clearly. And yet we associate these as being the sex chromosomes.
Are you using gender and sex interchangeably?
Yeah, but in a different direction from you. So you're going to argue with an essentialist understanding of sex that gender is to sex as sex is to nature. I'm going to argue that sex itself is gender at a different level of remove, because it is actually identified by reference to gender profiles. Case in point. We did not have an understanding of these biological factors when we identified the sexes.
But we knew that there were two. We knew that there was a smaller, weaker sex, and we know.
No, we didn't. There have been hermaphrodites in.
That was not the general. That was not the standard.
That doesn't. Yeah, that doesn't mean anything.
So when
the standard doesn't matter. If you're making a universal claim, it needs to be universal. A universal claim
True.
doesn't admit of myriad exceptions. I just listed a list.
I want to hear.
True.
Responses. I'm very
Yeah. I'm sorry. That is true. But I guess Tom Foolery here is getting lost in the sauce. Again, worse than that, anyone who is not reproductive gender has no utility to the utilizer. Yes, correct, Karasu, correct. Correct. Those who do not reproduce are useless to the utilizer. That is a great way to put it.
What would you say to all of that? Go ahead.
I am a gender atheist.
Like, why would you deconstruct things just to reconstruct them? What's the point of the deconstruction? I don't know.
You discount human nature and propaganda. You act as if humanity cannot become 1984. No, I do not actually.
What?
You and what you believe is a lot closer to 1984. You are refusing to actually have a full understanding of what it is that we're talking about, and you're choosing to just use the propaganda that you've already been taught and stay headstrong with that. You do not want to deconstruct to better understand. You are choosing to just stick to what is already told to you and say that
This trans BS wasn't even on the radar 10 years ago, and now it's at the forefront. Well, I guess Tom Foolery has an audience that matches his intellect.
True. This trans bullshit wasn't even on the radar 10 years ago, and now it's at the forefront. Yeah, sure. That was the same with like ADHD for a while. That was the same with literally.
That's
every-
actually not true. But we're not even gonna get into it. I'm just gonna say that Tomfoolery's audience is basically at the level of the creator.
every mental illness ever. There was a point where nobody knew about it, and then they did, and then they understood it better, and then they have better treatments for it, and then they have better representation for it, and better education on it, and more people they find out they have it. Like, yeah, of course, that's the way all of them have always worked. This is not different from the others.
I think that gender is a completely post-structuralist understanding of
Wait.
the sexes.
Okay.
I think
For a
that it's
second there, I thought Lav was in the chat.
based in stereotypes and immaterial reality. I think that it's a list of oppressive roles that we keep the sexes in. There is.
He's laughing because he believes all categorizations exist in stereotypes.
No evidence of gender identity in the brain. We've tried to test it. We can't empirically trace it. Throughout the early 19th century is when people started.
I think this is the part in the debate when I asked, can we trace consciousness in the brain? No, we cannot actually pinpoint consciousness in the brain. Does it mean that consciousness is just fake?
Or sexologists started to study
Would
these
Lav make such an argument?
things, and still we have no evidence of gender identity in the brain. We can't really identify what even.
Do we have evidence of the consciousness in the brain? Mini challenge. Okay, I'm open for the mini challenge. I'm ready. I'm ready for your mini challenge. Although I think going through this is like a big challenge. Karasu is here to help me go through this. My throat is getting better. The medicine is working, which I'm happy about. Mini challenge. All right, let's do this. Let's do the mini challenge. I'm ready. Shoot. Shoot me with the mini challenge. I'm waiting. The video's paused. Pronounce the following names correctly. Okay. Royce Gracier, Rexon Gracier, Royer Gracier, Horacio Sanchez. That is it. There you go. That is how I would pronounce it, okay? Of course I would do it. Gracier. Of course. And Horacio Sanchez is just, Horacio Sanchez. Those are my pronunciations. I did it right away. There was no Google involved. There you go. I did it. I'm not sure if I did it correctly, but I did it. It is my pronunciation. How did that go? How did that go? Wrong!
Oh, Barry!
Well, thank you for the $30. I mean, I can I can check the pronunciation. But I'm pretty sure the Horacio Sanchez is correct. When it comes to its original pronunciation. But thank you very much for the $30. I have plans on how to spend that money. Oh. Wait. Gracier, Rexon. I did. Horatio. Horatio. What? Horatio. Oh, Orazio. Okay, I know what you mean. Orazio. You don't pronounce the H, right? Orazio Sanchez. Okay. Okay, okay. Okay, yeah, I get it. So, Hois Gracia. Hickson Gracia? Yeah? Hois and Gracia? Oh. Alright. Alright. Well, Gacy. Okay. Okay. Well, thank you for the $30. That made my night because it's very nice. Thank you for the donation and for the challenge as well. Damn.
Gender means definitionally. In fact, I would actually really like President Sunday to give me a definition of gender with the caveat that it is not describing stereotype or.
This is really interesting, as I said in my initial coverage, that she gives President Sunday this challenge, even though President Sunday has said in his opening statement that there is no universal experience of being a woman, which means the question would be, what sort of stereotypes are you looking for if there is no universal experience? Yeah, it's in the other chat.
A circular definition, so you can't use.
He just made the argument that sex is describing a stereotype and that sex is a type of gender. So he can't make that argument.
Gender in the first half and the second half.
What do you suppose gender is? What do you think it refers to? What part of culture or human experience?
I'm almost positive I just
I'm sure you are, but maybe say it again for those of us who are a little bit slow. What do you suppose the word gender is picking out in particular? Why do you suppose we use that and not simply biological sex?
This is why controlling language and speech is so dangerous, because it's a very real way of controlling masses on a large scale. It is, and it's a very good way of controlling the way that you think about things. This is why deconstructing these things, better understanding them, better understanding the categorizations, better understanding what it is that you're communicating, why you're communicating it, the utility of the communication, all of these things you are going.
He just said something really stupid. You know? If language can be a way of control, right? Then how do you get out of the control if you deconstruct things just to reinforce the utility of the usage? How are you getting outside of being controlled if you just deconstruct the language in order to reinforce the utility of its use? How does that get you any further from being controlled? It doesn't. It just means that you're just logicking yourself into being controlled more by deconstructing and seeing the utility of the usage of the language that controls you. It is all thanks to homeostatic. The utility of female.
To be much better off, and you're going to be able to break down a ton of other people's rhetoric and their propaganda in a much more effective manner.
Well, what will that do for you if you're just gonna reinforce the utility of the other people's propaganda? Great.
But if you just keep going with, well, no, things have to mean what I say they mean and what everybody else thinks they mean, then that's just the end of it, and we shouldn't actually have a better understanding of these things. You are doing exactly what a cult leader would want you to do. Whereas, like, having a full and better understanding of something is the exact opposite of what a cult leader would want you to do. They don't want you to break things down. They don't want you to be better educated. They don't want you to have a better understanding.
Well, there are actually a couple reasons. So I think that one is that in the 1970s, post-structuralist, postmodernist feminists tried to assert that females were not becoming housewives because they wanted to, but it was something that was pushed on them. It was not something that was biologically essential, but something
that describes you, does it not?
But a person that rejects his or her authentic biological fact is fucked in the head. Yeah, no doubt. That's why we call it a mental illness, bro. You're not saying anything that anybody would disagree with. Somebody who has a mental illness is fucked in the head. Wow. Damn.
What does it mean to reject your authentic biological fact? What does that even mean? Is tomfoolery stupid? It is a biological fact that a woman is capable of being, most of the time, pregnant. So when a woman doesn't get pregnant, then a woman rejects her authentic biological fact and is therefore fucked in the head? What does that mean? What does that mean? To reject your authentic biological fact. That is nonsense.
A new way of thinking about it? Yeah, of course.
That is nonsense.
Your flaw is condoning that behavior. I don't know what you're talking about. We're not talking about behavior. Statistics state that trans people are highly suicidal and unhinged. Yeah, again, you're talking about people with mental illnesses, so no duh. You're pro-trans. I don't even know what that means. I am somebody who acknowledges that trans people exist and that they have a mental illness that needs to be treated. You are somebody who denies their biological reality.
Oh my god.
Show ass. I think I got.
What are you doing?
You guys feel better? I don't have an ass cam.
What's happening?
Now you guys have to pay me. Pay me money.
It's something that was
Don't pay him money.
That describes your position, does it not?
What do you mean?
You don't believe that women are biologically predisposed to be housewives?
Yes, I know.
Well, okay.
Maybe you can understand my confusion then.
Do you understand her definition though of gender?
Well, I'm given to understand that gender as a concept is absurd, but it directly stems from feminist efforts to distinguish between to undermine biological determinism. The idea that your anatomy is in some way determinative of your social role.
Yes, and it was supposed to be it's constructualism, right? So it's
you know what that means?
all of this. Yes, I know what this means. It means
maybe,
that words determine.
Well, I'm very dim, which is why I accepted this debate. Maybe you can help me.
True.
It means more. It means that that
True,
there are two things
Maya.
determining our reality. That words and also biology, right? So, or not biology, but just experience, your material reality.
Yeah, throw them in the asylum. We don't throw people with mental illnesses into asylums, bro. That's not what civilized societies do. I don't like, this is what I'm talking about. You want to go back to the Dark Ages, dude. You can go live in the Dark Ages if you want. The rest of us live in the real world, okay? We live in the real world where people are not always the perfect little beings that we want them to be. Humans are insanely complicated. Life is insanely complicated, and of course we make the homeless. Well, we should stop doing that then.
Tomfoolery's audience. Where is this?
I don't know.
Fascinating. Yeah, I don't understand this dude. President Sunday is so convoluted, so complicated.
Like, giving them medication, giving them health care, giving them treatment is what stops them from being homeless. So they stab people in New York City subways? Yeah, again, exactly.
I mean, there are also some material realities to being homeless, you know?
These people need help.
Right? You look very.
I mean, there are some really pretty real material things that make you homeless, you know?
confused. Are you not?
I
you're not
am
grasping
indeed.
the concept?
I'm not entirely certain what I'm grasping. So you just confused.
Well, I've just to make you feel better. The other day, he went over my gender doc and came away with the exact opposite of what it actually said. I think he was drunk though, so I'm not.
Is that so? I don't trust you.
Positive if that's actually a reflection of President Sunday's ability to engage with topics, but he literally came away with the exact opposite of what it was trying to communicate.
Is that so?
And I just had a conversation with Kid Not Kin, who seemed to understand it pretty well. So.
Is that so?
Biology and experience. I'm a little bit perplexed.
I don't know.
Well, you don't think that sex is real, so I don't know that.
Well, I think. Well, hang on. I think gender is real. If I'm describing
You think so?
linguistic
You
and
are
cultural
a
systems,
Judith
I'm describing
Butler.
things that are real.
So you take the Judith Butler approach in which you don't take into account material reality in your post-structuralist.
Judith Butler.
Reality.
Judith Butler is specifically concerned with material reality. How we partition it. How we
I don't think that you've ever read a Judith Butler book. Judith Butler is a post-structuralist, postmodernist. You did not read that book. You did not read that book.
I don't think you understand what a postmodernist is.
Yeah, postmodernists are people who are willing to
My God.
deconstruct reality to better understand it, but they are also willing to reconstruct it based on utility.
What?
Lots of people think like postmodernist means that they just want to get rid of any.
That's just nonsensical. They're reconstructed based on utility. Your reconstruction based on utility excludes a lot of people from being female.
Construction, but that's just not the case. They are willing to deconstruct.
It's like
reality.
Full Metal
And
Alchemy.
This isn't really
Full Metal Alchemist.
anybody's fault except for leftists who misunderstand
What?
post-structuralism.
Oh,
postmodernism.
it's all those leftists.
People like Demon Mama literally think if something's a social construct, we need to get rid of it. It
What?
has no value. It has no utility.
No, that is not what Demon Mama is saying at all. What? Demon Mama believes that if something's a social construct, you need to get rid of it? Makes no sense. No, that's not what she's saying. No.
You need to just throw it away. And it's
What?
It's kind of obnoxious. Judith would then be a post-structuralist and postmodernist. Yes. I think she is. Nice. Well done. Did you you should have tagged Darius in this.
Oh my god. Demon Mama just thinks that.
Well done. Sunday the whole time said I was using words wrong, and I wasn't. Yeah, he tends to do that.
Is that so? Oh, Femoid is in the chat now. Sunday the whole time said I was using words wrong and I wasn't. Yeah, you were. Femoid is in the chat. It was infuriating.
That's funny. See, this is the one. You took the
Can we
one
get on with it?
that I was telling you the other day. I hate that one. That's the one that I was talking about.
Maybe. Who knows what Tom thinks?
It
Who
was
knows?
infuriating, I'm sure.
I'm sure.
I know I am crazy. I don't know why. I don't know why you're saying you're crazy, but I assumed you did that on purpose. Because yes, the other day I was complaining about this picture here. I was like, dude, Contrast keeps using this picture. It's such a horrible picture of me, and he keeps using it on all the thumbnails. And I don't know why he keeps doing this to me. Like, I think he's trolling me or something. He's trying to.
Oh my
make
gosh.
me look bad or something.
True, fake
Let me
Alex
see if
Kyle
I can find
Parker.
one, 'cause,
True.
Yeah, he's done it a bunch of times. And most
Can
of
you
the
get?
time I tell him to change it, but freaking crazy. Change this one. This one
Don't
right here.
care.
The one that's. I hate that.
List is
Okay.
or what a structuralist is.
We were not gonna go through all of that.
First of all, when we're talking about a structuralist, we're talking about somebody who understands concepts as being both produced and constrained.
To be fair, his doc was worthless. Or what a shocker.
I wouldn't describe trans people as having a mental illness. I wouldn't describe trans people as having a mental illness. I would describe somebody with gender dysphoria as having a mental illness.
By linguistic systems. They're not denying the
A
existence
mental disorder. If we're being technical.
of anything materially. They're saying that the labels we apply to things in the world make sense by reference to
So
other
you
things
believe
that are
that
closest to the
gender,
language.
you believe that gender exists over sex, which is sex's material reality. Gender is
No, the
immaterial.
question
Well,
does
let
not
me ask.
concern-
Let me
Hang
interject
on,
here.
Can I answer this very quickly and then I'll interject?
Yeah, quickly.
Sure.
Because I want to get us on a shared.
I understand. I understand. So the question is not about whether or not, for example, you require certain sets of organs or certain cells to reproduce. The question is, how do we understand these as constituting specific human types? And this is always going to be social. Case in point.
Yeah, I don't know why he talks like this. All he's saying is we are.
He talks normally. We've been over this.
Choosing to categorize them in a certain way. We are choosing what does and does not fall under that categorization. So when we have a label for something, we choose what falls under the label. It is, like, I think he would say it's arbitrary. He would say that it's arbitrary as to what
It
does and
is.
does not fall under the label, and therefore
It
what
is.
falls into the categorization. But he has to say it in such a obnoxious way.
He didn't say it in an obnoxious way. He managed to say it quicker than you, which means he's just being more efficient with words than you. Like, oh my gosh, I don't know. True.
Even if we take a sex determinative stance, where sex is what defines your social role, in the absence of the opposite sex, that has no meaning. So if you're on a desert island, if sex is determinative of gender,
You are
by
still a
dint of its
female or a
reproductive
male.
function, but only by treating female as some kind of immutable magical substance that is conferred by a specific set of organelles or a culture's association of those with other things. So when you say still a female, you revert as soon as I say, well, hang on, there are women who lack these reproductive functions.
I did not revert at all.
Well, what I was
Someone
gonna
is
say,
still a female.
What I was going to say is that you revert from treating females being defined by having these factors to, well, females defined from me perceiving that they ought to have those factors. That's a very different.
Yeah,
It's not
correct. Correct.
Perceiving that they ought to have is
Yeah, we're talking about labels.
is
Lab.
very
Here's a question,
silly.
here's a question.
In,
What do you
in
think?
every reproductive
Quick question.
system, for all mammals, in which we are.
So this is
That is
the
correct.
theory that all language is prescriptive. All language is prescriptive. Anytime you are saying something, you are also
What President Sunday is saying, that Lav is saying, well, females create the gamete. And President Sunday says, but wait, what of those who can't? And then Lav says, well, they should, they ought to, they are of the nature to. That is what President Sunday was pointing to. Ducks are dinosaurs.
Prescribing a definition and an understanding to the words that you are speaking. So if I say the word sex, I am prescribing a definition to the word sex. The definition is not necessary. It is not a descriptive reality. It is just, it is what I'm prescribing to the word. And so anytime I use any word, I am being prescriptive at the same time.
No.
Have counterparts for sexual reproduction. They have reproductive roles. There is a
No,
male
mammals
and
are a social construct. We are all reptiles. So, Lev, do you believe that
okay,
man
just
and
real
woman...
quick, Sunday, you're gonna have to let her at least finish her thought.
It's actually not true at all.
Right? You want to jump in, hit that buzzer, but you gotta let her at least finish her thought before we get in there. Just for the sake of conversation. Is that okay?
Sam!
I don't know, Wick. Is it okay?
I don't know, but I want to ask you a question as soon as she's done answering. So
Well, fine,
finish, Lav, and then I will ask you a question.
He always knows how to butter me up.
I sort of forgot what I was saying, but yeah, sex explains our biological role, right? It explains the two types of human there can be in order to reproduce. It is not a construct. There is a female and there is a male. There are aberrations in which genes get mixed
Yeah,
up.
that is not how
There are
language
certainly
works.
what we would call mistakes, right? Or like I said, aberrations. But that is not the general. We know that there, in order to reproduce, there is a female and there is a male.
It's just really hard for people to
I mean, how many people even watch Foolery?
conceptualize these high-minded pie in the sky
Mistakes.
constructuralist jargon. It is, but like, it's also kind of insane that even we're capable of doing
Insane.
it because we didn't even know that this is what we were doing when we were doing these things, right? So as we're creating these things and putting them into place within society, and
If you're not high-minded pie in the sky, the
we didn't even
construction
know
jargon.
this is what we're doing.
What?
So the fact that we're able to figure it out way later.
Again, Foolery's audience. It's just really hard for people to conceptualize those high-minded pie in the sky deconstructionist jargon. Okay. Okay.
And through deconstruction is actually
Amazing.
brilliant. Like, it's actually amazing.
You think?
Amazing.
No,
please.
No, Wick.
No, I do have a question for you, but
I
back and
agree.
forth.
No.
So we heard her definition of gender. I'm curious as to yours. She did ask you, and I don't know if you ever answered it. And just for the sake of the class,
You retreated. Talking about my retreat.
It depends on frame of reference.
He answered it. It just wasn't a coherent answer because
oh
it's
my
President
God.
Sunday.
Yeah, because you're super coherent, Foolery. Mm-hmm.
I gotta wait for
It's
the
because you're too... Oh my God. President Sunday being a lot more concise with his words and more precise with his words. And Foolery calls it incoherent. Okay.
chat to update so I can click on your link. It's taken forever.
What are you doing?
Well, pedophile actually means lover of children in the Greek sense. Pedo meaning children and phile meaning lover. So in that sense, I'm a pedophile. I love children. You know what I mean?
I'm sorry, that's not funny.
Well, pedophile actually...
Okay, great. Why did we need this interjection?
Ben, you are a bad influence on your daughter. Be a good influence.
And we needed to watch this. Why? Why do we need to see this? What's happening?
So, as a constructivist, who is analyzing the history of the use of gender, they're going to take a different stance, for example, from somebody who's embedded within a specific culture, where there's sort of a natural attitude towards gender as like being simply sex A or sex B. So my understanding of gender, I do in fact take largely from Butler. My understanding of gender is that gender is precisely that, understood from the outside.
How does this man have an audience?
That is.
Well, technically speaking, it's not much bigger than mine. Although his audience comments a lot. $1,000, 1.77K subs.
Forced and produced by a certain linguistic system that sort of
Should invite more people to watch me.
Talk about people as kinds. We refer to men and women as oppositions to each other, and we understand ourselves as we identify ourselves both internally and with respect to other people. I'm a guy, who, stuff like that, right? Even the
So this is language that is really frustrating to me when they say opposites of each other. We're not necessarily opposites of each other. We are different from one another, though. And that's what people are pointing out, is the differences within a dichotomy.
That is not how historically it's been done.
A dichotomy does not mean that we are opposites of one another. And I think that maybe like
President Sunday is not saying that it is reality that men and women are the opposites of one another. He's saying that is often how it's being framed. Oh my God. If the world was a just place, Lucy's audience would be many orders of magnitude larger than Tom's. Help me make this a reality. Share my streams. Comment under my videos. Help me get into the algorithm. You know? Help me to get into the algorithm. That is a big thing that you can do to help me to get a bigger audience. What you can do is to help me to get into the algorithm, and then maybe more people will tune in, etc. You know? I've noticed that not many people comment under my videos. That would be thankful if more people started commenting on YouTube under my videos. And yeah, Tom is not paying attention.
people will
Tommy is lost in the sauce.
will use like
I know, don't be sorry. But please do comment under the videos. It really does help. It really does help with the algorithms and other stuff like that. And then we can like keep growing. You have a lot of things planned for the near future. Oh, you have? You download all my videos through YouTube Premium. Wow, thank you. That actually is amazing because that sort of, from what Demon Mama has said, that counts as like a full watch, which is great. You know? That just, if you download it via Premium, then that counts as a 100% watch time thing.
male and female as opposites
That is
of
great.
one another, but we're not opposites. We are just two separate things. I gotta grab some food real quick. I'll let this play. I'll take my phone with me, so I'll still be listening, but I'll be right back.
The Joker's like, look, I'm a man of simple taste. It's sort of like discreetly.
Okay, I'll be right back as well. I'm gonna take one more medicine. It's actually a throat medicine, so I need it. One moment. Yeah, if you have Premium, download my videos. It will count it as 100% watch, which will sort of boost the whole engagement stats. So that's a great thing to do. Wow, thank you. Yeah. Oh, ear surgery. That is... I hope it goes well. I'm gonna be right back. I need medicine for the throat. Okay, good night, Giggler. I'm back. I took my medicine. I took my medication. I took my special medication that actually helps me recover my throat. Technically speaking, after this week, my recovery will end and I will be able to be a bit more lax about my diet and stuff like that. So that's nice. That is nice.
Back there. Now, my position, contra the natural attitude, is not that this is simply identifiable as sex. I think this is precisely what I've just described. It's a role understood within sort of a social matrix, sort of like a language system.
Based off of what?
We understand things based off. What do you mean based off of what? Based off of practice. How people talk to each other. How people regard each other. How people identify themselves against other people.
So you are an essentialist.
I am a gender. What?
You are an essentialist.
No. No, I deny the existence of an essential.
I don't think Lav knows what an essentialist is.
An essential gender. However, you can understand a system that treats of an essential gender, but recognize that it still produces people who do legitimately identify. Hang on. Recognize that it does produce.
True, Rose. Hello.
And then treat those identities as what they are. They're still identities. They're still valid within that system. And you can
Rose. Now's your time, Rose. Join the page. Join the page. You know? There's so many things that you can do on the page. You can use special emotes on the page. You know? It's been a while since I've heard Lucy's voice. I swear it gets better every time. Thank you very much. Especially since for a long time, I've had my throat not in a good shape, and it turned out that I've been using all the wrong medicine, and it would never work. And then I finally went to the doctor, which was very expensive. And the doctor, she gave me good medicine and good advice, and now it's getting better. So that is good. And my treatment is supposed to end this week. This week, I will be totally good to go. As in, I will be able to eat more types of stuff and not be so strict with what I do. But yeah, join the page. Hello, Red Roses. It makes you want to try to train. Yeah, you should train. Maybe I should do more segments when I train my voice. Or maybe I should do one lesson publicly on the stream. I think next lesson I might do on stream. That might be a good idea, but it's gonna be in the middle of my day. So it might be a very weird time for people in the US. But I would make a... Thank you very much for gifting Red Rose with a tier 1 subscription. So it might be a nice thing. It might be a nice segment. But a good thing about the page that you can subscribe to me on the page and you can donate to me directly on this page, and 100% of the money goes to me. Nothing goes to YouTube or Twitch or any other thing. But okay, let us continue this big debate thing.
I still respect them as human beings when they self-avow that identity.
So what do you call a drag queen that does not call
A drag queen is very specifically somebody who is playing with the rules of a system and subverting them.
We call the person a drag queen. It's in,
Also referencing
it's in the name. We call a drag queen a drag queen.
For example.
So is a trans woman by that measure?
No, a trans woman is not playing with those. A trans woman is actually performing the role of a woman. They are a woman.
Performing the role of a woman and being a woman are not the same thing.
Tom is lost in the sauce.
Even if we take a biologically essentialist route as you have, you were specifically talking about performing a
biological essentialism.
Lav, just real quick, Lav, you gotta let him actually, because I'm curious too. Like, what is the difference? And I want to hear this answer, so please don't interrupt him. What is the difference for when it comes? What roles are they performing? Right? Can you explain?
Oh, what roles are women in particular performing?
Trans women in particular.
Female drag
queen. How is that different than drag queens? I'm just curious.
Yeah. So localizing it to our culture because it's
God.
culturally contingent. A trans.
Oh yeah, but he said he took his. He did say he took the phone with him,
What was that sound?
Sorry.
Something. It's okay.
Sorry.
A trans.
which means that he's still listening. Outside of the room, he is still listening.
A trans woman is somebody who identifies as a woman in a heteronormative heterosexual culture that instinctively associates womanness with having specific body parts and being like a specific configuration. Stereotypes. Well, actually, not too far from the mark.
Yeah.
That being the case, they simultaneously
Yeah.
break
Lav has owned herself and is very happy about it.
that system a little bit, but they're also conditioned by it. They do identify by its terms. So the system is not that effective in terms of actually like creating the appropriate subjects for it. But am I making sense to you, Wick? Does that?
No, I'm getting it now, but I'm curious now. So that now that we have that established, what you think here, I'm curious what Lav would say to that, right? So his definition of gender.
What video is quiet? Sorry? What video is quiet? I cannot make it any more louder. I'm sorry. It's impossible to make it louder. You know? Look here on YouTube. Max. There's also Max on the oh. Okay. I did try one more thing, okay? So let's see.
What do you think?
Tell me if it's better now in any way. Tell me if it's better.
Is it off?
There was one more thing that I could have done, and I did it. So tell me if it's louder.
What's your thoughts here?
I think if you're a progressive, if you identify as a progressive, you would want to decimate a gender role, right? Because
Decimate a gender role. Remove 1/10 of a gender role. We need to remove 1/10 of a gender role. Amazing. Amazing. Unfortunately, there's not much that I can do about it. There's not much that I can do about it. Unfortunately. Wait. Hold on.
if you know,
Is it better now?
If these things, if performing the social role makes you a woman, certainly there's a way that you could identify.
Oh, I see what's going on. I see what your problem is. You don't understand performativity. You think performativity.
I understand
is somebody puts on a
performativity
dress.
theory.
Can you clarify for me?
Performativity theory?
Yeah, can you explain it to me, please?
Sure. That literally, yeah. When you are performing.
Is it better?
Becomes
you're hang on. Pause for a sec. You're cutting out again. Give it a second before you answer.
Okay.
Try now. Sorry. I want to be able to hear you.
There's no way to fix Tim's poor audio setup. That is unfortunate, but true.
Judith Butler's theory would explain that if people see you as...
That is Max. I cannot do anything more for this video. I think this is the first time when we are experiencing such a problem. I don't think this has ever happened before.
Like if you are seen as a woman, then then that is the reality. Then the internalized or the way that you view something would make it to be so.
True.
No, I'm so sorry. That's incorrect.
Incorrect.
So
true.
Not incorrect.
That is quite incorrect. I'm afraid to say. Do I want to explain performativity for you?
Sure, go ahead.
Okay, so performativity is the idea that within a certain cultural setting, with its linguistic structures and things like that, you could think of it as like the world of a video game almost. It's all simulated. There are processes that emerge within that.
Gender performativity posits that gender is made up of acts that mark a person as man or woman. And
This
it
is
is through
true,
the
yes.
repetition of those gender acts that the illusion of stable gender identity is created,
This is true,
which
yeah.
I just gave an example of.
Oh
Well, not
my
exactly,
gosh.
because how you described it is of an agent choosing to act
Gender,
out a
this
role,
is what Judith Butler says in
choosing
her
to
book.
act out a role.
Oh
choosing
my
to act out a
gosh.
role.
Judith Butler says gender reality is
Embarrassing. Embarrassing, okay?
Gender reality is performative, which means quite simply that it is real only to the extent that it is performed. Right? So
In
if
this
someone would
sense-
see if someone would see you as a woman, then that is real because that is what they are perceiving you.
I've got
I
a
was
paragraph to
completely
read
correct.
for you. I've got a paragraph to read for you. In this sense, gender is not a noun, but neither is it a set of free-floating attributes. For we have seen that the substantive effect of gender is performatively produced and compelled by the regulatory practices of gender coherence.
I bet if Tom Foolery was here, he would tell us how convoluted this reading is. I like how she had to Google this while Sunday has actually read Butler. True.
Hence, within the inherited discourse of the metaphysics of substance, gender proves to be performative, that is, constituting the identity it is purported to be. In this sense, gender is always a doing, though not a doing, here's the important part, by a subject who might be said to pre-exist the deed. So the subject's self-understanding is also conditioned by the linguistic framework in which it's operating.
Maybe this will help the discussion.
Here, very quickly. So what Judith Butler is going to be highlighting over against someone like Simone de Beauvoir, actually,
Well, she's lost. Just like Tom.
it's actually consistent with what Judith Butler is highlighting. When Simone de Beauvoir says that one is not a woman, one becomes a woman.
No.
What is the one?
That is completely. Simone de Beauvoir is taken out of context so frequently. It actually
Oh.
makes me
Why don't you
so
clarify
pissed
that?
off.
Okay, elaborate, please.
Simone de Beauvoir says in her book that one is not born a woman, one becomes one. What she's
Yes.
saying is that a female.
What is the one? What gender is the one?
A female. She's saying a female is put through the meat grinder. If you
No,
read
she's not.
any of her books, she talks about sex-based oppression and how gender is enforced on a woman so that when she is born, we know instantly what type she is, and then she's put through the meat grinder of things that are imposed on her, and she comes out of it a woman.
That's gender. That's gender. Well done.
And
you
she
located
comes
in
out
the
of it
world.
a woman.
You made a novel contribution.
She was
to
not
science,
saying that males can be women. Judith Butler
There's
is saying that
Oh
males
my
can be women.
gosh.
There's
Judith
nothing.
Butler
There's
is
nothing about.
males can
There's
be
nothing
women
about.
because
there's
she's
nothing
saying
about,
the only thing that exists is
there's nothing
perception.
about-
Judith
nothing
Butler
about-
argues
I love when Prison Sunday does this.
the only thing that exists is perception,
There's
and
nothing- I need,
that
like, a-
reality
there's nothing
is not
about-
reality.
Reality is not. Reality is not reality. What? You say it again.
Yeah, if you weren't talking over me, you could have listened a little better, I bet. Judith
I could've,
Butler
right.
Judith Butler asserts that reality is in perception.
Do you believe reality is non-perception? Where do you find reality?
I believe that there are biological.
You believe, Miss Atheist? You believe on what basis? On the
I
basis of your
believe.
perception, obviously.
We can empirically.
What is empiricism, Lav? It's using your senses to confirm
Uh
patterns.
oh.
You say, look, we've tested this here. We've used our senses.
Okay.
We've determined this is the
We're
case,
getting-
and we can do so consistently. That's what empirical testing is.
Sunday, I've never actually seen a debate of yours, but it's becoming increasingly clear to me that you just say a lot of words that sound very smart without any real understanding of what you're saying.
Oh yeah, for sure. For sure that is what he's doing. For sure.
Simplify it, and you're jealous of that clearly.
Mhm.
But even if we're
True.
not talking about any of this, because we're just going to get in a big rhetorical battle, and it's going to be super boring, and neither of us, like, you're just going to be retarded, and I'm just going to be
Oh
trying to
my
take you
God.
out of it. I want you to, in your framework, to explain how
In your framework.
a butch woman who is not a mother, a butch female, sorry, you don't even understand female. A butch female is a woman who is not hold on. A butch female who does not have children, who does not wear makeup, who could even be mistaken as a male, but calls herself a woman. Explain how that in your framework can be true, and also
What?
that a male identifying with femininity can be a woman.
One becomes a woman is completely permissive of a person with a penis and testes, etc., being raised and conditioned to identify and perform the role of a woman.
Well, let's say a female does not perform that role. Is she not then a woman?
Well, I mean, you're thinking.
It would
of
come down to
performativity.
self-ID.
The reason why
It would come down to self-identification.
Well, no. This is why I was going to say you actually don't understand.
Oh my God. Tom Foolery's audience. I had love, femoid, but man, she really puts a strong case for having potential. I just wish you would entertain the idea that maybe your worldview is incomplete. My God. I'm really okay. That is Tomfoolery's audience. Amazing. Amazing.
Understand performativity. Because if
This
you
is
actually,
amazing.
for example, because if
stay
you
on the
actually
point.
read, for example,
Stay on the point,
I'm
Sunday.
being acutely on the point. Have you read Judith Butler's Bodies That Matter?
I haven't read Bodies That Matter.
Have you read Gender Trouble?
Yes.
Really? In your conversation with Boots, you said you didn't.
I.
You're a fast reader, faster than me.
That's not
See,
true.
I bought that.
Wait,
I bought
wait,
that
that's not
book
true.
back
I
then.
said that I have not read everything.
No. She said that she does not need to read the works of the person themselves to know their ideas because she read about the ideas through different people's things. That is what she said. That she didn't read Butler, but she read people writing about Butler, and then she said that is enough.
Everything about Judith Butler. I did say that I read one Judith Butler book, and that is the
No,
one.
I'm pretty sure the entire debate was you actually defending the notion
Okay,
that you
I
can
don't
understand Judith Butler by reference to
I
other
don't,
things written by other people.
so just real quick.
But very quickly, to answer that question, to get back on topic, thank you, Wick, for keeping.
That is true, what he just said, while being shouted over by Wig. She did make an argument that she can just understand Judith Butler through references of other people about Judith Butler. She did say that.
Keeping me in line.
I saw the whole Boots conversation. I can confirm. I played Dungeons and Dragons.
That's why I need you.
Yeah, I don't care about the other debates, to be clear.
This is why I'm saying you don't understand performativity, because Judith Butler is very clear to specify that in its Lacanian frame. I know you don't know what that means, but in its Lacanian frame, we are talking about one who performs. We are not talking about someone who, as an agent separate from the world, external to it, picks a gender or a sex and wears it like a robe.
Okay, did Tomfoolery just check out of this whole thing? Did he just check out?
We are talking.
We've already did a react to the debate. I'm here to react to Tomfoolery's reaction to the debate. And Tomfoolery's just gone. Isn't he supposed to be back by now? I can stand weak. He's almost as dumb as Tom. Well, you know.
Someone who is conditioned as that. Therefore, externally, we understand woman and man within a particular cultural context as not a performer performing a role, but as precisely the performance.
Honestly, I'm glad he did. Thumbs blow the bar. Well, just as you said it, he returns.
Of a role.
Just as you've said it, he is here.
You're talking about it as a doing. This is explicit in Butler. So you simply don't understand.
Okay, I am very upset that I missed that part.
Tom is so upset. Tom is so ready to comment.
I am very upset that I missed all of that. There was a lot of really interesting things said there that I would have liked to have addressed.
Oh, too bad.
So, one, Simone de Beauvoir is translated from French,
which is obviously a lot more limited language than English, which is the most language of all languages ever.
And she speaks in a very poetic way that it is hard to have direct translations to what it is she's saying. I believe Lav is misquoting Simone de Beauvoir, where she, if you read the footnotes in the book, The Second Sex, there is it explains that she is not saying one becomes a woman, but instead one becomes woman. Not a woman, but woman. And in French, there was a distinction between being woman and being a woman. And so when you become woman, you become a class of womanhood. You are entering a class of womanhood. Simone de Beauvoir actually does believe that there aren't real tangible differences between males and females, but the differences are pushed on the two of them. to where, so that women can be oppressed. That their biological differences are only that. One has babies, one inseminates so that they can have babies. That's about it. That there are not like real tangible differences that actually affect our daily lives. They should not affect our daily lives.
Oh my gosh.
But gender was created and pushed onto women to separate them from the male sex. To just say, you are not the male sex. That's it. Gender does not exist outside of separating females from males.
Okay.
Now,
I agree, Tom is a level 1. He's below kid in every way. Oh my gosh.
men do physical labor work, women do not. I know lots of women who do physical labor work. I don't know what you're talking about. Now, President Sunday is
Tom Foolery's audience. Men do physical labor work, women do not. Oh my god.
getting so pedantic.
Which is so incorrect that it's actually comically incorrect. Because historically, women were pushed to some of the harshest physical labor. Working in the field, manufacturing clothing, brewing alcohol, and many other things which women did, but more sort of breweries and different things took over those sort of jobs, you know, cooking, which is like 80% of everyone's life. Yeah, but I'm talking more like on a bigger scale, right? Before breweries came about, which brewed alcohol, women were the primary alcohol manufacturers, you know? And that is hard work. Don't forget clothing. Washing back then was very, like, women were the main manufacturers of clothing as well before specialized places took over, you know? A lot of things that sort of specialized places started making, women were the primary makers of, you know? Like alcohol brewing, as I've said. We are still with the foolery, yeah. I'm sorry, Dexmex. It's a long piece. And I do want to get to I at least want to reach the part when Karasu comments and gets him mad. Okay? Once Karasu gets banned, it's not worth watching anymore.
To the point where he's actually questioning whether or not your perceived reality is reality.
No.
You are so lost in the sauce when you start
No.
making those sorts of arguments.
No, that was not President Sunday's argument at all. No.
Middle of a debate about what a woman is. About what a woman is. You are arguing whether or not perception.
You know what? Okay. That's a bit of a low blow. But if I get a nice donation from someone, then yes, we will skip straight to the Karasu part and then we'll move on. Because, you know, I don't think we need to spend too much time on this. But no, President Sunday was not making an argument of questioning reality. If it's reality, no. I think Tom Foolery was super busy with something else because President Sunday's point flew over his head. How much is it worth to every one of you for me to move on from this topic? How much is it worth? Yeah, but I'm talking much earlier in history, fake Alec Kyle Parker. Okay? I'm talking before clothing factories existed and all of the clothing was manufactured by women at home. So I'm talking way back. I'm talking way back.
Oh, Barry!
Well, thank you very much, Somniostatic, for getting the... And Jess, thank you also very much for...
Oh, Barry!
Yes. Is this enough? It is enough. It is enough. Okay. Thank you for the tier 4. Thank you for the $50. Okay. So, Karasu, can you tell us when is your part? Let me look for it. I'm gonna look for it. I don't know where it is. I want to see, you know what, Karasu? It is interesting to me because it gets tomfoolery mad. Okay, let's... I'm looking for you. I'm honestly surprised that you had the patience to watch tomfoolery. And engaged with what he was talking about. Is it further? Karasu? Is it much further or... What is your part? I don't see it. If you notice Karasu, then scream at me. 'Cause I don't... Femoid. If you're gonna ask me to define post-structuralism, I won't. Oh, President Sunday linked it. Okay. Was Lav still in the chat? I don't see you. I wish someone made a clip. Oh, there you go. I found you. I've spotted a Karasu Kafka. I've spotted you. It is so. It is bigotry. You do a risk assessment in such places individually.
Why put them in the women's prison where now that's women's problem? Just keep them in the man's prison. Well,
Okay, I'm gonna hear this person's argument from the get-go.
if you say, hey, what if we had trans women in women's prisons, but we put them in solitary confinement? Normally, your answer should be, well, what's the difference? Who cares? Yeah, sure. Put them in solitary confinement. In man's prisons, women's prisons, who cares? It's the same thing either way now, right?
Is
but
it?
if instead you say, why is that women's problem? Why put them in the women's prison where now that's women's problem? Just keep them in the man's prison.
Maybe because trans women are women?
Well,
also, what do you mean by a woman's problem?
Now,
it is bigotry. You do a risk assessment in such places, in such cases individually. Yeah. Solitary confinement. I don't know.
Now,
well, I do want to see Tom getting mad.
You are unnecessarily
true for being trans.
Them from the women's prison. It doesn't even matter now whether or not they're in the man's or women's, but you're still choosing to keep them in the man's, like completely unnecessarily.
He's gonna read it.
Solitary confinement.
This is what we've done. This is what happened with the Scottish trans woman case too, which had hit the news.
Is
I mean, that's a good question, Jess. Solitary confinement for being trans. I mean, it does sort of end up being that way, doesn't it?
Maybe. I mean, when I was in prison, I would like get tired of being around everybody else, and I would purposefully like do something to get in trouble and go to solitary confinement. I would spend
She was in female prison but separated until assessment.
months in solitary confinement sometimes. Like if you want to go and plan on going, I think you are like
solitary confinement is torture. I mean,
mentally preparing yourself for that thing, and that thing is a good thing, right? I want to be able to go read my books in peace, not be bothered by 60 other inmates in the same.
Wait, you can take books to solitary confinement? You can just take books and stuff to solitary confinement? Is that a thing?
Same pod as me, like not have to deal with, blowing whistles every time it's time to eat, not have to deal with people walking around being loud all day.
Tom is just an antisocial freak. I mean, that depends on like the circumstances, right? Not sure there's typically a lot of socializing to be done in a prison.
I can actually sleep as much as I want. Like
a studio apartment, true. You can just take his books and... Is he gonna read your comment?
It's much better if you want.
In the Scottish case, she was in solitary confinement until the assessment and choice to move her into a male prison. There was no endangering of other prisoners, right?
To do it. But if
studio
you don't
apartment.
Want to do it, it can be torturous. It can drive you crazy. Dude, Gen Pop sucks. Give me solitary any day. Mm-hmm. Yep. The only reason that I like Gen Pop is because I normally run some sort of game that helps me get a lot more things. Like, I rarely ever actually have the ability to buy things on store, and so...
What?
I will, like, find a way to hustle to get store without having money.
Does it have to be women's problem?
I see.
I've got a better question, because we're getting to the heart of the matter. Suppose I have a long history of sexually assaulting women, and
I see.
I reveal to you, as I've finally been caught, I actually had a vagina this entire time. Which prison should I go to?
A female prison if you're a female.
So you would put me, despite the fact that I've sexually assaulted women in particular, I've been caught for this, but I
Yes,
happen to have a vagina. You
we
would
make
put
laws and rules based on generalities, and we don't for the exceptions to the rule. It just so as it
Mhm.
stands that women are not as sexually
Lav,
aggressive.
criminals
They do
are
not
exceptions
create.
to the rule. They have
They
broken
do not.
the law.
I,
True.
Yes, and there are exceptions to the rule of the exceptions of the rule.
I
Women
see.
on average do not commit violent crimes. Women on average do not commit violent crimes really in general. So
The exception to the rule, to the exception to the rule. Also, women historically were a lot of more violent than it is given credit to, okay? Women historically have taken part in a lot of riots and a lot of protests. Like, it's a whole topic. It's a whole thing. Violent protests led by women, okay? It is a whole historical topic of discussion. It is actually a pretty bad stereotype that women are not capable of violence, I guess. You know? It is that is unironically a sex, like, or some sort of a gender or sex stereotype at play when Lav says things like that.
They aren't exceptions to being a female, though. Neither is a female who commits a violent crime. They are not an exception to being a female, whereas a trans person is an exception to being a female.
That is not the point. The point is that being female doesn't matter if the female predates on other quote-unquote females. That is the point that President Sunday is making, okay? If the worry is the safety of the inmates, right? Then putting a quote-unquote female rapist in a woman's prison isn't any better than putting a male rapist in a women's prison. That, like, you know, it's just, I guess the point just flew over Tommy's head.
That is an exception to that rule.
You're a nutball.
okay, nice counter. Nice counter.
That's
Okay.
insane.
I've been paid some money to ask this.
You are morally insane.
Yeah, I don't have like a strong opinion on whether or not trans women should be in women's prisons.
I see.
But
oh,
generally,
currently,
I would say no.
I see.
I would say I don't think so. I don't think that that's a good idea.
I don't have a strong preference, but I do. Okay. Thanks. I also had been in shelters that are shared and worked just fine. Yeah. The idea that we need to gatekeep in sex-based space is dumb. True.
I think there are some
True.
spaces that are
And
segregated
real.
based on gender, in some spaces that are segregated based on sex. And I think we know, based on the space, which one of those things it is. There is
Is that
utility
so?
to the sex segregation, or there is utility to the gendered segregation.
What is the utility of the sex segregation?
So if we're talking about a women's bathroom, we know the bathroom
Wait. There's supposedly a utility to the sex segregation of the bathrooms?
is based on biological differences.
No. No, we don't.
If we're talking about prisons, we know it's segregated.
The bathroom is such a bafflingly bad example that I don't know what to say.
Based on biological differences. If it's
Wait, what?
WNBA,
I'm sorry, what?
segregated based on biological. If we're talking about prisons, we know it's segregated based on biological differences. If it's the WNBA. We know it's based on biological differences.
But biological differences do not have to mean sex.
So in this case, I would say no. But if they're segregated based on gender differences, like
Like what?
like a women's shelter, would say that is based on gender differences. If we're talking about like a powder room, that is based on women. That is based on gender differences.
What?
So like
Powder
there are
room?
things that are segregated based on sex. There are things that are segregated based on gender.
No.
And we know based.
You need to do a risk assessment personally. There is no guarantee that cis women won't harm others. True. Absolutely true.
Based on what it is, whether it's sex or gender. Do the harsher criminals start out segregated happens? Wait, what? Do the harsh...
Again, prisoner risk assessment in shelters. I had cis women who had to be removed due to endangering others. All the cis men had been absolutely fine. True.
Harsher criminals start out segregated from others till some reformation happens.
Well, he's ignoring you so far.
What?
He's ignoring you.
W.
Bathrooms are in fact based on gender differences, Tom. True. And urinals are actually optional in bathrooms, okay? Not quintessential.
NBA and NBA, like National Basketball Association, Women's National Basketball Association.
Because no one really checks your genitals yet.
Bathrooms are in fact based on gender differences, Tom, because no one
True.
really checks your genitals yet. Or
That's a one way of putting it, Jess. Urinals suck. They should be removed. Urinals aren't just not all that good. They're horrible.
gamete production. Wait, whether or not they check for it doesn't mean that's not what they're built for.
They're not built for sex differences.
They're urinals in the men's bathroom and not in the women's bathroom.
Urinals aren't a thing in every single man's bathroom. There are men's bathrooms with just stalls. Not all bathrooms have. Not all men's bathrooms have urinals. Just so you know.
That
It's quite the optional thing.
That there is arbitrary lines as to how we segregate these things. I'm not disagreeing with that. Your argument based on checking genitalia is based on the arbitrary lines, but that is not based on whether or not these were segregated based on sex or gender.
They were segregated based on gender, yeah.
But honestly, go into a toilet and see if anyone checks your genitalia or chromosomes. Again, yeah, that has nothing to do with whether or not it's sex or gender.
It has a lot.
But it is based on how people clock you by performance, not by
Yeah.
checking your chromosomes. You're not engaging with what I'm saying. I'm not sure if you can't hear me or if you're like 10 minutes behind or what, but I've already addressed that like 3 times
10 minutes.
now.
I've been paid some money to ask this
The
question.
leprechaun has been given his gold.
I actually know your tactic. You bring up something really personal when you know that you're losing.
Loud.
She's got me guilty as charged. I think I've been destroyed. Oh god, this has been like the fight of my life.
For 500 SAQ, which I don't know how much that is, but thank you
It's
for the
less
money.
than it sounds like, but it's still generous.
Yes. Lav, what is structuralism?
Dude, this is so stupid. Like, I'm not going to answer fucking retarded questions trying to test whether or not I'm
I just got
smart
paid to
enough.
ask you.
Yeah, this is torture porn.
You understand that there are not all urinals in a man's bathroom, right? And you can do
Don't
pissing
answer
not in the urinal, not in the
Don't
urinal
answer it,
too.
Lab. It's torture
Yeah,
porn.
exactly. And not all men's bathrooms have urinals. So
Okay.
there
yeah,
you
I'm
have
not
it.
going through another hour of this. This is enough.
Yeah, toilets are built to have space for doing your urination. That's their primary utility. What are you doing? Such a waste. Such a time waster. Foolery. Loves wasting our time. Karasu is directly engaging. Jesus.
You understand that there are not only urinals in man's bathroom, right? And you can do pissing not in urinals too. Sure, that's not. Are you purpose? Okay, never mind. You are not answering my question, and I think you know that you're not answering my question.
No. That is
I've
not
had
what's
this argument
happening.
a million times. I use
Oh.
the argument that you're using. You're just applying it incorrectly. Whether or
Oh.
not people check for genitalia is whether or not we should allow trans people into bathrooms. That's you're talking about in practice whether or not we can actually enforce sex distinguished bathrooms.
No. No, what Karasu is saying that in practice, we segregated based on gender, based on how we clock people and performance. That is what Karasu is saying, which is true.
That is what that argument is for. That argument is not for whether or not the bathrooms were originally meant to segregate based on sex.
What you're saying is just a lack of understanding of what sex is and what gender is. True. That is true. Stop playing with Twitter. We're almost done with tomfoolery.
Tom, you should skip the Demon Mama for the meme of it.
Wait, he just banned you without saying that he banned you?
Maybe for a couple minutes.
Did he really just ban you?
Okay.
Okay. I don't know what else to say, but thanks for coming.
Gender abolition would be a
Do we want to see the Demon Mama thing? Do we want to see... Yeah. Your description of the situation is correct, Jess. Do we want to see his reaction to Demon Mama? Or... Okay. Alright.
the concept of gender, I think.
We have a special guest next.
Demon Mama did really well.
Speak of the devil and she shall appear.
Speak of the demon.
You're live.
Oh, sorry. Hold on. I was.
Wait, no, you're still there, Carasso. Tom, where are you? Tom, where have you been checking gametes in public bathrooms, mate? You are still here. You're not banned.
Still listening.
Tom, where you have checking gametes in public bathrooms, mate, or chromosomes. Karasu, I have addressed that argument 4 times now.
No.
I'm not going to address it again.
Not once.
Okay? That is a retarded argument. You are making a really dumb argument right now.
I
have
see.
addressed it numerous times.
No. No, you haven't.
If you would like to disagree with what I say when I address that argument, that's fine. But don't keep repeating the same retarded argument, okay?
I see.
You can't just keep repeating the same dumb argument. It's not going to get...
Just because you don't understand it, it doesn't make it dumb. Wasn't Karasu literally a corrections officer or something? I don't know. I actually don't know.
Any less dumb the more you repeat it. You can
Almost like I am talking about how segregation works in real life, not like in a theory or of sex segregation of anti-trans turf nonsense and soft anti-trans people like tomfoolery. True. Yeah. I mean, yeah, literally. I'm talking of reality as that bathrooms are based on gender performance, not on sex. Yeah. You know? You actually could have played a reverse Uno card. You know? You could have played a reverse Uno card on tomfoolery here and say that the urinals are actually totally irrelevant. You know? Because even in the bathrooms with urinals, you still have stalls to which anyone can go.
tell me why you think it actually makes sense with what it is that we're talking about, but you're not. You're talking about how we can enforce.
Plus, there are trans men that can use urinals. There are trans men that can use urinals. So that alone defeats your argument.
Sex separated bathrooms. That's not what I'm talking about. I'm talking about the utility of it.
Unless you're saying that, in your view, trans men are male. Right? That would have to be his argument. If it's truly a sexed space.
It has been based on gender norms. You're talking about how we enforce it. That is not what I am talking about.
Yeah. And how we enforce it is what it's based on. Right?
I can keep repeating this over and over. I am not talking about how we enforce who goes into which bathroom, Karasu.
I mean, yeah, there are cis women who can use urinals too, I guess.
I'm not talking about that. I am not talking about how we enforce it. That is what you are talking about.
I did work with young offenders, but not as a correction officer. I had been doing the finance of small NGO and we applied to a project. Okay.
That is a totally different conversation from whether or not one is meant for sex.
What does it mean for a thing to be meant? That is stupid. I guess bathrooms are of the nature to, literally.
It's totally different. We are talking about different things, okay? I cannot keep explaining this. You did not address anything? All right. I'm going to continue not addressing anything. Thank you for playing.
So I'm in here now, huh?
You are live on air. What you got for us?
I mean, you have not addressed anything.
Okay, so there's a couple of things I want to talk about first. First of all, in this conversation, multiple times, very vaguely, there has been reference to this idea that...
So it's giving work to youth who were sentenced to communal work. Okay, that makes sense.
quote-unquote trans women have the same crime patterns as men, which to me is like a complete nonsense statement and is not backed up by actually basically anything that I can find. In fact, trans women are, as far as I can tell from statements directly from the U.S. Department of Justice, are actually 2.5 times more likely to be the victims of sexual violence than cis people. So
that is also true.
Okay, so that's a bit. You're doing something a little sneaky there, then, by saying that.
Nothing is sneaky.
I think that's very sneaky. I think it's sneaky to say, oh yeah, trans women follow the crime patterns of men. What does that even mean? It sounds like what you're trying to say is.
I don't think that's true. I've looked this up numerous times.
You don't think what's true? While men's bathrooms are of the nature to produce small gametes, true. You produce the small gametes for the urinals. I also work with them on the field, of course. True. Almost like people like tomfoolery and turfs want to reinvent how society should be organized. What do you know? Oh, that's nice. Duna River. That is nice.
Trans women commit more crime Trans men. I don't even think we have data on this.
Oh, interesting. So I guess Tom Foolery is not agreeing with Lav here. So he banned me. I believe I was still in YouTube chat.
Evidence and data on trans women offending rates.
Offending rates,
Transgender
not
people
offensing.
over 4 times more likely. Wait, what?
It's offending, not offensing, right?
Transgender people over 4 times more likely than cisgender people to be victims of violent crime. Yes, I already know this.
Yeah, it's offending, not offensing.
Transgender women exhibit a male type pattern of criminality.
Yeah, Demon Mama is right. How can you say that isn't true, but also say there probably isn't any data on this? I don't know. I don't know.
For legislators
I
and
don't know.
policymakers.
It is how Tom operates, I guess. That is how Tom operates, I
wonder if
suppose.
this is real. Number of prisoners self-declaring as transgender. This is already off to a weird start.
Oh, wow,
where
we're...
they're like, look how many people are doing it. This is already in a weird start. In 2018, the MOJ released statistics showing half of the people in prison who declare themselves transgender have been sentenced with 1 or more sexual offenses. We have now obtained new data, which is the clearest and most recent evidence confirming the vast majority of these trans sex offenders were born male. These MOJ statistics show that transgender women exhibit a male type pattern of criminality. We conclude that trans women in prison exhibit a propensity to sexual crime that matches
Maybe
their
this is lab source. Male pattern of criminality. My gosh. My goodness.
sex and not their gender identity. This is relevant and necessary information when making legislation and policies designed to keep women safe.
It seems so.
This... Wait, oh, this is... The name of this website is called Fair Play for Women.
Yeah. Objective.
This is the name of the website is called Fair Play for Women.
I see.
This is already like, do they not realize how dumb they are in their language? High numbers of transgender prisoners have been convicted of sex offending. They're not saying anything. They're not saying anything.
I mean, I guess broken clock. I gotta agree with Tom here.
We first revealed this in 2017 based on our own analysis of prison inspection reports that allowed us to estimate how many transgender prisoners were being housed in prisons reserved for sex offenders.
The lab said this, yeah.
Confirmed by prison statistics.
Maybe lab took her stuff from here.
Through Freedom of Information request revealing 60.
She did use the term male criminal pattern, and I think Demon Mama even said, what does that even mean?
The 125
Which is a good thing to ask.
Prisoners in England and Wales in 2017 had at least one conviction for a sexual offense.
Mm-hmm.
A new Freedom of Information request submitted by Fair Play for Women now reveals the same pattern as observed in data
male
from
pattern.
2019. This time, 81 out of 163 transgender prisoners in England and Wales had at least one conviction for sexual
That's half.
Offense. Okay. What's new? Previously, sex crime statistics were given for transgender prisoners as a whole. The information from male-born trans women and female-born trans women was combined. So there was some doubt expressed over which group was actually responsible for committing the sex crimes. For the first time,
it is
we
very
have now
similar,
obtained
yeah.
Sex crime data from the MOJ according to the Trans Person Legal Sex their gender identity or whether they are in a men's prison or a women's prison. This means we can draw conclusions regarding the cohort of male-born transgender prisoners specifically.
Jesus.
See appendix. Wait, but they have to tell us what that is compared to females. They don't ever explain what the rate is for females. But they keep showing this graph showing that there's more and more people identifying as trans.
Okay. Can we move on from this page, please?
And you can't even open up the freaking files. Yeah, this is bullcrap. All right.
The Swedish study.
Written evidence submitted by Professor Rosa Friedman, Professor Kathleen Stock, and Professor Alice Sullivan. It's crazy how they're all women. Evidence and data on trans women's offending rates. Submitted by Professor
Swedish
Rosa Friedman,
study.
Professor Kathleen Stock. This evidence is submitted to the WEC as requested of Professor Rosa Friedman by Nicola Richards, MP, during the 9th December oral evidence session. The submission is divided into following sections: a summary of the Swedish study referred to in the session and a response to some attempt to rebut that study. Data from the Ministry
You don't
of
have
Justice
Excel.
and analysis of that data from a May 2020 academic paper on transgender prisoners in England and Wales. Wait, oh, this is it. This is it. The Swedish study. Summary of findings. The Swedish cohort study. Population of individuals.
We're gonna...
Between 1973 and 2003, 324 in total, and compared to them, the matched control group of the birth. Those who have been individually and health
okay.
to be convicted times more significant oral or surgery and so on.
Jesus.
Propensity than males. Like it's saying than like cis males. It's not even saying just compared to females, but this is saying they have a higher propensity for sex crimes than males.
The Swedish study. Yeah.
So
okay, enough.
Yeah, it doesn't load.
Oh my god. 10 males.
In response to questions 30.
Well, he said that it says that trans women have more propensity for sexual violence than cis men, is what he was trying to say.
Reference. A well-known Swedish study to imply the patterns of criminality are the same amongst trans women as they are amongst cis non-trans men. In her response to question 40, she alleged there were Swedish studies, plural. Additionally, Professor Stock referred to male patterns when talking about criminal behavior in her answers to question 26.
Male patterns.
I understand the Swedish study to be a single 2011 article published by Celia Dane and colleagues in which authors reported on mortality, suicidality, psychiatric care, and conviction rates among individuals who transitioned in Sweden between 1973 and 2003. This study is widely but inaccurately cited by anti-trans groups on social media as evidence that trans women
my
retain male patterns of criminality.
Uh-oh.
An error repeated by Professor Friedman's and Stock. Okay. So
I
yeah, this
see.
is saying that it's incorrect. And it's saying that what they cite isn't
I see.
doesn't even say what they say it says. So they said that they got the data themselves, but they didn't get the data themselves. They used another study, and that study didn't even have the data that they claimed it did.
Trans women are men. They act like men, but in truth, we see that the overwhelming evidence shows that they're actually the victims of crime more than cis men, more than cis women, even.
It
Do you want me to
is.
read you the study?
I mean, you can
It
send
is all nonsense,
me
yeah.
the study if you want to. I don't even know.
I'll send it to
study
you,
you're
but overall, it says, yeah, the findings show that transsexual individuals were more likely to be criminal than non-transsexuals of the same birth sex in the first cohort, which is 19.
This is what she's reading. This is what she's reading.
73 to 1988, and no different from their birth sex in the second group, 1989.
Well, well. Whoops. It's worse than I thought. Yeah, well, it's about as, horrible as I expected.
2003. Male to female
Do you have
transitioners.
do you have that citation? Because I would certainly
do.
love to look at that. But to me, saying that saying something like
that she's reading exactly what we just read. Yeah.
Well,
the patterns is a very vague
wow.
claim, especially when you're saying that
What a
using
surprise.
that to be a justification on how the prison system should be structured with regard to where people should be housed. To me, if you had a population of people that are 2.5 times more likely to be the victims of sexual violence, then that would indicate.
But is the data real? No, that's what they're saying. That's what they were saying. The data isn't real. And every time I clicked on it,
Imagine Tom being able to point out how worthless the study is. I mean, he just read a clarification that says that the study is misappropriated. I mean, it's not worthless for what it's setting out to do. It's just misappropriated, and and misrepresented. Yeah, I'm not giving him enough credit. Maybe.
data to see if it was real. It said it wasn't real.
That you would want to have those people kept safe.
Male to female transitioners are 6 times more likely to be convicted of an offense than female comparators, and 18 times more
There's
likely
only
to be
to be
convicted of a
sorry.
But
violent
you're still sort of just reading off, like, I don't know, this could be a study that's done by, I don't know, TP USA, for all I know. We don't even know what this is. You've never even shown it on the screen.
I mean, no studies mean anything, right? There's always a way to break down a study.
I see.
I can send
You've
this
said
to
that
you.
a lot. You've said that a lot this stream, and I don't know. It sounds kind of like, to me, and I've just been watching from the outside here,
I
so it
think
just kind of sounds like
we have to
cope
share a
me.
server.
Like you
It is cope. What?
I DM'd you the data that's on the website. Okay.
Oh my god.
Well, they're saying that even the data that they're quoting isn't what actually came from the study. That's what this says. This says that that's not even what the study says. That the data that they claim comes from the study is not even from the study.
Oh, well, well, here we go then.
Rape, 40, possessing, distribution, making instrument, pseudo photographs of children. Total number of transgender prisoners sentenced for one or more sexual offenses, 81. Total number of transgender prisoners.
What does indecent assault or gross indecency mean? From a conservative's perspective, gross indecency is just a trans woman existing in public in a woman's clothing.
163. This is for 1 year. 74.
Okay,
out of
hurry up,
129. So it's always about like 55%.
Oh my god, Tom. Please.
All that text explains that the data is faked. Yeah, so they're saying that they pulled this from a study, a Swedish study.
I
And
know.
that the Swedish study does not even say what they're claiming it says.
Jordan
Media
Peterson.
coverage in her
That's
response
not
to
good.
question 30, Professor
It sounds
Friedman
like
alleged that the
Jordan
BBC is
Peterson.
very much captured by the trans voices in the DCM's or the DCMS Select Committee. John Nicholas MP has been asking questions
Okay, we're gonna.
of both the BBC
I don't know.
and of COM regarding the BBC's recent coverage of trans issues. I attached the relevant extracts from the transcripts as Appendix C. In correspondence with Trans Media Watch, I have been informed that the organization has noted that the BBC tends to include comments from people opposed to trans inclusion in articles where trans people are supported, but does not tend to include trans people's voices at all in stories where the focus is on challenges to trans equality. This reflects my own informal observation and respect. Yeah, I don't care about this.
I know you don't. Pierce woke
In response to
moralist.
question 35, Professor Stock argued that with respect to single-sex spaces, I have never understood why trans activist organizations could not go for third spaces. Why could they not just put their considerable power behind the case for third spaces in addition to single-sex spaces? This repeats the call that Ruth Serwatka of A Woman's Place UK made on BBC Tuesday.
I'm not a fan of that
Newsnight
whole third
in
space
October
argument, by the
2018. In
way.
reality, numerous trans and LGBTQ organizations have campaigned for the provisions of all gender facilities, such as public toilets, alongside single-sex spaces, and faced substantial opposition in doing so. However, such spaces should not constitute a form of sex segregation for trans women and men, especially
It's
in
similar
the
to separate
absence
but
of
equal. Yeah, but it also sort of like normalizes otherizing trans people.
any substantive evidence of systemic threat from trans people. The ideal
Separate
situation
but
is
equal,
provision
yeah.
of public facilities. This doesn't. Not once did Stock, Friedman, or Sullivan describe how any proposition to exclude trans women from appropriate single-sex spaces would be
Hurry up,
implemented in
Tom.
practice.
Come on. Got other things to do, Tom.
Waiting times.
Come on.
Patterns of criminality. The Swedish study that I suspected the committee
Tom, let's
will
go.
be presented with the center around the following paragraph. 2011 article, long-term follow-up transsexual persons undergoing sex reassignment surgery. Second, regarding any crime, male-females had a significantly increased risk of crime compared to female controls, but not compared to males. This indicates that they retained a male pattern of regarding criminality. The same was true regarding violent crime, but contrast female to males had higher crime rates than female controls, but did not differ from male controls. This indicates a shift to a male pattern regarding criminality, and that sex reassignment is coupled to increased crime rate in female to males. The same was true regarding violent crimes.
Can you?
So this is saying the increase actually is from female to males.
Yeah.
Male to
That
female
is true,
goes
Jess. You're
down,
right.
just not down as far as females go. Like, so it's somewhere between the average of a female and the average of a male. A male to female trans person is going to be between males and females, whereas a female to male is going to go up, but also be less than the average male.
Can you move on, please? Please. Oh my god. Please. Oh, God. Are you ready to move on?
Transgender activist Tara Wolf fined $150 for assaulting.
Yeah, okay.
Accused by Stonewall.
It doesn't, of
UK-based charity
course.
stands for the freedom, equality, and potentially of all.
Well, it
lesbian
was misappropriated, so no, it doesn't.
This is not.
Okay.
Support is just. Buddy.
Let's see a bit of Demon Mama and then we're
To share
gonna...
your screen and.
Keep saying.
Oh
like,
yeah, just real quick, you need perms to share your screen, and I don't want to give any of you perms to my server.
That's fine. You don't need to give me that.
You can look up. You can just Google trans criminality, gender equality
I've
law.
done that, and I've done that pretty extensively. This conversation I've had many times, and it doesn't seem to reflect what you're implying it reflects. Now, it could very well be that you found a study that I don't know. I find some really interesting studies on PragerU's website. A lot of times they even cite their own videos.
So no, they're not.
It does seem that way. It does seem that way. Sorry to say.
In the middle. So let's say like the line is like 50% right here. They're here and here. While cis people are here and here.
Videos, it's super interesting. But yeah, I mean, I think
This is UK Parliament. So
okay. So the UK Parliament, and that still doesn't explain why you would come to the conclusion that
Professor Rosa Friedman, Professor Kathleen Stock, and Professor Alex Sullivan.
None of that means anything to anyone. It just sounds like you're sort of saying a professor did something.
Well, actually, Kathleen Stock has a bit of a reputation. Even
Yeah, Kathleen Stock is a lesbian who is against this whole gender shit.
Sure, that's great. But like I said, as far as even here in the U.S., we've been having a lot of this conversation centered around the U.S. Again, trans women are more likely.
The female brain is not sending their best. True.
Notably, 2.5
That's
times
true,
more
and I think that they should be. I think that they should be isolated
Right,
from general population. And I also think that there's something to be said about the male rape problem in men's prisons. I think that we should be way more diligent about trying to stop rape. But that should not. Women should not be collateral in fixing that problem. It should not be.
Well, no one is
problem.
asking. I mean, that's
They are.
addition here.
Would you not simply be happy with trans women being isolated from general population?
I mean, I think there's other problems that come along from isolating any population, and I also have
To keep them
problems with
safe?
prisons. What I'm trying to point out here is that I think that it's interesting that
You want to isolate them from other males in women's prisons. Why is it not enough to just isolate them on?
No, hold on. I think you're misunderstanding what I'm saying here. What I came on here to point
True.
out is that your fixation on women's prisons, on protecting women, is in service of you ultimately trying to make the argument that trans women are men, and not that
Trans women are men.
We haven't heard you this entire conversation. We haven't heard you talk about, oh yeah, we actually need to protect trans women from the violence that they're doing. No, instead, it's perpetually fixated around your desire to
I'm a
frame
feminist.
trans women as men. It's interesting. It's just a very interesting little bias there.
It would make
True.
sense that I am
You're not really much of a feminist, though. You're really just a mess of extra steps.
When you're confronted with
That's dumb. That's a dumb statement from President Sunday. That's like no true Scotsman bullcrap.
the fact, the overwhelming statistics that actually trans women are actually
Lav isn't a feminist. True.
Predominantly the victims of violence.
True.
2.5 times more likely than cis people to be the victim of violence. Yes, trans
That's not
women are.
predominantly women are still. First of all, I mean, actually, it's men. Actually, men are predominantly the victims of violence in general,
See,
right?
To me,
But then
it seems
after
like
it's
what
women, and
you're
then after
looking
it's
to do-
trans women.
What it seems like to me is that what you're willing to do is basically throw aside any sort of humanitarian or humane considerations when you get to sound, I don't know, maybe it just comes off a little memey, like you're trying to like fit a role.
You're
or
definitely saying a
something.
lot of words.
Oh yeah. Well, so are
Too
you.
bad I'm not reading them.
Yeah, you're definitely saying a lot of words.
So there's the first one.
Feminism, the advocacy for women's rights on the basis of the equality of the sexes.
Okay, I don't know what that's supposed to
Oh,
mean.
Bell Hooks defines it as just fighting against sexism.
Yes, I have a feminist Sunday. So from a feminist lens, of course, right?
Okay. What I'm trying to point out.
You had a second thing. You had a second thing.
I have a couple of things. A couple things I want to talk about. Secondly, is
I personally go by Bell Hooks. It is the fight to end sexism.
2 times in this conversation, Ray Blanchard has been invoked, which is very funny because invoked. Yes, invoked is exactly how I would use it because that's basically the only way that Ray Blanchard has ever used. Ray Blanchard's severely criticized typology of transsexual behaviors is thoroughly debunked, and I mean it's been debunked since.
It hasn't been debunked. In fact, it has been asserted throughout the 19th
I'm sorry, you
century.
can yell as loud as
So
you want.
mad.
I came in here to make a statement. This is a topic.
He
that I
is not
talk
the
about
only
extensively.
sexologist.
He is not. Sexology. First of all, is heavily criticized as a pseudoscience. First of
So
all,
it's all of psychology. So it's all of psychology.
No.
Yeah, maybe my L run
All of psychology, pseudoscience. Okay.
Hubbard, but no.
No, sexology is like pure bullcrap.
That's not true.
According to
All of psychologies. Oh my gosh. It isn't a no true Scotsman's fallacy. It literally loves misusing fingers, fitness language to support a particular system. Damn, Tom W. You know, broken clocks.
and especially a heavily debunked sexologist like Ray Blanchard. Ray Blanchard, whose studies were not useful for any sort of advancement.
What about Kurt Freund?
What even is a sexologist? Like, I don't think I've ever heard of sexology outside of talks like this. Sexologist.
I don't know about Kurt Freund off the top of my head, so I don't really care. I'm here to talk about Ray Blanchard, who you invoked multiple times.
Ray Blanchard came after Kurt Freund.
I understand that
who
maybe,
Okay.
I understand maybe you're.
It's clear that you don't know a lot about this.
Yes, definitely. I don't know.
What about Anne A.
Hi,
Lawrence?
Demon
What
Mama
about
doesn't know
Anne
much about.
What about Anne A. Lawrence?
Yeah, she is using feminist language to support a patriarchal system. That's right.
Know about Anne Lawrence. In fact, it's really funny because I was thinking about Anne Lawrence earlier on in this conversation. While referencing Ray Blanchard, you actually said something that contradicted both Blanchard and Lawrence, which was that you said that Ray Blanchard had concerns about, I believe you said about certain types of trans people, AGPs, getting access to hormones and getting access to protections. But actually, as much as I hate Ray Blanchard,
I said
as much
that.
as I yes, you did.
I was concerned.
Can I finish, or are you
I didn't say what Ray Blanchard thought.
Okay. Regardless, Ray Blanchard and Anne Lawrence are both people.
What's a TIFF?
Blanchard's autogynephilia theory, a critique.
Okay, I don't care about your analysis. Don't care. What's a chin? Okay.
He did support. Who actually did support even AGPs identifying and being protected as women. Both of them supported that, which is funny that you would invoke them.
But they're right now. But I thought they've been thoroughly debunked.
Interestingly, again.
I thought they've been thoroughly debunked. It's interesting how you use this. You give the.
It's fine if they want to debunk other people's works. Yeah, that's not what we're talking about. But when you go into when you go into a study to try to to figure out the truth of something, it should be stated as, we want to know whether or not this thing is.
I thought we'd be doing some Resident Evil, but I guess we can finish after this.
It's true. But if instead you say, we are set out to prove that this is false, that's not true.
Okay.
Follow. I don't think
setting out to prove something.
Also, while we're listening to this, I'm gonna give you the emotes to use. Okay? Okay, give me a duck hug if you want me to sleep after this. Give me a duck pope if you want me to do Resident Evil after this. There you go. There you have it.
It's false.
This part, Merritt.
that doesn't follow.
Oh,
I
okay.
don't think that.
I thought they were thoroughly debunked.
Ray Blanchard has been thoroughly debunked. Ray Blanchard
By who?
is debunked
By who?
by the entire medical consensus. By
So surely it would be easy to name a couple doctors.
Yeah, in
Psychiatrist
fact,
even.
sure. If you want me to name an institution that debunked Ray Blanchard, you can go directly to Johns Hopkins, one of the most respectful. And interestingly, just a point in your favor, Johns Hopkins has, as of recently, engaged in what I would consider to be some problematic and not entirely scientific engagements on gender things, and they still debunked Ray Blanchard.
Are you a scientist?
Hey, Lav, just very quickly.
Are you a scientist?
Just very quickly, yeah.
No,
Lav,
but I don't.
Hey, then who cares? Then shut the fuck up.
The only thing I care about is I'm a wizard.
True.
You talk a lot, but you don't seem to like to actually pay attention to the things that you're reading a lot or do very deep research. And I want to point out additionally.
One more thing, keep in mind. We do have a little bit of a line. We do have a little bit of a line, but I want to give you some space so you get one more point, and then we'll
Okay.
move on. Go ahead.
Just a word to the wires. Just a word to the wires. No, go on, please.
I just want to point out that in both of these cases, your purpose in bringing these things up was not to engage in good faith with what was said or with critiques of those scientists. No, it wasn't. It was only to support a one-sided narrative in which you stand on your platform and proclaim that trans women are men. And it's very funny that that's how it is. That you will utilize statistics in an incredibly slanted manner, also leaving out the all other context, including the fact, like I said, the first one is a real interesting one. That you make this argument about how, oh yeah, we need to lock up these predatory people in these prisons. Oh, we need to get these men out of here. But then you ignore the fact that trans women are actually the victims of crime
What is a man?
more often than they are.
What is a man, Demon Mama?
A miserable pile of Victoria's Secrets.
True. A miserable little pile of secrets.
To deal with. That's the question you got to deal with in this conversation.
No,
I'm
what is a
here just bringing
man?
up some interesting things. What is a man? There is
Yeah,
no
you said that
single
trans women. You said that
Demon Mama's gonna say one who identifies as a man. It's stupid.
trans women. There's no single answer.
It's not
But if you want me to
stupid.
finish, this is something that you've done a lot in this conversation. I've noticed is that you like to do
It's
this little
not
smug
stupid.
anime laugh after you ask a question and then don't let somebody finish. It's like very off-putting.
Go ahead, finish.
generally,
Answer the
but
question then.
Yeah, sure. I don't think that there is a single definition for what a man is. However, what I think a man is, what my definition is I think I go by self-identity. I think a man is somebody who identifies as a man, and I think it's that simple. And I think the reason for that, if we want to,
I identify as a man. I'm a man.
Congratulations, I'm very happy for you.
Thank you.
Did you
Okay,
think that
wonderful.
Wait, did you think that was an own?
I would love to have a more
don't think
in-depth
it is.
conversation between you two at some point. I think it would be interesting to have a debate between you and Lav as well. But
Do it. Do it.
Oh, it looks like John Hopkins cites Ray Blanchard. Doesn't debunk him.
When? Was it in the 70s? Because that would be super interesting. That'd be funny. Yeah, anyway, yeah, Ray Blanchard has been thoroughly debunked by every serious scientific organization that has written anything about sex or gender, and I mean that. I mean that. His study, his typology has not been cited in any way, shape, or form
That's
since
a very
like, the early 90s.
cute
which is, like,
thing,
4 years
the
after it was
thing on
published.
her head.
Ray Blanchard is like a laughing stock. Like, this is. He's a sexologist.
The initial research that he did for that was grossly unscientific,
Sexologist.
and there was even ethical concerns with his own involvement with his own test subjects. So I do, anybody out there, I understand that Lav wants to present a very, very specific message to support her prescriptions and whatever.
So do
That's
you.
fine. That's fine. So do most anti-trans demagogues out there.
So do most people.
No, but anti-trans demagogues have a particular like to lie about science. Yeah, yeah, I think demagogue fits here, especially with the anime laughing.
pretty cool.
But yeah, just for anybody out there who's actually interested in science and who wants to consider themselves like a serious interlocutor on any of these topics, anybody who, as Lav said, cares about the future, cares about making the world a better place, I encourage you to genuinely introspect and actually engage with all of the science that has happened since 1984 or 86, I can't remember, when Ray Blanchard's bunk typology. Also, actually, if you're at all scientifically like at all, go read the typology and you tell me you think that's scientific at all. It's one of the most laughable. It's like it reads like gender fan fiction.
Okay.
Anyway, that's all I have to say for now. So
Demon Mama, thank you. I appreciate
It was
you.
lovely to see you coming in, Demon
And
Mama.
we will see you later.
See ya.
True.
To the void. All of them. All of them. Go
I
to the
think
same
I think there's a beautiful
True.
draconian, mission
Hello,
to,
DJ Dylan.
silence
We're
anyone
going.
who goes against this
We're
gender
gonna jump
doctrine.
straight into
Every
Resident
single
Evil
one of these
in
people.
a second.
It's all
And that
part of the plan.
That was interesting. It was interesting. I mean, when you come in and you just are like, you're mean, it's like, okay, I don't care. You know what I mean? Trying to protect women.
Well, I have a word to the wise. A word to the wise. The whole like,
So
human
mean,
being
trying to
study thing,
protect
demon
women.
book thing. That's a good gotcha when you're trying to pinpoint that somebody doesn't have actual conversance or familiarity with material that they're implicating in a very big claim. Don't do that with people like Demon Mama who actually do their fucking research. It's not going to go well.
Demon Mama does not do her research.
She
It's
does.
She does research, just not real research. Her
I
research
see.
is just as biased as Lav's.
Seems that Demon Mama has not done any research.
Okay, we're done. We're done here. I'm gonna go grab something real quick. Then we're gonna start. Resident Evil is scary, but it's also really nice. Okay, DJ Dylan. Also, join the page. Tom, please, your dog was worthless. So you have no room to talk. You have no room. True. Okay, everybody join the page. This is my page that I have on the White Forest. And then I'm gonna go to the toilet real quick. I'll be right back. Don't go anywhere. I'll be right back, okay? Okay. We're done with tomfoolery. If you've enjoyed, press like, subscribe, comment, consider becoming a Patreon, and so on and so forth. I don't know how to do that, but there is a thing that I can buy, and that would allow me to do gestures with my hands. There's a thing for capturing hand movements on, and then I could just be, yeah. It's a little box, and I would be able to do hand movements. I think that is a thing that would help with my presentation immensely, because I actually do things with my hands when I speak, so I think it is. Well, with my wings. You know what I mean? But yeah, I do gesticulate when I do gestures when I talk. I guess it's just to myself because nobody can really see it. I could do. Right now it's time for Resident Evil. So, Resident Evil. I don't think DM would ever lower herself to talk to laugh. That's the impression that I got. Well, I don't think she will talk to her again, but I do believe it is valuable to sort of set the record straight on certain very weird rhetoric, Not yet, but in a second. Actually came just in time. She came just in time for Resident Evil. Now you can see it. It's here. We're doing it now. We're gonna beat this scenario, and then I'm moving on to 3. Resident Evil 3. I actually like this old Capcom logo. I think we've spent too much time on Resident Evil 2. Although, on the other hand, I think it's worth it. It's a really good game. But we are gonna have to go through that annoying moment again. An annoying moment when in the basement of the police department. But I've left everything for Leon. Everything. I've left every single thing. The bigger backpack.
In the midst of the T virus outbreak in Raccoon City,
I have not.
Claire Redfield
I
succeeded in escaping.
I saw him play it a bit.
Along with one of the only other survivors.
I saw him play it a bit.
Young girl named Sherry.
Sherry. True.
However, behind their escape was the lone survivor of the Raccoon City Police Department. Leon S. Kennedy.
Leon. You know, as everybody points out, this is one thing that Resident Evil 2 Original has over the remake. You have 4 unique playthroughs, basically. You don't have that in the remake. That is a shame.
What have we got here?
You know? But yeah, I have seen Vaush play remake of 4 a bit. He's a maniac. Is he hates you. That's why. He hates you, so he bit you. That's the only explanation.
What a mess.
True.
What could have done this?
A virus.
What was that? What are these things? All right, that's far enough. Don't move. Don't move. No!
Well, well.
What's up with that guy? That was a clean hit.
Clean hit. It takes more to take them down than in the game.
Wait! Don't shoot!
Down.
Headshot.
We can't stay out here. Head to the police station. It'll be a lot safer.
What happened to the zombies that were chasing him?
There. Buckle up.
Okay. What's going on? I arrived in town, and the whole place went insane.
The radio's out.
True.
You're a cop, right?
Yeah, first day on the job. Great, huh?
Yeah.
It's Leon Kennedy. Nice to meet you.
Mine's Claire. Claire Redfield. I came to find my brother, Chris.
Hey, could you open the glove box?
Sure. There's a gun inside.
Better take it with you. You okay?
Damn.
Still in one piece.
They all zombify so quickly. Okay. Hope I'm not gonna die.
Claire! Leon! I'm okay. Head to the station. I'll meet you there.
Okay. Let's go. At the same time, at the same place, again. You have to survive this nightmare to know the true end. And the original has a better soundtrack than the remake. That sort of goes without... Well, I messed up here. That sort of goes without saying that the original has a better remake than the... They actually allow you to put the original music into the remake, so... I think that speaks for itself, really. Oh, I don't know. I think it's like a preference thing. To be like that character from Monkey Island that that does like gesticulates a lot. This salesperson from Monkey Island. We've saved the game. What happened? What happened in here? Is there anything that I can get here? Anything at all? There's a pervy poster here. Okay, let's go. Oh my god, I've messed up so bad here. It's okay because Leon is tough. Tough, tough, tough. You suck. Oh my god. Well done. Well done. Well done. We're gonna have to douse this fire. We already know where the valve is. Where to go first? I don't remember this being here. I don't remember this at all. That's okay. Well, now I need it. Well done. Alright, so... Okay. Let's just continue this route. For now. Liquor. Oh God. What? Did I get stuck in the fire? What happened to Leon's voice? Okay, that was really bad. Getting stuck in the fire like that was... Okay, that was something else. I didn't quite remember there being liquors here. Oh well, that's okay. It's okay because it's 2:36 a.m. So even I can make mistakes. Sheesh. Oh, this time I did better, so that's okay. I did it on purpose because, you know, I think we can skip it. I've already seen it. Here we go. We're doing it. We're doing it. Oh, for God's sake. Hello, Jess. Welcome back. I messed up with the birds. Technically speaking, the bird is the word, but, you know. The birds are silly geese. It is. Ducks are birds, so the word is obviously, the bird is obviously the word. Okay, we're gonna avoid the liquors. And go here. What is the new duck movie? No, I haven't. I have not heard of the new duck movie. No. Have I saved? Have I saved actually? I have not saved. It's being made by the people who made Mario movie. Oh, the Duck movie. I haven't heard of it. Actually, I haven't heard of the Duck movie. Oh. Interesting. I didn't know about it. Wow. The Duck movie. It's gonna be great. Well, what's the default? Migration. Nice. Gonna have to watch it. A Duck movie. A Duck movie that is not DuckTales. Or zombies for once. Not lickers. It is not out yet. I'll have to see it when it is out. Wait. Is it me or are their guns different? What? Mother quackers. Oh gee. But it doesn't matter. Actually doesn't matter. Is this locked? Okay. I wanted the quick route to the red. Well, well, well. What's this doing here? Oh yeah. I use this here. See, I'm not gonna do the mistake that I did with Claire. Actually, I missed something. I need to get it. I have missed something. really tangible. This. I have missed this. Okay, let's explore more of the room. We're gonna get some stuff done in Resident Evil. For sure. Today, for sure. I don't think any of the doors will be open, but let's try. Okay, this is electronically locked. Okay. We have to go the other way. I'm gonna use the shotgun. The Mario movie was pretty good. Oh, maybe I should watch that. Maybe I should watch the Mario movie. If it was good. I'm gonna use the shotgun. My gosh. I got stumped there for a second. I was like, liquors. Oh no. And then I remember, oh wait, I don't care. I remembered, oh wait, it's all good. I don't need to care about the liquors. Are there liquors in Resident Evil 3? Okay, let's see what we've got here. I want to have them all in one place. Don't turn away like that. Here we go. I'm your chief. One more shot. One more big boy. Oh, that was all. Alright then. Alright. Okay. I don't think I need any more of that. I think there's gonna be a ton of zombies here, right? Oh my gosh. It was a bit of a mistake in my judgment, but it works. Sort of. In a way. There's a red herb. We're gonna maybe risk it. I know there's a red herb up ahead. I think. Maybe. I'm gonna risk it. I'm gonna take a risk. It's okay, I like taking risks. Unless there's a liquor here, then I'm licked. I think I'm right. Am I right? Am I right? Am I wrong? I'm right. Okay. Good. Just getting a bit nervous for a second there. Alright. Got good memory for the location of herbs. Very good. There's another green one somewhere around here. Sweet. Beautiful. Yeah, herbs. Okay, so I guess what I'm supposed to do now is the thing that I can absolutely do. I wonder, is it gonna be locked? If I try to get out here, it's gonna be locked. Oh. But it said it was unlocked electronically. What gives? Why, it was only locked electronically from one side? It doesn't make sense. But it's convenient, so it's okay. Convenience is good. Leon S. Kennedy. Her name's Leon. Leon S. Kennedy. Yep. I will save. What is happening? I want to save. Oh. Wow. Okay. So many saves. So little time. One, two, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. A lot of herbs. A whole army of herbs. What movie was made? The Mario movie. I haven't seen it, so I don't know actually. I don't know actually. What was wrong with it? What's wrong with the Mario movie? Let's see if the lickers are afraid of water. Nah, the Mario movie was good. Stay Mad Lib. I see. I don't know. I haven't seen it. I have not seen the Mario movie. Is it better than the legendary live-action Mario Brothers movie from the 80s or 90s? I don't remember. Mr. X. Oh no. Imagine if they dropped like 5 of them, not just one. They had more than one of those cylinders there. He does look pretty scary. I see. Oh no. Oh, he's coming! Oh my gosh, he's coming. Oh, that will always scare me. Well, the lickers are not gone. The lickers are not afraid of water. For some reason. They should be. They should be. Mr. X should kill them or something. Oh. All right. That's more like it. Oh my gosh. And I even knew this was gonna happen. And I still got freaked out. Oh my god. It's literally scripted. I still got freaked out. How do I still get freaked out by scripted events? Okay. I think that's enough. Gotta use the blue card. What do you mean? Oh my gosh. Oh. I think we might cover that next time. Alright? I think we'll cover it like maybe tomorrow. How does that sound? We could cover that tomorrow. I think that's a good idea to cover it tomorrow. What is a zombie doing here? 2 zombies. Gosh. Zombies here? In my save room? That is unforgivable. Wait, more? There's more? Is there anything here? Anything at all? Yeah, I think we'll cover the video about Shark World. We will cover tomorrow. Were you able to, while we're talking about Shark, were you able to link that short to him? Were you able to show him the short? Or was that not? Okay. Okay, let's see what's happening here. That is a thing that I've actually missed for a long time when playing Claire. So I'm glad that I have not. Well, that's pretty useless. Oh, you should show him the short. Show him the short. It's true. You should show him the short. Don't sell yourself short. Oh, green herb. Which means we're just gonna go back, nice and easy, and put it all back. And by back, I mean into the shelf. True. I should have a chat with Shark at some point. But when? Oh gosh, when? Six little babies. 6 little babies. Whoa. Okay, that scared me. Oh my god. That actually scared me. I expected hands, and then they just broke through full bodies and all. Okay. What do you think what do you think was mediocre? That's one question. And the second is, were you also scared what just happened? I know I was. I was scared. Well, you know, jump scared. Eventually I'm gonna be okay, but what sort of okayness will it really be? What sort of okayness is that really? I think this might be a tough moment. Oh! Oh! He watched it, so how did that go? Wait. Did he watch it just now out of his own accord? Or did you ask him? That is interesting. Did you ask him or did he just watch it out of his own accord? And he watched the short? Yeah. Now I'm interested and scared of what's happening in the other room. Oh, it's empty. Okay. Well, I was worried over nothing. I was worried over nothing. I was like, now it's gonna get tough. It's gonna be full of zombies and there's nobody here. I mean, that's good for me, right? In some ways, it's actually easier as Leon, because Leon has the thing that you need. A special key is required. But not here. You don't need any special keys here. But how did it happen? Did he watch it because you asked him to, or did he actually just stumble into the short? How did it happen? Tell me how did it happen? Did someone tell him to watch it, or what happened? Damn. So you can tell me what he said about it. Nice. It's like this weird telepathic thing, I guess. I've talked about him watching it, and he watched it. Oh. Nice. It just happens to be like a short of us watching an old video of his. That was really interesting. Yeah. Smite. I actually played that game a little bit, I think. Not super much, but I have played it a little. Yeah. Good old times. My gosh. Oh my god. I wonder if anyone's gonna visit this channel based on that. No. I wonder if anyone's gonna visit us based on that. Yeah. I mean, technically speaking, you can link a clip from Twitch. The Shark is on Twitch, right? We've done it. Ah, okay. Well, we'll be able to do it after. Yeah. Okay. Oh, almost forgot. What? Wait, really? Oh my god. Leon gets the heavy guns, doesn't he? Oh my god. Leon does get the heavy guns. It's crazy.
Hey, wait!
Why did you do that weird pose? Oh, a key. What is that gesture supposed to mean? Oh, I guess I got a key. So that's okay. Sort of.
Leon!
Claire, you made it!
Indeed.
Yeah. Have you seen a little girl around here?
Yeah, you just missed her. Who is she?
I don't know. But it's too dangerous for her to stay here alone. Leon, I'll go look for her. You go and find us a way out of here.
True.
Of course. But before I forget, here's a radio. That way we can keep in touch if something comes up.
True. Okay. Bye. Wanna open the desk. Nice. Upgraded handgun. Upgraded handgun. Gave her the radio so she could save him. True. Why else would you give people radios? Why else? Welp. That happened. What a cool gun. Hello, Hello, Peepa. Wait. Hello. Wait, are you saying that President Sunday just had a stream? Hello. Resident Prunday. Hello, Raiders. Oh, thanks. Thank you very much. Oh, as you can see, we're playing Resident Evil 2, Leon Scenario B. We were actually covering Tom Foolery's coverage of President Sunday's debate with Lav, and that was horrible. That was not good at all. And now we are relaxing with Resident Evil 2. I really hope there is no liquor in here. Yeah, that's right. We're playing through the whole Resident Evil series from the beginning to the end. So, we have finished the original Resident Evil 1. Now, we are playing through Resident Evil 2, and once we finish Resident Evil 2, I've actually done 3 playthroughs. Leon A, Claire B, Claire A, and now we are on Leon B. And then we move to Resident Evil 2 has a really good soundtrack. And I'm not sure if you knew, but you can actually download a thing. It's official. Like the original soundtrack is like a patch that you can download, and you can play the remake with the original music. I'm not sure about the tofu run. I'm not so sure about that. I think we're gonna move on to Resident Evil 3 Nemesis. Thank you. Oh, we don't have the thing. We don't have the thing that we need here, but it's okay because there was not a liquor here. Wasn't a liquor, so it's okay. There's a Mr. X. I'm gonna say this for again because I've said it a couple of times. This is one thing that the original Resident Evil 2 has over the remake. You have basically 4 unique playthroughs in Resident Evil 2, the original, and you don't really have that in the remake. I think in the remake it's like just 2 playthroughs, and they're not as unique as they were in the original, I think. I think they should have retained the A-B scenario system. That is my personal opinion. Might as well save, we've done a lot. Oh yeah, that's right. That's right. Since you're all here, I might as well. I've got a page you can join. I've got a page you can join. Because I'm a white forester. There you go. You can watch it from the page. Okay, I'm gonna save. Because I know there are 2 liquors in here. And I don't appreciate them. Here. And the save. As you can see, we've got a bunch of stuff. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. And 1 spray. 8 greens and 1 spray. I think we're good for now. We're a little low on ammunition, but that's okay. I think that's okay. Gonna jump in here. But I gotta tell you, that tomfoolery thing, President Sunday is still here. You are deconstructing for the deconstructing, but tomfoolery is deconstructing for the reconstructing. You see. Or so it goes. Okay, we've saved, we can move on. Oh no. Deconstructing for the reconstructing. Yeah. You're welcome. It's okay. The coverage was not very good. He was supposed to talk to Lav. The funniest thing in the whole coverage from Tomfoolery was when you would say a sentence, Tomfoolery would listen to it. And then he would say, am I super wounded yet? No. And then he would say, that was so convoluted. And then he would try to say the same thing, but it would take him much longer and he would use a lot more words, which I don't know if that's the opposite of convoluted. Okay, what is the noodle drama? You have to tell me. I'm gonna die. Okay, I'm glad I saved. I'm glad I saved. What is the noodle drama? You have to tell me what that is. Wait, how many people are here? How many people rated in here? I have to know. 37, well, not quite. Although, how many people are on the page? Oh my gosh, 37, that means... Uh-oh. Okay, I'm gonna... 37... If there are 13 people on the page, then I'm in trouble. Wait. Oh my god! That's 50. That was 50. 37 plus 13 is 50. Uh-oh. Okay, I guess next stream I'm showing my face. Okay. Have no choice now. The deal was 50 people. 37 plus 13 is 50 by all accounts. Noodle drama is bad. A white woman wrote a cookbook about noodles and dumplings. Oh, that drama. Okay. I think it's silly. My opinion on it is that it was silly. If someone has passion for cooking, then I think they should just be, if they are good at it and they have passion for cooking, they should be able to make a book, you know? If there was a person from whatever part of the world, oh, thank you very much. There was a person from whatever part of the world that decided to do a cookbook about Polish like dishes. I would be like, okay, right? If they enjoy Polish food, which apparently from what the president of Warsaw is saying, Polish food is very similar to Jewish food, so I guess that would apply also to Jewish cuisine. You know, because as you may know, Jewish people and Polish people have 1,000 years of history together. Envy is political. Hello, welcome to the page. Okay, I'm out of here. I'm out of here. And we're gonna... Oh no, I'm hurt. I was so happy having so many herbs. It doesn't? I mean... I didn't check the amount of people that was here at the beginning when the rating was happening. It might have been more than 37. So I cheated a bit there, you know? I didn't exactly check how many people were in the initial raid. True. We might as well. And now we go and do the thing. And by do the thing, I mean we're gonna use the pink key. Oh. No, that's not true. YouTube viewers are not side viewers. Because I saw 37 on YouTube and the page only showed me 13 people. Ah, thank you. I'm doing pretty well. I have covered Tom Foolery's coverage of President Sunday's debate, which was a whole thing because Tom Foolery, for some reason, considers himself an expert on gender. He even bragged about some professor that is gonna use his document for his lessons, which just terrifies me. It terrifies me that some professor is gonna use Tom Foolery's document for his gender knowledge. I don't know, it feels like a pretty terrifying concept to me. Yeah. No, more than 13 people had the site open. 13 people were logged in. 17 people were connected to chat and 13 people were logged in. That was like those were the proportions. 17 connected to the chat, 13 people logged into the site. The site is actually pretty good about tracking those things. Thank you for the tier 2 subscription. Yes, I was about to say that. The page has this big thank you for the... I think this was a subscription. Yes, that was a subscription. Thank you for subscribing to YouTube. Thank you very much. You might have seen 40 on YouTube, right? Because YouTube and this page have separate counters. So I saw 37 on YouTube and 13 people logged into the page, which would make in total 50. But yes, the big advantage of the page is that you can donate directly to me through the page, or you can subscribe and none of the money goes to some company, it all goes to me directly, which is a big plus, you know? Which is always a big plus. You know, while you're here, I may as well tell you what I do apart from reacting or video games. Technically speaking, my main focus is on history and on languages. And I've done a lot of videos lately on the history of the Warsaw Ghetto Uprising, and that's because last month in Warsaw there was the 80th anniversary of the Warsaw Ghetto Uprising. So I've done a lot of videos about the history of the ghetto, about the celebration itself. There was a lot of speakers were talking about not being indifferent, like the Auschwitz-Birkenau survivor Marian Turski, who always says, do not be indifferent about evil, you know, about minorities being persecuted. The survivor of the death camp actually mentioned the war in Ukraine. He said that the Auschwitz death camp was liberated by the Red Army and that he will always be grateful for that, but he will not be indifferent. But just because he was rescued by the Red Army, he will not be indifferent and will not just stand by quietly when Russia is invading Ukraine and committed horrible atrocities and genocide on Ukrainian people. Oh, it was on the 19th, you know? And there was a whole event near the Pauline Museum. Pauline is the museum of the history of Jewish people in Poland. Pauline means Poland, and it actually refers to the land which was given to the Jewish people to rest until the Messiah returns. Poland is the land in which Jewish people are supposed to stay and rest until the Messiah comes back. That is like the translation of the word Pauline. You know, rest here. And that is all very interesting. And I've also done I did do a pretty cool talk with two guys talking history, so you should subscribe to them. We talked about the ghetto as well. Although we have strayed to different topics as well. It was like a bigger talk, it was a bigger conversation. We got much more than we signed up for in that talk. And of course, I have done I still have not done any videos from that, but I have done a march to the Umschlagplatz. The Umschlagplatz was the place from which Jewish people were taken to the camps. And it was a very interesting event. We stopped at every monument of the ghetto, and a story of a family was read, you know? And it is very interesting to me for one reason. I will explain it to you now. Oh my god. Why are there so many of those zombies? What? You know what? I'm so glad that I've saved. Why, thank you very much, President Sunday. There's a very interesting thing about that march to the Umschlagplatz because, as you may very well know, the genocide sort of also started with the trans people and with the disabled people, you know? The review of the Raya? I don't think I have. Can you elaborate? Oh, I have not. I should. I might react to it. I have not. I have not seen it. I didn't know you made a review of Resident Evil 2 Remake. That's interesting. I should take a look. But I will tell you the interesting thing first, okay? The interesting thing is... Oh. Okay, okay. I will take a look at it. I might react to it as, you know, as content. But, as I've said before, disabled people were targeted by the Nazis, and President Evil, true, but some of the people that have went to the march, some of the Jewish people that have went to the march, also happen to have children that are disabled. As I've told you, at each stop, there was one speaker that would read a story of a family, and there were also prayers and stuff like that. And one of the speakers was a girl that happened to have Down syndrome, you know? And she was one of the readers of the stories of the families that were murdered in the ghetto. Well, actually, that's not entirely true. There was a story of one family that completely survived. And they survived by creating a fake German company, which the Germans believed to be German, and Jewish people were hired in that company under fake papers that said that they were German. And the wackiest part about that whole company is that it did so well that the Nazis considered it crucial to the war effort. Thank you very much for giving Christine a tier 1 subscription. Thank you very much. So I really appreciated the inclusive element of the march and of the whole thing, you know? Really appreciated the inclusive thing. Yeah, the company. You can now use the special emotes. So yeah, that was a bit of... And that family actually survived the war, you know? So there are a lot of those interesting stories that were... I filmed them all. I plan to translate all of these speeches and upload them as videos with subtitles. So look forward to that, because the history of the family and the company is also one of the speeches that I have filmed. You know? There's still quite a few of those ghetto-related videos that I want to upload. You can see the Umschlagplatz, you can see all of the things that are fake. Wow. That I think are important to know, you know? I think it is quite important to know about these things, especially since, as I've said before, a lot of people, when they think of the Holocaust, they just think about the death camps, you know? And then you get opinions like that of, well, Loner Box, that the genocide of the Jewish people started in 1942, when, to put things into perspective, the ghetto wall was built in 1940, and between 1940 and 1942, about 100,000 Jewish people died of starvation in the ghetto. In the Warsaw Ghetto, about 450,000 people were trapped within the walls with no means of survival. And of course, there were massive executions in the far eastern parts of Poland, which again is very sadly interesting, because a bit before 1942, I think, people started sending news to England that hundreds of thousands of people are being executed. I think mainly in the far eastern parts of Poland. And the person that was receiving the news said, if you had said thousands, that would have been okay. But who's gonna believe that hundreds of thousands of people are being killed? Nobody's gonna believe that, you know? So that's a bit of a sad element to the whole thing. That people have this tendency not to believe. Even actually, Jewish people themselves were, like, a lot of Jewish people reported saying that we knew we were sentenced to death in 1939, but we thought we would have a lot more time. I thought that our execution would be much more spread out in time, you know? We thought we would have a lot more time. You know? It's like a whole complicated thing. Yeah, that's right, Christine. It does have to do with the belief that the world is better than it is. You know? And of course, there was a very interesting article written by Marian Turski, the Auschwitz survivor. The thesis of this article was, why did Jewish people only start rebelling against the Nazis so late? Into, like, when most... Oh my gosh, I made a mistake. When most Jewish people were already dead or taken to the camps. And the answer that Marian Turski proposes is that many people did not want to do any sort of they didn't want to do a massive sort of opposition because they had families to live for. There was a big meeting during which the elderly representatives of the Jewish community said that an uprising should not happen, that the people of the ghetto should patiently wait for things to get better. And the young people did not really agree with that, but Marian Tursky poses that a lot of people have died. Most of the people have lost their families and did not have to be afraid of leaving them alone anymore. So they decided to fight because there were no longer families waiting for them. Because until there were families waiting for them, they knew they had to live. They knew they had to survive. Does that make sense? What I'm saying? You know? That their life was not to be thrown away easily until there were things to, you know, there were people that would be waiting for them still. Yeah. And of course, there were different types of organized opposition. People grew food. People built underground bunkers. Just this year, there were a few sort of discussions, like you could call them, with a survivor of the ghetto. And she spent 9 months, I think she was 9 or something like that. She spent 9 months in an underground bunker. You know? And she said in the interview that the interviewer should not expect of her some deep thoughts or philosophical like musings, that she was really small and she felt that she was sort of outside of the situation, that she operated mainly on instinct. When it was burning outside and it was hot, then she simply hid from the heat. When it was cold, she simply went to where the warmth was. You know? She told people not to expect something deep and profound from her. You know? Of course, there were moments that were really heart-wrenching because they were escaping through the sewers. They were escaping through the sewers. And at one point, okay, our favorite part is on now. And at some point, her parents did not have the strength to move anymore. So they told her to move on and live. And that was the last time that she saw her parents in those sewers. You know? And there's a lot to link those events to what is happening right now. The idea that to fight the idea that otherizing others is okay, that treating certain groups as lesser, that can be discriminated against is okay, right? And this is what Marian Tursky, the survivor of Auschwitz, like preaches all of the time. Do not be indifferent. You know, during his famous speech when he said that Auschwitz, the death camp, did not fall from the sky, that it all started with very small and very deliberate steps of taking away the rights of Jewish people, of segregating Jewish people from the German population, for example, of forbidding Jewish people from going to certain parks, certain swimming pools, from forbidding Jewish children from playing with the German children, you know, that it was step by step, that taking away even seemingly simple rights sort of normalizes in society the idea that that group is different, that that group is sort of, that it's okay to discriminate against that group, you know? The point of those small, slow steps is to prime society, basically, into indifference, to make society indifferent. Of course, I made a save in a really bad place. Yeah, it was built brick by indifference, yeah. And that is the whole point. Marian Turski said that he even went to the US when he took part in the march together with Martin, with MLK, right? He took part in that march. And when people heard that he was a survivor of the death camp, they told him, what is it about Germany that makes it a country that something like that could happen in? And Marian Turski responded with, it could happen here. It could happen anywhere. You know, and I think it's important to remember, because people often forget about this, if that makes sense. People forget that horrible things didn't just, you know, wasn't just a special place. It could happen anywhere, given the right circumstances and enough indifference. Which is why, since I'm having a little bit of a bigger audience, I can preach my messaging of we should make our project of progressivism into an international project, just as the far right is an undoubtedly international project, in my opinion. So must we organize into an international community, an international support network, if that makes sense. You know, I think it would benefit every single one of us if we sort of yeah, 100 years of German history is building towards that outcome, yeah. That's a whole different topic. Oh no. That's a whole different topic on how the creation of the German nation state sort of laid the groundwork for things like the Holocaust and many other things. I sort of recommend you to watch the speech that I uploaded of the Warsaw president, because we have presidents in cities in Poland. He talks about how much Jewish culture and Polish culture and history are intertwined. Oh my gosh. Cutscene. It is you.
Sorry about that. When I saw the uniform, I thought you were another zombie.
Gosh.
Who are you?
I'm an agent of Wesker.
What are you doing here?
I'm looking for some guy named Ben. He's one of those reporter types, always looking for a scoop. I heard he was locked up in the cell block, only there's a wrecked car barring the entrance. I've been trying to find another way inside.
I don't... Maybe. I think it has. Oh no. See? I will give you a hand. This is why you should be on the page. The page chat never freezes. Okay, I'm gonna try to revive the chat, the second chat. Okay, I think it should be back now. I did my best to revive it, to reset it. Also, if you're interested in Ukraine and Ukraine-related material, I have actually very recently talked to Anastasia from Ukraine. It was a very interesting talk. So, that is a nice thing. I've actually started learning Ukrainian, which is made a lot easier by the fact that Polish and Ukrainian apparently share 70% of vocabulary. So a lot of vocabulary is just straight up identical or almost identical. Someone write on the YouTube chat and see if it's...
Ada, wait!
No waiting. There is no waiting. Waiting is for cowards. You should know it, Leon. You should know that by now, Leon. Ah, thank you very much, Demon Mama. Thank you very much. I've actually had an occasion to talk about you today, you know? When I've covered the infamous tomfoolery coverage of President Sunday's debate. Tomfoolery is something else. I'll tell you that. And he seems to have a weird thing against you in particular, yeah. He seems to have a weird thing against you. He covered...
You must be Ben.
Okay, I'm gonna tell you after the cutscene.
Now. What do you want? I'm trying to sleep here. Is this the guy?
It is.
Ben, you told the city officials that you knew something about what's been going on.
I know everything. I know everything and more. What do you want?
And who the heck are you?
I'm trying to find my boyfriend. His name's John. He was working for a branch office of Umbrella based in Chicago,
Ow.
but he suddenly disappeared 6 months ago.
John from the first
Here
game.
in the city.
He is, maybe.
I don't know anything. And even if I did, why would I want to tell you?
It was frozen.
Okay, I say we leave him in there.
True.
Does anyone know where they put the key to this cell? I have it right here, officer.
Officer
I'm
Leon.
not about to leave this cell. Those zombies aren't the only things crawling around out there. was that? Like I said, I'm not leaving this cell.
Maybe.
Get out of here before you lead it right to me.
Hey, I'm not going anywhere. I'm the only cop left alive in this building.
What?
Look, if you want to live, then you're gonna have to leave with me.
Wow.
But do you even know how to get out of the city?
No,
There's
I
a
don't.
kennel in the back of the building. Inside the kennel is a manhole. Go through and it'll lead you to the sewer entrance.
I know. I've beaten this game 3 times already. I know.
All right, I'm going.
Okay, bye. He didn't even say anything. Wow, the game's telling me where to go. You're nicer about tomfoolery. I think he's looking for answers that confirm a conservative worldview. I don't dislike him on a personal level, though, even though I've probably been a little too harsh at times. You're being nicer about him than I was in that coverage of mine, honestly. I've not been very nice to tomfoolery.
There's a kennel in the back of the
Okay,
building.
we get it.
Inside
We get
the
it. We
kennel is a
understand.
manhole. Go through and it'll lead you to the sewer entrance, but it won't be easy.
I don't know. I was a bit mean to tomfoolery as well when his ideas about gender-related stuff is very bizarre. It's very strange. Tomfoolery who deconstructs to reconstruct, as opposed to President Sunday that just deconstructs to deconstruct. And my personal favorite, calling everything that President Sunday says convoluted. I don't know. I've been quite unnice to tomfoolery, but the fact that he thinks that President Sunday was the person not engaging in reality between Lav and President Sunday, you know, we actually didn't cover the whole tomfoolery thing. We just covered a bit of it, and then we've... Oh my gosh. Oh my god. Why is this spider blocking my way? And why are those spiders so strong? And then our friend Karasu sort of tried to explain some things to him. Like, tomfoolery has this strange opinion that there's utility to sex-segregated spaces, and gave bathrooms as an example of sex-segregated spaces. And when our friend Karasu told him that bathrooms are gendered, segregated spaces more than sex segregated spaces, he wouldn't have it, and banned her, you know. Like, there's this... Too many people sort of are married to this very essentialist, deterministic view of we do not have the technology. There has never been a sex-segregated bathroom. We do not have the technology. I mean, yeah. Oh, Karasu said the same thing, that there are no chromosome tests, but he said it doesn't matter if there are tests. the fact is that the bathrooms are built and meant to be for, you know, sexual segregation, which makes no sense, you know? At the end of the day, and he admitted this, at the end of the day, it's all about gender performance and how people perceive you, you know? There's this very, well, I'm gonna use the word interesting again. There's this idea that people just have to have some cold, unchanging reality behind who they are allowed to be. If that makes any sense at all. Like,
Ada?
you cannot...
I've introduced myself yet.
I'm gonna finish the thought when the cutscene finishes, okay? I'm gonna finish my thought.
It's a dead end.
You think we can get upstairs through this shaft? Give me a boost. I'll go and check.
Okay. There's this idea that... Okay. More cutscene. Oh.
How cute. That little girl must have dropped this. I think I'll hold on to it for her.
Nice. It's Birkin and Sherry and the mom. So there's this idea that behind someone's identity there has to be this element that is totally outside of your control. This hard fact of the matter, as some people call it. That is the only possible way for you to be accepted in your identity, which is a bit of a weird argument to make if you think about it, you know? It's the idea that you cannot just choose who and what you are. It's the idea that there's an element that must exist and basically be outside of your control and basically mandate, at least to some degree, what you are, you know? Because otherwise it's considered illegitimate. When the fact is that once technology goes far enough, all of those arguments will become irrelevant. Either way. So, I don't know. No. I have to do the puzzle first. You know? The bathroom is going to the bathroom. Any other uses on him, right? His main question was why are there urinals if it's not a sex segregated space? And not all men's bathrooms even have urinals to begin with. You know? It's a weird worldview to go by. Chromosomal test at the bathroom. Imagine that. Imagine that happening. And then of course I've gotta admit, I don't think I've ever heard the term sexologist before. Before these discussions, I don't think I've ever heard the term sexologist before. Unisex bathrooms are fine. See Canada, China, Japan, Nepal, and believe it or not, some places in the USA. I've talked about this. I have talked about this at least a few times. I went to a high school, and in my high school, we didn't have gender separation in bathrooms. Anyone could go. There was a bathroom at every floor of my school. Anyone could use any bathroom. Nothing ever happened. It was okay. The only thing that happened due to that was that both boys and girls used the shared bathroom to smoke together. And that's it. All the bathrooms only had stalls. Oh my god, are you serious? Oh my god. Oh no. Well, okay, I'm safe now. It's alright. It's okay. Oh, White Forest. I'm gonna copy it here. This is it. That's right. Somiostatic was like, boom. A second after me. Oh. But yeah. My high school did not have segregation in the bathrooms. All the floors. I can.
Ada, did you find anything?
I'm pausing for a second. All the bathrooms on all floors had just stalls, and that's it. There were no urinals.
Right here.
Give me your thing.
Think fast. Here's one more.
Nice. I'm thinking fast. I'm a fast thinker.
Hey, I can't reach the ventilation hole. I'm going to have to find another way around.
Okay.
I'll catch up with you later.
Okay, you're gonna catch up with me, which is good.
What? Ada, wait!
She's gone.
Leon, come in. I found the girl, and I've cleared the wreckage that was blocking the corridor.
Got it.
The most funny thing that Tom Foolery said was when he said that sex is a bimodal distribution of traits and not bipolar, whatever, you know, bipolar. Let's forget about the bipolar thing for a second, but oh, hello, welcome to the page. But then, soon after saying that sex is bimodal, Tom Foolery said that sex is determined by gametes. You know? That sex is determined by gametes and... Okay, I'm gonna do it. I'm gonna do my best to do it. Which, of course, if sex was determined by gametes only, it would not be bimodal, it would be binary. And it's not, because we don't determine sex by, you know, gametes alone. Oh, okay. My god, I'm gonna have to do it. Thank you very much for the tier 1 subscription gifting. Now you can use the emotes that I have drawn. Thank you, Somniostatic. Oh, Barry. Yeah, I have created the custom sound for the... I actually had to cut it out from the, you know. Wait, I'm missing one or two. Yeah, you can use the nod. There is, you can, I think you can just type the name of the emote. Oh, there's an emote called Hypers. Let's see. I don't think there's a Pog. Is there a Pog? Did I draw a Pog? I didn't draw a Pog. I have to. I did draw a CACD. This is a CACD. There's a CACD. Like duck. CACD like duck. So now I have to do a Pog Lucy or a Pog duck. I have to draw some new emotes. That is a thing that I should do. My gosh. Oh. This is also a good opportunity for me to tell you that my mom actually got a shot at free rehab. My mom went for the free rehab yesterday, which means my mom got a free healthcare rehab only 6 months after she actually needed it. Isn't that amazing? Oh my gosh. Well, that scared me. Only 6 months. I should have left. I should have left. Oh my god. I should have. Oh no. Am I going to die? Oh my god. Okay. That was a... I think that was a mistaken judgment on my part. Is there gonna be an herb here? We're gonna die. You cannot do that in Poland. In Poland, it's just you can use the free healthcare and that's it. You don't get anything that you've used. Okay, I'm dead. I think it's safe to assume that I'm dead. Oh my gosh. Well. Okay, I'm dead. Oh my god. I saved, right? Please tell me I saved. If I saved, that's fine. If I didn't, it's okay. We've got a... I hope we've got a save. But what my mom can do is actually sue the person that actually put her in the hospital to begin with. And that is actually what mom is doing. Soul Bunny. I think I might watch that next time on the next stream. Let's go. I'm actually going to visit mom. I'm gonna visit mom today. She's almost like a prisoner in that rehab place. She cannot leave. She cannot do anything because if anything happens to her, the hospital will be... Well, it's not a hospital. It's more like a rehab center. But if anything happens, then the hospital is gonna be responsible, so she cannot leave. She has to be there. Thanks to that fundraiser, for which I will be always grateful, my mom actually got into such good shape that she basically can not just walk, but but like, recently she actually ran with me to the bus. So she didn't just walk, she ran. I think we might need to redo the Ada thing. But we are actually pretty far into the game. Do you know how long we've been streaming? 8 hours. It is an 8-hour stream. My goodness. What a stream. 8 hours. It's already getting... It's 4:27 a.m. in Poland. Yeah, she does have rehab every day. And she also gets meals. She also gets meals at that rehab place. 3 times a day.
Introduce myself yet. My name's Leon. I'm with the
And the meals are not that bad. I know because sometimes during her first stay, sometimes the people there...
Get upstairs through this shaft.
Yeah.
Give me a boost. I'll go and
The
check.
people there would sometimes have unused food, and they would bring extra to me when I was visiting mom, so I would eat some extra food. They didn't want it to go to waste, so they just gave it to me. Wow. Due to this
How
raid,
cute. That little girl must have dropped this.
I've met
I
the...
think I'll hold on to it for her.
I've met the condition of having to show my face. So next time I'm gonna have to show my face. I'm gonna have to prepare somehow. Prepare. Yeah, like President Sunday raided with, and there were 37 people in the YouTube chat, and I saw 13 people logged into the page. 37 plus 13 is 50, so that, yeah. That means I have to do the whole face thing. So I have to prepare. 50 people, that was the deal. I didn't think it would happen for a long time, but here we are. Oh no. Here we are. It happened randomly today. It's true. Also, there are more people in here, so I must once again... No, it wasn't. thank you for the gifting of the tier 1 sub. But it was the first time that so many people sort of were here in the raid. There's this book by a Czech Jewish author that I've just finished reading. It's called The Death of the Beautiful Deer. It is a book written by a Czech Jewish author called Ota Pavel. And he wrote it basically in a mental institute as therapy. He suffered from a severe case of schizophrenia, and he was told to write a story as therapy, and he wrote an autobiographic sort of return to childhood book in which he describes his youth before the war, his childhood during World War II, and a bit of his life after the war. A lot of the book sort of concentrates on things like nature, on things like fishing. He was big into fishing. And there are really beautiful moments in this book, really funny moments in this book. Really tense moments. The ending of the book is actually really sad when he... At one point by the end, he writes that he read a prophecy that one day one of his brothers would go crazy. And so he was worried because one of his brothers started acting strange in his opinion. And then he wrote, after it turned out that was not the case, he wrote, just a few years later, the prophecy came true. But it was me that went crazy, not any of my brothers.
Leon, can you hear me?
Ada, did you find anything?
Right here. Think fast. Here's one more.
Ada.
Hey, I can't reach the ventilation hole. I'm going to have to find another way around. I'll catch up with you later.
Okay. You can catch up with me later. I will take the key.
What? Ada, wait!
Relax. I'm so sad that the book, The Death of the Beautiful Deer, as well as How I Met with the Fish, is not available in English, apparently. They should translate it. It's a really good book. Ada will not wait. Ada will never wait. Waiting's for chums. We're going to be playing through all of the original games. So next up is Resident Evil 3 Nemesis. Which is going to be interesting because I have never finished Nemesis. I've never played it from the beginning to end. In fact, I've almost not played it at all. Waiting's for kids, true. Oh, wait. Oh, no. I'm not doing that mistake again. They are there. We've already passed. We went past. They were in the underground passage. We've already passed the... Yeah, they're gone. The spiders are gone. Oh no. The what puzzle? The what now? I might hate it, you're right. He's not talking. The cigarette puzzle. That sounds ominous. That does sound ominous. We're gonna get through it. You know, the only big difference I'm registering on the HRT so far is that my hair is starting to slowly get better, which I'm actually very happy about. Oh no. It might be... It might be shocking to hear, but I actually don't really like tedious and difficult puzzles. It might be like, you know... I'm gonna shoot your... I'm gonna shoot your head off, Mr. Zombie. What the... Oh gosh. Oh gosh. That's not fair. True. I'm really happy about that part. Nope. Nope. We're not gonna be dealing with the liquors. No, thank you. Estrogen is magic. That's true. Alright, we've got the card. Which is great, because I've actually left both of the items from scenario A for Leon. There was no choice. What the... You asshat. Okay, I'm gonna get revenge. Oh my god! Karma! Instant karma! I cannot believe. That is what is called insta karma. But he's still gonna get that revenge. There we go. It had to happen at this point. At this point, it was mandatory. Some items you have to use in this game, some items just get used automatically. Witchcraft, true. Magnum bullets. I already forgot I had a magnum. There you go. I actually have not seen how Claire looks with these. I'm gonna take the machine gun. Yes. I'm taking the machine gun. There's no reason not to. After all, this is the last scenario. This is the last one. Also, my throat is getting better slowly, bit by bit, because of the treatment that I've undergone. Well, technically speaking, I'm still undergoing the treatment. Okay. The machine gun is actually not a very good weapon. So we're gonna use it on the zombies here. This is gonna be the thing that we're gonna be using it on. Oh my gosh, we're getting closer to 1K subs. Okay. It is loud. But as you can see, it's not that great. How much percent have I? Oh. Okay. Didn't even kill the zombie. As I've said, it's not very good. I have to sleep for work. Good night. Good night, Somniostatic. We're gonna do a bit more Resident Evil, and then we're gonna go to bed as well. Or I'm not going to bed, actually. No sleep for me. I'm just gonna go straight to Mom from the stream. An all-nighter stream plus going to Mom. Plus, I'm gonna have to continue reading the book. It is all to make the thing better. Magnum rounds. Also, you can improve the Magnum. Have to find the Magnum improvements. I am in Poland. So it's Central European time, I think. It's 4:41 a.m. I'm in the Polish time zone. The time zone of the Polays. Are not otherwise known as the Polish people. Thank you. Thank you very much. It's been like 8 hours of stream. We're doing it. And then I'm gonna visit my mom. I actually feel sort of bad about not visiting her yesterday, but if I visited her yesterday, I would have to leave right away because I had to do things here. And if I do it like this, then I can go and spend the whole day with Mom. Which is nice. Well, thank you. Thank you very much. We're slowly getting closer to 1K subs on YouTube as well. Which is a nice thing to see. And of course, as always, I hope to see you on the next streams, which are gonna be a bit more thematic. I do have some topics to cover. Hi everyone. Well wishes to Ducky and Ducky Mom. Thank you. Also, join the Giggle Cord, the Discord. There's always stuff happening on the Giggle Cord. Liquor? No liquor. Oh no! I know who's gonna be here. Mr. X. I remember now. Never. Well, you don't use Discord like at all, so I guess that's okay. You've got me here. Okay, I think this is the order. I hope this is the order. Is it? It's not. I've done this 3 times already. I still forget. I've done this 3 times. I still forget. Oh. My God. Okay, can you pick it up? Oh my gosh. Okay, I'm out of here. Okay, I know what's about to happen now, so I'm gonna turn on the map. What a douchebag. Wait. Oh no. Hold on. Okay, brace yourself. Brace yourself. That's right. Thank goodness he's so slow. It's actually a bit more dangerous in the remake, where he actually does follow you around a whole lot. No, this is Mr. X. Also a tyrant, but this is Mr. X. Nemesis is in the next game. Here you have Mr. X. Mr. X follows you a lot more in the remake. I should save. Okay, we've actually got enough ammunition to beat the game now. I believe. I'm gonna save. I'm gonna save outside. Oh, we're gonna be playing Nemesis once we finish this scenario here. Let's go. Okay. Nemesis. Like the villain from the cartoon Robotics. Do any of you know the cartoon Robotics? I bet none of you know Robotics. Nemesis was the leader of the evil robots in Robotics. It was a Transformers-like cartoon, but it was like a standalone movie thing, in which a bunch of humans sort of crash landed on a planet, and on those planets live robots that fight one another into factions, the Terracons and the, I don't remember the other faction's name. And it said that they were small people, like a race of small lizards that face destruction. So they sort of copied their personalities into big robots. And so they survived the apocalypse. But they were supposed to be interface. They were supposed to be steering the robots, not become them. And so the robots are built in such a way that they interface with humans. It's a pretty interesting little cartoon. Robotics. You can watch the whole thing on YouTube, actually. You can see the whole thing on YouTube. You can find the whole thing and watch it if you never have. Oh, it's not here. Wait. Wait, I'm missing an item. Uh-oh. Oh no. Well, now I'm in trouble because I have no idea where this item is. Oh no. Wait. Where could it be? Where have I missed? I think I know. I think I know where it is. It's okay. I know where it is. I think I know where it is. I'm not 100% sure. I'm just gonna take a few herbs just in case. Because this one's gonna be like intense. It's gonna be intense. I'm gonna take the red herb here. So embarrassing that I've missed it. It's okay, we've got the machine gun now. Okay. It's not gonna hit it. I'm in danger. So once again, I've done the correct move of saving the game. Oh my gosh. I have the instinct for saving. I think I've got the ultimate saver's instinct. Wouldn't you say? Wouldn't you say I've got the ultimate saver's instinct? Of course, the real sort of answer would be for me not to die, but if you're not gonna survive, then you might as well just save in the right moments. Okay, I believe I know where to go now. I believe I do. So we're gonna put away the items, take one herb. We don't need this. We don't need this, even though I thought we would. It is a bit annoying that the machine gun does not reach the liquors, but you know. It's a bit annoying that Leon cannot aim for his life. But it is what it is, as some people say. It has to be here, right? I think I've just missed it for some reason. I think I've missed it. I'm not even so sure anymore. Oh gosh, I'm not even sure. No, it's not here. Oh my gosh. Can someone tell me where the thing is? I might have to look it up. I admit I'm weak. I might have to look it up. It's not in here. Nope, it's not. Okay. Let them finish me. You're weirdly bad at aiming when I want them to finish me. I'm gonna check it out on the phone. Square crank. There we go. Okay. Where? Where? Wait, I'm sorry, where is it? Well, whatever. I'm gonna find it. That didn't tell me anything. I'm trying to find the square-shaped thing that I need to solve the puzzle. You know, the square-shaped crag. You know, the thing that you need to... So I have the widget here. But I don't have the square-shaped thing to... You know what I mean. Can you tell me where it is? Can you tell me where to find it? Because I have no clue. I don't think there are. I think they're all very safe for work. I think they're very safe for work. Can you help me find the square-shaped thing? Okay, you can aim it somewhat. Okay, you know what I mean. I mean the... Well, that actually works perfectly. Wait. Okay. I didn't know that was already open for me. Well, now I know where to go, of course. I haven't been here before. Well, now I know what to do. Of course. Creepy Iron's Diary. Oh. It's okay. There is nothing that you cannot see on the Discord. I've made it pretty family friendly, you know? In Poland, you basically can do anything when you're 18. When you're 18, you can drink, etc. At 18. You know, a lot of people actually drank a lot during my equivalent of the prom. The Polish prom, which is called studniówka. So it's a bit different than... Oh, this is what I needed. This is the square thing that I needed, okay? The square-shaped crank, that is what I needed. So Poland doesn't really have anything that you need 21 to be 21 to. I know Japan has this ceremony of entering adulthood when you reach 21. Wait. For real? Oh my god, I didn't expect him here. I didn't expect... What are you doing here? Or maybe what were you doing here? Is he gonna break through the office? Well, I've got an herb, so it's okay. Oh my gosh. Well, we're on the right track, actually. We could actually beat the game if I had a little bit more time. Okay, listen, Liquor. I don't really have time for you. You know, this machine gun is actually pretty good against weakling enemies. But I'm pretty sure using this lowers your score significantly. Just like using the sprays. Okay. Alrighty. We're gonna have to pass through the spiders again, by the way. And hope they don't kill us. We're gonna get those spiders. I'm gonna have to clean the room. My webcam is not so great though, so... Alright. At the moment of truth, I will push you. And now we get the last thing. Give me the last thing. Oh. Well, that was not a thing with Claire. Where am I? Where is this?
No!
Okay.
Get away!
What a weird eyelid. Oh. You're done for. I'm gonna go in and see anyway.
Ben!
Ben 10.
Can you still hear me? Come on, answer!
Damn! I don't believe this. I almost got the story.
Ben.
10.
Bitter irony. The chief of police, a co-conspirator.
Thank you.
Get that scum. Make him pay.
Okay.
Hang in there, Ben.
Ben.
Leon.
Well, we've seen this. We've beaten this game 3 times already. Bye.
Where are you going, Ada?
Home.
To the chemical plant. I have a feeling that's where I'll find John.
John is dead.
Ada, wait. Hey!
John is the person from the password of the first game.
Leon, are you still there? We're leaving.
Are you crazy? The streets are still crawling with zombies.
It'll be all right, trust me. We found a way to the sewer. Follow us later.
Claire! Claire! Wait, wait! Man, why doesn't anyone ever listen to me?
You don't deserve it. Poor Ben, right? Do you have any ammo on you, Ben? No? Okay. Anything here? No? Ben didn't give me any items even. Poor Ben. Ben, not so 10 anymore, are you? I'm gonna stop with the Ben 10 jokes. We're gonna go to the... I'm gonna have to go for the spiders. We're not gonna wait for you to leave the cages. Alright, nice. Perfect evasion. We are now entering the sewers. One of the last locations in the game. Oh no. Well, bye. Oh. Well. Here we go. I've even still got 20% of the machine gun. Yoink. We are ready. Ada.
What was that all about? Running off
What?
like that was reckless and stupid.
Well,
Those zombies are everywhere. Not to mention that thing that got Ben.
too
I
bad.
was there, Leon. I know.
Look, Ada. As an officer, it's my job to look out for you. But we're not going to get through this alive if we don't work together. Okay?
Raccoon Police
All
Department.
right. We'll do this your way for now.
Okay. Gonna do this my way. Or the highway. Or something. Actually don't need these. We're fine without these. How do I click on this? The puzzles here get a little bit more involved, I think, in the remake. It's a little bit of a different location as well. What a success. 5. Okay. We've got it. We got him. Gonna go by here. I didn't even wait. I didn't even wait. Heads up.
Leon, that woman was... I have to talk to her.
I guess it's gonna be different now because I've got the pendant. Maybe. We'll see. Cutscene. Nice shot.
You're the one who's with that cop, if I'm not mistaken. Identify yourself.
Ada Wong.
Ada Wong. I've heard that name before. Now I remember. One of the men from Chicago who came to assist the T-virus research used his girlfriend's name as his password. Ada and John, I believe.
How did you know? Who are you?
Annette Birkin. My husband is the man responsible for the creation of the T-virus. William Birkin.
What?
John's dead. He
Well.
Zombies. My condolences. And although I regret this, you will be joining him shortly. I won't let anyone take the G virus away from me.
G-virus?
It's capable of creating the ultimate bioweapon. Its potential is even greater than that of the T-virus.
I see.
Then that must mean the creature in the police department is...
Precisely. My husband, William. And
Oh
it's
no.
all Umbrella's fault. None of this would have happened if they hadn't tried to steal his research away from him. Where did you get that pendant? It looks exactly like the one I gave Sherry.
She dropped it. I've been holding on to it for her.
Liar! Give it back to me!
Ouch. Well.
Too bad.
Oh my god. Well, I guess you've discovered the G virus. What a twist. I think actually Claire A and Leon B is better than Leon A, Claire B.
Ada?
And get some extra items. From the other room. That's right. I know of the secrets of the other room. For I have done this before. Which means I'm not gonna have any problems. I don't think we're gonna be using any sprays, first aid sprays. I think that's gonna happen. True. I think we're gonna have plenty. I don't think we're gonna be needing to use any first aid sprays in this playthrough. Got the expanded inventory, so we'll have zero problems with you know what, we are gonna actually go back for one thing, one crucial item that we will need. I almost forgot, but I don't forget. I mean, I do forget, but I remembered right now about it. Did remember to take the item. Here we go. Okay, we're ready. And now we are ready to move on to the last zones of the entire game. That's what I thought. That's what I thought. Two herbs. Two more herbs. I can't believe I have to do this, but I do. I have to go back and put some items away. I'm in shock. Too many items even with the expanded inventory. True. I mean, it is necessary. It is for the greater good of having a lot of stuff for the last boss. It is all for the greater good. Okay. Anything else I should put down? Oh, I could put down the shotgun for now. Okay. That is a thing that I could do. Jumping in the elevator. We're ready to continue our big adventure. My gosh. Phew, phew, phew. Okay, let's go. We're gonna take the ammo, of course. Oh. Almost forgot. Oh, I'm a few pixels away. We're about to get the medal. Pedal to the metal. There's not gonna be an alligator anymore, right?
Ada!
Leon.
This bullet wound isn't making things any easier.
Quiet, Leon. I'll patch you up.
True.
That's 2 I owe you.
Don't mention it.
I just found out. John's dead.
What?
Never mind. Let's just get out of here.
True.
The sooner the better.
Okay. Hmm. Okay, we're gonna get the second medal now. Okay. Oh yeah. Got the 2 medals now. Ignore. Ignore. Okay, let's do this. You're nice. I actually do like the sound effects in this game and the soundtrack. Resident Evil 2 is a very good game. A very, very nice game. It's the best game ever. We're gonna get to the last area and then we will save, I suppose. There's nothing here. Okay, we're on our way to the last zone of the game. There we go. Leave us alone, you bully. Alright. We do need the flare. Even though it basically summons Mr. X. It feels like it does, plot-wise. Okay. Okay. Beautiful. I don't have the shotgun with me, but we're gonna be upgrading the shotgun for sure. Okay. 0%. Yeah, shotgun upgrade parts. We can upgrade the shotgun. Okay, let's go here. Alright. I'll be seeing you. I hope I'll be seeing you next stream, okay? Since people are starting to fall off, I think we're gonna go to the save spot, and there's actually, I think, the next room. The save room is the next room, I think. So we're gonna save and we're gonna finish for today. Exactly. Cutscene.
We finally arrived. There must be something hidden here.
Yes. The hidden ending to today's stream, I guess. Wait, I'm gonna sort out all the things. We don't need this anymore. Okay, behold the upgrade. Bam. Oh, it's a C shotgun. Not just a shotgun, a C one. Okay, so I'm gonna save. It is 5:36 a.m. We've been streaming for almost 10 hours. So I'm gonna go for now. I'm gonna see you on the next stream, I hope. Thank you all for coming. Thank you for everything. Love and solidarity. And you know, I'm gonna see you, alright? Good night or good morning, depending on where you are. See you. I'm gonna press the end stream.